album. Sneaky, sneaky.
He snuck one out on you.
Lemonade. What's this? He did. Okay, I see you. I'm not that late. 2 weeks.
When did it come out?
Well, it came out on the 19th of May. Okay, I'm not.
You too late.
I'm not too behind. Yeah, I was about to be disappointed in myself.
Huh. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see. Yeah, let's go. Ooh, so what you got going on this week?
Nothing. What? How you ain't gonna tell me we live? You know, I was sitting on the other page watching K-pop.
I ain't make you divert your attention. Don't blame me. Don't blame the patriarchy. Don't be doing that.
It is. I'm literally was watching a man on another tab. It's definitely patriarchy.
I mean, you a grown woman that made your own choices, and you chose to split your attention. Hey, there's a hand. What up?
Yeah. But yeah, it's just we've been chilling this week, waiting on my stepdaughter to get to town. So we're in the tail end of the chilling week.
Hey, that's
you know.
Up. What y'all gonna do when she get there? Y'all doing any trips or any special events?
Yeah, we got a whole list of things the kids want to do, for her summer vacation visit. So we're gonna try to make sure we hit as many of them as possible. It's probably about a list of like 25 things, I think. So we're gonna be out in these streets. It's reasonable. I don't think we'll hit all 25, but we're striving to try to be outside a little bit more. We never got back in the swing after the pandemic, so we're trying to make a change. What about you?
Man, I'm just trying to get back into the housing search thing because
nobody wants to do that.
Nah, it's not cool. But it looks like prices came down in the area a little bit, so I'm a little hopeful.
Yeah, I think prices are generally like coming down across the board. I'm hoping for a crash because at this point, they wilding with these prices, so we need something to change.
Yes,
just because you can't afford it, don't mean you should pay it. With a lot of these places,
yeah, they getting over right now. So
yeah, they are. Because I'm like, y'all really wilding right now.
Mm-hmm. But I get it though. It's a whole economics. I can kind of see the big picture. And I can see how everybody's kind of caught into it. People that got into the whole owning property and rental hype.
Yeah,
they overpaying for the mortgages, so they got to overpay the rent. I mean, overcharge the renter because they're getting out. Yeah, so it's just bad.
And a lot of people who got new build houses are like, they mortgage went up $1,000 once you get that tax reassessment, and now your taxes go up. So it's a lot of people with mortgages too that can't really afford their house. But I mean, you're not getting me to get into a mortgage with 7% interest rate. It's just not happening.
Yeah, I'm with you. But some people be so gung ho about having something that they'll pay any cost.
I mean, it's that weird balance, right? Of like any investment. Like, when do you get in?
Yeah.
It's also like when you watch stocks, it's like they may be up because of FOMO. Yeah. And you're like, well, should I buy now while there's FOMO or wait on a drop? But then you have those moments where buying something, even with FOMO in the current day, 5 years later, could be the investment that changed your life because it could blow up in 5 years. And that little FOMO height that you bought it back in the day is going to be nothing compared to what you'll make in the future. And I think housing is a lot like that. It's always that balance of like, do I buy, with a 7% interest rate, if I buy it at a decent price, which is also not the case right now. But let's just say prices were decent and maybe the rate was up. It still might be worth buying it because rent has like no cap on how much it can inflate in 5 years.
Yeah.
Versus that set mortgage with a 7% interest rate in 5 years when rent is stupid could be still decent. So it's just, it's always that hard balance to find when you're talking about any investment.
And I think that's part of the problem. A lot of people don't look at it as an investment. It's just part of a story that I have to be a homeowner, or I have to make money in real estate.
Right. Yeah. I mean, now if you flipping and you selling and you turning houses over to make money, you got to be more aware of when you buy at the peaks and buy at the lows. Just like with stocks, if you trade options, that day to day up and down is going to matter more. But a lot of times when I have people who want to get into stocks who are just like regular people, they're like, well, when should I buy? And I'm like, well, it's kind of at a peak right now, but But it's like, yeah, if you just want to buy a stock and not look at it for 5 years and like open it up and hope you got some money, then like none of that really matters. Like the day-to-day fluctuations don't really matter for you.
Yeah, but most people ain't in it for the long term and thinking about it, like fix it and then forget it. They daily lookers want to do that whole stock daily trading.
Yeah, exactly. But I hate that sometimes when I tell people you're not daily trading, just buy it. Like I've had moments like that where someone's like, what should I buy? I'm like, here's a list, just buy whatever. And they're like, but what about the daily trade? Like, don't ask me. I'm daily trading. Like, don't ask me what I'm doing. You're not doing what I'm doing. So
I'm with that.
People don't listen though.
People don't listen. But I do want to just go ahead and hop into the top. We just chopping it up for a hot second.
Yep.
But now Deontay Kyle, I've never heard of this guy. Okay. Had you heard about this guy before this week?
Yeah, he's had some. I mean, more recently. Yeah, he's there. I don't know how long their podcast has been around, but I think he had an up. But he had some takes even around an election. Maybe I saw him. I don't know. I feel like I've been seeing him for a while, and you know how TikTok is. Like once somebody enters into your algorithm, like you kind of will see them. So I probably seen him a lot leading up to this. But no, I've watched a couple podcast episodes and stuff like that because of other intelligent takes I feel like he's had before this. So
okay. I had never seen him. I do appreciate the quality of the algorithm where we have kind of, I don't know what, like we have a facsimile of a local celebrity and regional celebrity now.
Yeah.
Even though it's like it's not a fixed space like real life, we still develop like algorithm pockets which serve as local celebrity. Like, this guy is not big everywhere, but he's big in this niche. This city might be anti-manosphere or Black Hotep adjacent or econ or
I was trying to go back on his page because you know how YouTube is. It's always funny because people could be doing stuff for years and then they never blow up. So it looks like he raps. It looks like he started the podcast a year ago.
Okay.
Or maybe he was doing it before then. I see Grits and Eggs started around 2 years ago. But it wasn't seen like it was serious. He's been changing over time, finding different formats that kind of worked. And I see a year ago, he kind of had more of a normal podcast setup. And slowly over time, he's been kind of, he had like 800 views. He's still in the trenches. And I think he blew up kind of around the time when maybe the election. Yeah, that's when I started seeing him. So, yeah, it looks like that's when he really started getting some traction after a little bit around and after that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think this came out about a week or so ago. I want to say around May 24th. Somewhere around May 24th. That's when I see
I think it was like episode 60 something.
67, yeah.
67, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I want to watch that whole thing at some point, but I actually just want to watch this, like catch some clips for this. I just want to see what you get your thoughts. Let me see what this is. Hold on, got a message. Ooh.
Yeah, I was watching his Sinners review a month ago. I was like, what episode was I watching a month ago? I was watching the Sinners review a month ago. And I was watching something a couple months ago. So yeah, familiar.
Give me a second. I responded to this text message. Something on the housing tip.
Oh, I think I saw Why is Dr. Umar always outside? That was 3 months ago. I think that was one of the ones.
That's a good question.
Right. I think that's one of the ones I definitely watched. So I hadn't been watching all of them, but every once in a while he would have one that I'd be like interested in watching. So that's kind of. And what color is the parasite? Okay, yeah. I think that's what put him in my algorithm. The whole Kendrick. That wasn't even 6 months ago, but the Not Like Us kind of, I feel like the Not Like Us conversation kind of carried for a long time. Like just because the song keeps being played at the Super Bowl and like it would kind of reignite the conversation a little bit. And then YNs Are the Chosen Ones was one too.
That sounds pretty stupid. But is that so his stuff is pretty much like Black cultural content?
Yeah, I would call it like Black cultural.
Okay. All right, cool.
I wouldn't necessarily slide into completely like pro-Black. I don't feel like his lens is like what it doesn't feel like pro-Black. It feels more casual than like pro-black always feels like more militant about it, like a larger skew. I just feel like he's just very black, like proudly black. Maybe is a better word.
Okay.
Holistically black. Yeah. Holistically black.
Gotcha. Yeah, because pro-black for me it is an identifier. It's those people that go over the top for blackness, blackity black. Everything got it. I see what you're saying. He is black and just carries.
He is black. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, I'm with that. And I don't know too much about him, and it was interesting. I was the response that I was hearing about this guy, and now I'm hearing the response about the response, and I hear more people. I guess because I'm not really into the deep black red pill well or the deep black manosphere well, the conservative side, because I'm not there. I didn't hear the actual response of the angry black men, like, "Oh, this dude's pandering." I didn't hear that. I heard people talking about why are they calling him pandering. Just take it and all that extreme.
It's like reaction inception.
Yeah.
Like reactionception. Like you're 3 layers deep of the reaction.
Yeah, so they brought him into my view. Oh shoot. Give me one quick second.
All right, y'all. So if you're listening, if you can hear me, have you guys seen him before he blew up like a week ago or so from this content or whatever he said? Had any of y'all heard of him? Had y'all even heard of this? Like this whole outrage about what he said and stuff. So if you watch this on the playback, I want to know. I want to know whose algorithms he's in.
Yeah. Let me know too. I'm curious. But I'm gonna go ahead and hit play on this and we'll talk about this.
You may not harass women. You may know how to take rejection.
Hold up. Let me make sure this is as loud as I can get it because TikTok
sound like kind of low. Yeah, TikTok be low sometimes unless people get loud.
Yeah, for some reason I've never had a TikTok video that felt adequately volume.
Women deal with do not. You may not harass women. You may know how to take rejection.
And wait. Oh, hold up. Let me check my settings. I see it moving really slow. Hold on. Do I have my
the majority of men
what happened?
Most women deal with do not.
There we go. I'll be right back. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna drop out. I'll be back
as well.
Okay, have you seen the clip? Oh, okay. He's gonna come back. He got to turn his little thingy my Bobby off so it doesn't load slowly. Oh man, I wish I could do a poll, but I can't. I think he has to be the one to do a poll. Oh, there you go. He back. He bite.
Yeah, got back. Hold on, let me bring the video back in. I had to change that setting in Google Chrome. Now that I'm on I can see I was having that issue. Man, okay. Go. So there was this
oh wait, okay.
This bam.
Wait, okay. I was like, where happened?
There was this conversation a while back on Black Man. I feel why can't I force it? And I wanted to read the description of it. I don't know what's going on. Every time I hover over this thing, it just starts playing. TikTok is so weird.
Yeah, TikTok do that.
I don't like it. All right, cool. Let's go again.
You may not harass women. You may know how to take rejection. The majority of men that most women deal with do not. Yeah. And you are accountable for that as well.
Now, real quick, I'm gonna pause it there because that's something you've been saying for a minute. Now, as a dude, I don't see the dangerous interactions on approach because again, I'm not a woman being approached. I'm not typically around a bunch of women getting approached, and when I have seen women get approached, it's been normal because people are around.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Because of the predatory nature, if people are around, it does a lot of work to stop any outwardly predatory behaviors.
Yeah, because I guess in the vein or the places and the times where women might have dangerous approaches that are way outside of the like, I mean, of course, it can happen broad daylight right beside a police station with a cop present and a dude will turn up like that. Like, let's set that aside. I'm just call that like an act of God. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of like a tornado. Nothing's going to stop that. But on a regular day in fair circumstances, most people ain't about to just turn up for no good reason.
Yeah.
So, but I put myself in those spaces. I don't be in places or times where I might have a problem. Yeah. So I typically don't see women in a problem because I'm not in those spaces and times where they're most likely to encounter
where they're in problems. And then a lot of times predatory behavior isn't overtly predatory, except those extreme cases, which I've always said most people have a problem with sniffing out danger before it escalates.
Yeah.
They miss the subtle cues of predatory behavior before it's overt. So, you know, most of the time I would believe that most men especially would say, oh, I don't really see it, because it's pretty much unseen to them until it's seen.
Yeah, it's got to be. Oh, I mean, because that's the whole thing about a predator. It's not really preying on you if it's big and loud, because then you can escape it.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like, the best way to describe it is most men don't see the lion in the high grass in the back when they're just surveying. Yeah, when they're just surveying their prey until it takes off for the kill. Then they're like, oh, look, it's attacking the gazelle, right? So it's like, I think most people are like that. Until they see that moment, they think there's no predatory behavior happening. But truthfully, the whole time they were in the grass lurking,
the hunt's always on.
Yeah, they were being predators that whole time. Like, you talking about some lions chilling and relaxing amongst each other, like they are predators, but they're not engaging in predatory behavior at that moment. But the moment they're in the grass laying low watching the gazelle, now they're locked in. So I think most people just don't see that behavior. Yeah. It goes unnoticed to most people.
Okay. I'm with that.
Well, because I don't got time to figure out which white people are nice, which white people aren't racist, or da-da-da-da-da. I have to go on the actions of the group. Right. The group as a whole and the history of that group as a whole tells me that they are a danger to me and they are not to be trusted. Right. And if you can understand.
Now, what do you think about that? Because now he's brought in whiteness to this.
Him being a black man, I can understand that.
I get the analogy, but I'm curious what your thoughts on that.
Yeah, like him being a black man, I believe that he's being authentic in that belief. Like, I don't feel that way, but I'm a woman. Like, I don't get nervous when the police pull up on me. I just don't. Unless like I would have to be in a certain area to be nervous. Like if I was in a white town, like in the country, in the police, I would be nervous. But if like the APD pulled up on me or anything in Atlanta pulled up, I wouldn't be nervous.
Because they deal with black people all the time. So
they deal with black people all the time. For me, I think it's more of an issue. Do they deal with black people or not? I think for men, y'all are always nervous regardless, because y'all are men. And then y'all black. So it's like for them, you're like their nemesis. Almost like to be a police is like the black man is your nemesis, right? They're like the Joker to y'all are like the Joker to their Batman. So I do believe that a black man, regardless of if he engages in any criminal activity or not, just will feel that way about white people or the police.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got his analogy. I thought his analogy would probably muddy this topic. I know what he was trying to do was bridge the concern that black men feel, so we could empathize with black women. But I think the people he's talking to won't care or wouldn't catch that.
I think he should have said police. I think if he would have said the police, I think all black men across the board would be like, yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Because I don't have a general fear of the random white person. That's not something I carry.
Yeah, you can have a snap.
Or even, but I guess it would be like I have a situational fear, but it's not like race dependent.
Right. Like with me with the police, it's situational.
Yep. Yeah. So I got where he was going.
Yeah.
Now I also keep in fact he's on a podcast too. So he also is supposed to be getting attention. So he's going to say things, or I can see people lending more into dramatics.
But do you agree though that if he would have said the police, it would have been across the board more of a true statement for black men? Do you think most black men are like, I don't know which police officer you are? Like, I'm generally just clenched up when the police pull me over. I don't know who's good or bad cop until I
think it would have been a better analogy to the type of fear.
Yeah.
I think him using white people in general makes it a bad analogy, because I don't think
exactly
black people are scared of white people.
No, I think it's antiquated.
I think they're afraid of the power that white people could use at any time.
Exactly.
Like white man, white woman in front of you, you're not scared. Not even threatened in the slightest. But you're worried about them being able to call the police or call a mob.
Okay. Well, then in that way, I think then maybe it is accurate to how women, I would say that as a woman, like I think my fear of men is more of that type.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. It's not an across the board fear like the police would be.
Yeah.
For men, for black men. Like I'm not Yeah, so I actually think that's probably, now that you said, I think that's actually probably more accurate to how it feels to deal with men, like
For
what you
you.
just described. Yeah, for me,
So for
more
you,
like
it's
dealing
possible
with white
threat.
people.
I think for most women, though, I think it's present threat. Like I think for most women, the police analogy would have been better. I think most people feel like men are a present threat.
Not, oh, I don't know. I would say I have dealing with women from my side of how they behave. Like we go out into situations. I think if women felt okay, because I know most men who are afraid of police. It's just like, I ain't trying to see the police. I ain't even really trying to go up in a courthouse if I don't have to. I'm so uncomfortable. I don't see most women engage with men like that, because we go in situations where we're going to engage with men. We go to the club knowing they're there. Like, we still actively go into spaces where they are. I think the fear is just that any moment they could use their power to harm us. But that's a general fear you kind of just like, you know, like kind of with white people. Like, you can't avoid white people, especially in America. You have to live alongside them. Sometimes you're going to work with them. And so you just like, you know, they have this power they could just tap into at any moment and you'll be at a disadvantage. But you just kind of like hope that they don't do it.
I get you, but I would counter these days. I think it's more of a present threat. Like, I believe because men are everywhere, you guys don't have the ability to avoid it. Yeah. So the present threat is kind of background noise. Like
because isn't that how white people are though? You can't avoid them.
But you can't. So a lot of us do. A lot of us stay in the hood.
I mean, yeah, I'm not talking about in your immediate neighborhood, but I'm just saying in general in America, there are going to be situations you can't. Like, if you work, you're probably going to run into them. If you go to the like, you can't avoid white people. Like, you can avoid them in your neighborhood, but you're not going to avoid white people in America. Like, it's just not happening.
But you can stay in black predominant spaces where their threat is very minimal.
Yeah, I think women do that with men. I still think it tracks. Like, women, a lot of women socially stay in woman-centered spaces. Like, their friends are all women. They hang out with women's places. You know, like I think women are doing that. You know, generally, kind of choosing woman spaces if they can, but you can't avoid men.
Yeah,
it just feels more accurate to how you're describing how you navigate white people, more so than how I think you. When I've heard you talk about the police, I feel like that's a little more activated state that one is in when confronted with the police, versus I think for women it's kind of pushed to the back of your mind as constant noise. Yeah, because it's always present.
I hear your argument. I still think black women. I think there's a liminal space. I think there's a space in between where you feel I'm at and where I feel you're at. Because even though you're calling it background, I don't think it's as background as you think, because it shapes where y'all go, who y'all around. That's not background. Like, a lot of women don't even I don't even go out no more. And the reason why a lot of them go out is because of dudes. Like, even though they want dudes, they want to date, they don't want to deal with the negative dudes. Yeah. So like, that's not background. That's active.
Yeah, I think that's the person who's more activated. I definitely think there are women who are in that space. I think in real life, I'm not really considering all the women online, because I think the online is just like people express more online, and I think expression is always more present and feels active when you hear it. Okay. I was just more so going off how I observe the women around me, how they actually move. Like my single girlfriends and stuff, like how they actually move feels more true to what you were saying, but how people express it online feels more like the other way.
Yeah, okay, I got you. Let's see what he say next.
Stand that as a black man and your stand towards white people, then you should absolutely be able to understand women's stance towards you. It's not a war on you waged by women. Actually, the war get a little thicker when we start talking about it from the perspective of a woman and the greater society of racism and white supremacy being waged against black people, and then the patriarchal society being waged against women. So they have to.
Now, real quick. Now, because that's where he started to lose me. Because this is female language that he just adopted.
Yeah, this is that's
feminism. Yeah, that's feminism. So that's where he loses me, because black men are victims of patriarchy as well. Because we're not the patriarchs in this country. It's like it always we had that problem over CTV too. They kept using black men as the purveyors and perpetrators of patriarchy.
Yeah, and I didn't hear it that way when he said it too. Like I heard him say that patriarchy is utilized against women. I automatically understood that to mean like white patriarchal system when he said it.
Right.
He didn't say black patriarchy was used against. So like for me, anytime I hear patriarchy, I don't even I don't see that as black men. Like I wouldn't in my head, like maybe some black men are part of it in lesser ways because they don't wield power. But if someone's speaking from a feminist lens says patriarchy, I think there's an understanding that it's white led in that. So when I heard him say that, I didn't hear him say black men are doing this. I just heard patriarchy. It's like in patriarchy.
No, okay. So here's the I guess there's an inference here. Because he's saying black women intersectionality.
Yeah,
like they have they're double dipping on victimhood because they're getting racism, but they're also getting sexism,
patriarchy.
But there's the problem with that is there's racism for black people, but then there's the fact that you're a black man makes you a threat. There's some form of a sexual dynamic there too that black men are victims of, and we're seen as a greater threat than black women. So that same patriarchy that comes down on black women comes down harder on black men, which is where the whole cop thing comes up. There's a clip I'm going to show later where they even mentally, because they intuit this, they feel it. They say, well, intimate partner violence against black women is greater than what black men suffer from the cops.
Yeah.
So they feel it. They feel that threat from white patriarchy comes down on black men because when it comes in conversation, they juxtapose it to what black women feel from black men.
Right.
So what up, Watts? What this nigga talking about? I don't know him. I ain't know.
Okay.
He keep popping up in my little algorithms lately, so I wanted to see what he was talking about.
And that's why when I listen to anybody talk, I try to stay what their original statement was, and then I assume that everything after is supporting just that statement. That statement. And I can hear that there's some like theoretical, loophole, issues, like not loopholes, but issues with like on a zoomed out lens. But right now he's talking about men being predatory. And I guess I could see the patriarchy being used because it's room for it in this particular way, like sexual predation, in this particular way, patriarchy makes room for it. Versus I think the general violence against people, I think everybody's a victim of that in white supremacy or I'd say maybe that's less patriarchy and more white supremacy, kind of the violence against anybody who's deemed lesser. I feel like that's more white supremacy.
And that's fine. I'm just talking about because he's separating black women out as getting a greater portion of oppression. That's why I think that it matters that because he's framing this as, oh, you have a peculiar situation. You're getting a bigger slice of the victim pie. We're gonna, you're getting preyed upon more. And I'm like, once you introduce that, I think it's a fallacy. But so I just wanted to I just recognize that feminist well, okay, I get it. That's intersection. As if black men don't have their own okay, here's what it is. Here's the feminist the anti-feminist I have. They believe that black men, because we're men, receive some sort of social privilege that I, as a black man, do not believe we have.
Okay. So that's just a general feeling of disagreeing that black men have any, kind of, I guess, natural, or I don't want to say natural, but I can hear that. Yeah, I can hear that. Like black men don't benefit, but I do think men do still benefit from being men. It may be dismal.
There is no privilege. No, there is.
Yeah, it may be. Yeah, it may be marginal.
We don't get patriarchy privilege, which is
I don't get the full thing.
Yeah.
But I do think men do still get. I don't want to call it privilege. Because I don't know if you can say privilege if you're not part of the privileged class. I don't know.
No, but there are privileges. You don't have to be a part of a class to have a privilege. You can have an advantage. Because
an advantage.
There are handicapped people that get to park up front. That's a privilege. Okay. You didn't do anything to earn it, and you're not a part of a privileged class. You're handicapped, but you get the front spot. like a special person. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody wants that front spot, which is why people that ain't handicapped be jumping in that spot because it's a privilege.
I'm willing to use that language. I was just saying like the way I feel about it. I don't know if I necessarily feel like, I think that's why Black men reject it. Like we don't benefit from patriarchy is what you're saying. So then I don't necessarily feel like it's accurate to what I'm hearing and how I even feel about it to say privilege. But I do think men still there are benefits to being a man under patriarchy more so than being a woman, whether you're Black or white. I do think men still have those.
So when you say men in general, because there's arguments about Black men, do you think Black men in patriarchy benefit more than Black women? Let's ask that. Let me ask you that question. Do Black men under patriarchy benefit more than Black women under patriarchy?
I think that's why I'm having a hard time saying privilege. Because I think the things that benefit them versus what I don't feel like it's really something that can translate one-to-one almost, like the benefits. And because in late patriarchy, if that's what we want to say we're in, I feel like we're in like a different phase of patriarchy where now feminism has come up and like people are being elevated to try to counteract the negative effects of it. Like as it stands today, women are kind of elevated, like the whole DEI thing, really, you know, all that stuff, like that stuff is going on. So now it's going to be hard for me to say that, but there's still benefits, I think, to being a man in patriarchy. Maybe they're not like corporate benefits or stuff like that, but I think there's safety benefits in spite of the ever-pressing danger of the police and stuff. I do feel like there are just some inherent things that being a man allows you to have.
And what do you think the safety benefit is for being a man? Let me, if you can try to articulate that for me.
Outside of the police, I think most men fear Black men. Like generally have a healthy fear that if I swing on a Black man, he gonna beat my ass. Like I feel like most white men ain't just gonna run up to a Black man and fight him, feel like he ever had a chance to win. Like I think because y'all are seen as the highest violent, you know, that's why the police come down on y'all so hard. I think that same viewpoint in real life outside of the police translates in a way that benefits you. Like people being afraid of you.
You think that's a benefit that people are afraid of us?
In certain realms, yeah. Like as far as like being, yeah. I think outside of the police, yeah.
Outside of the police, so being that we're seen as the biggest threat,
yeah.
What happens when people feel threatened?
I mean, most people, I think, are just gonna cower or not try you or not run up on you or not attack you.
Okay, so
I'm talking about with regular people.
I got you, but because of that threat, people are more likely to overreact to neutral stimuli from us.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Yeah, so that threat is not really, that threat does not.
No, I don't think it's. I don't want to say safety, but I'm speaking from my side of like as a woman, every man is a threat to me. Yeah, like, and so I'm just looking at it that way. I am not me and my 125-pound petite self. Most men are going to see me on the street and they could win a fight against me. I could be overtaken. I could be overpowered by the regular man. He doesn't have to work out. He can try me. He can probably pull me in his car. He can, all of that stuff. That same fear y'all have of like white people utilizing their power. I have that of every man that crosses me. So that's
so the
that's
benefit
the way I'm looking at it.
So so the benefit for you is not having for us to carry fear around daily. That's the benefit you're saying.
A fear of being attacked by other men and you can't hold your own.
Okay.
Or even most men, I think even most men would want to, most men, I've seen white men, like they ain't gonna try a Black man. They're not gonna try to come up to you like some crazy, like, Aryan Brotherhood kind of people. Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I'm just saying generally, I think people have a fear of like, I'm not gonna try this man because he gonna whoop my ass. Like I think a lot of Black men do also carry themselves that way. Like, try me if you want to. I'm gonna swing on you. Like there's no.
It's interesting,
you know. So yeah, I'm just looking at it through my lens of like every man I walk by is a threat.
Yeah, and believe it or not, Bert, not for the same reasons.
Right.
Every man I walk by is also a threat.
Right.
I don't think they're going to carry me into an alley and have
right. That's what I'm like, the level of threat. Like any human could attack you at any moment. Like, yes. But I think it's different when you're like, they could attack me and win. They could attack me and drag me into their car. They could attack me and overpower me. It is never going to be a question of like, can I take them? Like, to me, it's like no chance. There's no chance.
Yeah.
And I think even if you see
there's
people as a threat
to
to feel like I have a chance, I maybe could take them.
Mm-hmm.
That's different than like knowing that you can't take them. Like I can't. I just feel like there's a different level of threat.
I hear you. But let's keep going real quick. Shout out to Yellow Man.
Hello.
Hopefully you on your way, sir.
You said then when did that change?
Yeah.
I guess that, I mean, I don't know when it changed. I can't. I only know from in my lifetime. I think a lot of things for Black people have changed over time. I think the threat our ancestors lived under was completely different than the threat. I think all Black people at one time feared all white people to a high level that was logical at one time. So I don't know when it changed. I just know in current modern day, that's all I can speak to.
Yeah, I hear you.
To deal with two elements. One of those elements we don't have to think about. And honestly,
I wish I let him play because that's the part I was kind of refuting. Like one of those things, we do have to think about the patriarchy. That is a threat to us. And that's kind of what I was arguing. And that's why I was arguing because I knew he kind of said that because he inferred that we don't have to deal with the sexual dynamic of patriarchy. But we do because we're not included in that.
Yeah, you're just kind of like left out.
Yeah. And actually, what they call it, we're seen as a threat to it.
Yeah, and as a threat.
Yeah,
but you're not the I guess the object that's being exploited. You're kind of just kicked out and left out and met with violence if you try to protect.
Yeah. Which is why they were like,
that's why I think they like different. That's why I mean I think it's different. I think comparing who's better off is like kind of different. I just think each person experiences it differently.
Yeah, gotcha. All right.
Perpetuated. And it's perpetuated against us young to look at women as objects.
Right.
You know, to look at women only through the lens of a sexual desire and not as the human being that they are. And when you understand.
Now, what about that part? Now,
yeah, that's kind of speaking more to what I'm saying. Like his lens is, I don't think he's talking about an all-encompassing view of everything. I think he's really being focused with all of his statements about sexual predation from men. That is something women always worry about constantly. And he's speaking through these lenses about those various aspects. I don't see him as talking about it in a holistic way. He's just supporting his point of sexual predation, women constantly being under threat of it and worried about it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take on that frame because I think the episode it is talking about Diddy and Tory Lanez or something
talking
like that.
About Diddy and
yeah. Even though it's not on here. Let me add that into my thinking when I think about what he's saying. So let me just
through the
go
lens
back
of a sexual desire, as the human being that they are. And when
now, real quick, that's okay. So having brought that into my mind now, when you hear him talk about men being taught to objectify women from a young age, like what is your take on that? Of course it happens.
Right.
And I know you said he's not talking about from a holistic
no, I don't think he's talking about a holistic lens of how patriarchy affects everybody. He's specifically talking about how sexual predation or rape culture in patriarchy affects women and how they think about it.
Yeah. I'm gonna let that ride.
When you understand how to deal with women on a human level, you understand how much women will enrich your life.
Amen.
I hate the way he does that.
You want to turn it up?
Now we're entering into the pandering. What people call the pandering.
Now, okay, this is probably what people call, because he is he's saying what dudes are responsible for, like our behavior, and he even said where it came from. He didn't even put it on us as adults. He's like, from a young age, y'all taught. So at that point, it kind of, I'm not gonna say
kind of nurtured into you.
Current, it doesn't absolve you of your current stances, but it does speak to where they were rooted, and it doesn't say where you were taught that from.
Kind of like how you say it's in you. I think I've heard you talk about that with like what were you talking about? I can't think of that word right now. But when it comes to why can't I think of that? When they say you're scared of gay people, what's the word? I can't think of the word.
What, homophobia?
Homophobic, yes. Why can't I think of that word right now? But like you're like some of that is in you because of like culturally that's bred into us. So whether you have found ways to like not be part of the problem to perpetuate it, you know that that's still in you. I think I've heard you say it. Like that's just in me. Like I'm gonna say stuff subtly, maybe, or not even realize it.
Or not even subtle. Like because I heard Twan the other day on your stream, and he was like, when Pedro busted in on Ellie and she was with that other girl.
Yeah.
And he was like, his ears perked up. Like, what are you about to say? Where is this headed?
Where was this going?
And nothing ended up being made of that. But even that energy might have been present in that scene and nobody spoke on it. Because I can see Twan being sensitive and picking up on an underlying feeling because he's the target of the feeling. Like the same way black people, like nobody ever said anything racist, but we know there was a feeling or a woman might feel the same way. Nah, I felt something off. Nobody said anything, nobody did anything, but there was something sketchy. So
spicy.
So I know that I'm going to say something inflammatory towards a lot of different people, towards everybody. So that's why I quit trying to pick and choose. Everybody's going to catch it. I don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know what's going to.
Because it's in you.
It's in me. I was brought up in America.
Right.
We had everybody here.
It's
some part of the country hates some other part of the country, and all of those people influence me. The people that hate black people influence me. The people that hate white people influence me. People that hate Mexicans influence me. People that hate Asians influence me. People that hate Jews influence
me. Xenophobia, just
all of that. I caught up catching all the messaging, so I hate everybody. On some level, there's a part of me that hates every person here or has some kind of joke about what group they come from. I hate fat people. I hate, and I'm fat. I have those.
We are Pappy America, right? We are daddy's son. Yeah, I mean, and I agree with this. Like, I think once again, he's speaking about women specifically right now, but I think a big part of patriarchy is human beings are objectified, beings are commodified. They're used to keep a higher class of people or the privileged group up. That is part of patriarchy. Like whether you know, so I agree with the statement. Like most men do, even ones who think I'm not objectifying my partner, objectify their partner. I just think it's so in us. Even how we see relationships is very objectifying, like in a lot of ways.
And I would even say that objectification, just interrupt you, sorry, it's not bad. Objectification in and of itself is not bad, but if that's the only way you see the person, that's when it's bad.
We're stuck in that lens. It's not a choice to do it. It's just like there's no other way. A lot of times people can see people, and then on the other half, you have the men who are nurtured to objectify women, and you have women who are nurtured to yield to being objectified, like to play into the objectification, right? So it's gonna be really hard to like break their programming without some very like hard, like I'm not gonna do it. Even when you think you're not doing it, you're gonna do it in some way.
So. Because it's there. Like part of you is an object. Part of you is a physical body that uses physical body for pleasure.
Yeah. It's easy to conflate.
So thinking that you don't want to be objectified or don't do objectification is like the same as saying I don't see race. Like how could you not see something that's present?
Especially in America, you on some bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. So not objectifying somebody is goofy because that means you don't perceive their body.
And the things you can touch and feel are always the most present in your mind. Also, like that's just the way we're wired. So it's hard to not do that, but it's really hard to also break that yielding into being objectified, right? Even when you know it's something you don't like, when you identify that I'm being objectified, I do not like this. It's still going to take work to not play into that. But it can be done. It can be done, which I think is what tapping into the humanism, like having a more humanistic view of people will help you with some of this. It can be shifted, not completely deleted, but you can start to see people as just humans instead of objects or, beyond what society tells you they have to be.
No, I agree with that.
A good black woman in your corner.
Amen.
Hey man, you want to see your life turn up?
Hey.
And see, this is the thing though. It's a privilege, bro. It's a privilege. You know what I'm saying? We often disregard the power of our black women. The spiritual essence that they're gonna bring to things. The knowing, the seeing, you know what I'm saying? Also too, imagine it. They have to be hyper vigilant because they have to be constantly scanning the room, making sure that they're in a safe situation.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
So real quick, and I know Yella reacted to this. He had a reaction when he heard that part, and I think that's the part where it starts to feel like pandering. When people start speaking too glowingly of black women, there's like a, from our experience as black men who have experienced more, I would say most of us have experienced like mostly neutral from black. Like most people we encounter, we don't have a positive or negative. It's like they're passengers, associations, acquaintances, they co-workers, nothing neither positive nor negative. They're just neutral. But the ones we personally engage with in our lives, we probably have greater negative experience than positive. So when we hear all that glowing positive, I think we have like a little flinch on it.
Yeah, I think if he would have just said you having a black woman in your life, I think, but he said good. And now I know that people are always going to listen to something and assume they're the good people that's being talked about. You can't help that. I mean, most people are thinking they're good. I mean, I've heard men on podcasts say, I'm a good man. Most people think they're good. So I know most people are going to listen to that and be like, yeah, he talking about me. He talking about me. And I mean, that's neither here nor there. But I mean, he did say a good black woman. It's just
I'm with you. And I would agree with that too. If you do actually have a good person in your life, they are a benefit. Your life does get improved by a good person. And like you said, I do think too many people identify themselves as good when they're not. And sometimes they may actually be a decent human being, but maybe they're just not good for you. Because I've had that happen. Like, they're a good person, but we just don't mesh.
Yeah, I don't mesh. There's a lot of that. I think it's a lot more of that than anything.
Yeah.
I still generally think most people are generally good. I think that it just depends on how people mix, and the bad we experience of people sometimes is more so just misunderstandings or clashing viewpoints. Like, I think there are some people who really be out here trying to do harm for real. I think those people are bad, but I think the average person ain't really out here really for real, for consciously trying to harm people. I just don't believe that.
No, I'm with that. I was thinking about that earlier. I think most harm that we experience comes from ignorance, not ill will. But it's still harmful.
Yeah,
like, the impact is no change. Yeah, so I think most people think everybody's evil because like we get harmed. Like most people don't. They're not important enough to be harmed intentionally.
Right.
Except Grover. You barely even
say most people exist in their own universe.
Don't even care.
Own bubble.
And thoughtlessness.
Some people don't care. Yeah, I think most people are just so thoughtless. I don't even think they care one way or the other. I think a lot of people are just thoughtless.
Yeah, because you can see they have negative impacts on their own life from their thoughtlessness. So why would they think more for you than they even think for themselves?
Exactly. Yeah, that's and that kind of freed me a lot from feeling like I've been wronged in some way that I have to do anything about, because I just know so many people are thoughtless in all the ways. So I'm not special.
I'm
saying, when we think about these kids who were clearly in Louisiana having the time of their fucking life because they graduated, and we think about white people's reaction to Black joy.
Oh yeah, that's
it's not about civility. It's not about decorum. They don't like to see us happy.
That's
Now,
you said they don't like to see niggas happy.
How often are women?
That is true.
And
that is true.
There is some truth to that. There is some truth to that.
White people do not look at those.
Yeah, because a lot of stuff. Let Ohio State win a national championship, and the way they like on campus, they be tearing some stuff up.
Them white folks be tearing stuff up in celebration of their team winning.
Yeah, and it's almost accepted or expected, or they prepare for it. But when Black people do something that's even nowhere near that level, when Black people do something that's not even, so like there is an attunement to Black people that I know is like the whole Black fatigue thing that's coming from white people, and I'm like, I got white exhaustion. Like, what are y'all talking about?
Right, we exhausted. Y'all fatigued, bitch. I'm in a coma.
I passed out 7 years ago.
Right, I'm dead. Like, but I think that's also why those boys, the Matcha Boys, have like, just like something like Matcha Boys even being a thing shows you that Black joy is like not a thing. And even our own people perpetuate that we don't want to see niggas happy. Like, even women perpetuate that through homophobia, right? Like, they gay, they're so happy, right? So all of these things that we know come from higher, your own people can perpetuate. But the fact that that's a thing just proves to you that niggas can't be happy outside
at all. are not allowed to be happy.
There's all sorts of things to keep them from being happy outside. Like it's like to make you're not supposed to go past here. We're gonna put the invisible wall up.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna put the police on one side, and then on the other side, we're gonna have the women tell you you're gay. So it's like the system closing down on you to keep you in line. It's not really just one method of control. It's always multiple things.
I'm with that. Now, Bo, this my first time in life hearing about this dude was people reacting to this clip. So I don't know nothing about him. So, like, what gives you your opinion of him? Like, why do you call him a clown? And
I was like, do you listen to other content he's made? I don't know.
Does he always pander? I don't know much about it. Like, this is my first week on Earth.
His content isn't even like female focused. Like I can see if all his podcasts are about relationships and shit. If anything, he panders to black people. Yeah. If you look at it as a whole, I mean,
yeah, I don't know.
All his work, he doesn't have a relationship. Oh, okay. I'm like, he doesn't have a relationship focused channel or anything. He doesn't do the gender wars thing, really. Yeah. So
cool.
Just having a good time, and here come a nigga trying to ruin their fun.
Yeah. I swear to God, them constant camera changes and him looking at each camera. I don't know why that bothers me.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is in my soul.
I went back and looked at some other ones, but I think it's the algorithm thing. I hate it. I couldn't do it, but this is why I'm not a good content creator because
oh my God,
I'm not willing to do the things that probably would like help people stay engaged to my content for long enough. I just can't do it. Like I can't. Oh, this is why I'll never be him. I'll never have the audience he has because I just can't do it. A lot of this stuff is that. You got to change. People don't have an attention span.
Let's just be honest.
Let's just be honest.
You can call it pandering. But if I was up here
catering
white women, you wouldn't even mention that word.
Now this part. Now this is the other part I disagree on right here. I'm letting finish saying it.
If I was up here caping for Hispanic women, you wouldn't even call it pandering. Only when we take pride and show love to black women do you pander.
Now, this is a lie. Because I don't care what you do. The moment you speak well of anything, somebody's going to call you some iteration of a panderer. Yeah. If you speak well of white people, you're a sellout. If you speak well of it's all anytime if somebody disagrees with your stance, there's going to be some form of pandering that you're getting accused of. You cooning, you are this, you are bug broken.
Well, yeah, I think each group to me, I look at it as what word they say you're doing is going to tell me what the group is coming from.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So because they're saying pandering, I'm assuming he's talking about the Gender Word Red Pill podcast guys. Like,
yeah.
They would say pandering. Yeah. If there was cooning, they would be like, oh, you talking about the pro-black people. If it's, so the word used to shame marketing. I mean, if it was capitalism, it would just be marketing. Like you're just appealing to your audience, or you're appealing to the people you want to give you their money, right?
Yeah.
And then some people call that grifting. Like I really just think the word.
I think the grift is a general online term. I think when you get into the pandering and simping, that goes into like the red pill manosphere.
Red pill manosphere.
Well, like the more relationship-ish.
Which to his point, they probably would say that if you're catering to black women that you're pandering, because a lot of their content is about the black community and how the women in the black community aren't this and that. So I don't completely disagree with it. I feel like his comparison was unnecessary. Like you could just say, well, y'all are just gonna say that. You didn't have to bring Hispanic women in because they don't even talk about them. Like to me, it was like a stupid argument. His point was stupid in the sense of they don't even talk about Hispanic women. Their content is focused on the black community. So yeah, they probably wouldn't say anything if you talked about Hispanic women because algorithmically, like it wouldn't matter.
It would just be a different group complaining, but they would call them a fetishist.
Yeah,
like you just fetishizing. You got you like them masculinas. You like you probably want a passport, bro.
So it kind of makes his statement true, but wrong. Like true that the red pill people would say you're pandering because you're talking about black women in a positive way. I think that is true.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
But would they say that if you were talking about a Hispanic woman? No, they wouldn't, but not because of the reason you're saying. Like it's like one of those logical fallacies.
Mm-hmm.
It's not because you're not allowed to talk about Hispanic women positively. It's because they just wouldn't care. And another group probably would be calling you something else.
Yeah.
That's why that statement's true. Not because of what you're trying, false equivalency or whatever it is. It's like you're trying to say, you know?
Yeah.
That's my problem with his take here.
Okay. I'm with that. And do people in your everyday world use the N-word like they do? For me, it depends on which group of people I'm around. Because half my time it's been around like Christianish people.
Oh yeah, they don't be
so they don't use the N-word a lot, but the rest of the people, yeah. N-words. Word.
Dream Come was last weekend, honey. So many N-words. Clips. N-words. Yeah.
Get your motherfucking mind right. Use your cabeza.
Use your cabeza. I don't know why that bothers me. But man, listen, that was I'm gonna pull up another clip. There was this conversation.
I was with all the way up to the Hispanic women at the end. That was it. Yeah, I was pretty much with him for most of it. He was supporting his statement. I think it was fine to the end.
Yeah, most of it I don't have any problem with either. It's just a little curious at some points. Is he a panderer? I don't think that he's necessarily pandering. Like, to me, I don't consider anything that he said pandering, but I could hear the feminism in part of it.
Yeah. I think they just don't like. But where red pill is slick anti-feminism.
Right, which is why they caught on, and that's why they're calling it pandering. But I think a man can. I think you can have feminist principles without being a panderer. You could actually have feminist principles and not even like women.
Yeah, I mean, have an ideology. There's people that exist that, but if you're gonna take an oppositional stance against red pill guys, I mean, yeah, they're gonna call you a panderer, like you're the ops.
Yeah.
Positionally, you've just positioned yourself as such. I'm a chameleon. You know, it's just like you position yourself as such. You've basically taken the side of the people they drag all day. Of course, they're gonna say you're pandering. Like, duh. Yeah. Duh. Yeah. Outside of those realms, none of this will fucking even matter. So,
I'm with that. I do think it was funny though. I want to bring in this next guy because he had a negative reaction to Old Boy. He didn't like what Old Boy said, but he took. I guess he started talking about the content, like about what Black women should do. So let's hear.
He didn't like what Deontay said.
Well, I'm gonna let it play out. I didn't hear the whole thing, but I saw a lot of reactions to him, and I heard enough of it. Like, oh, that's an interesting way to take this. So, let's go.
This whole Deontay Kyle, men are accountable for the men who are terrible bullshit is really like opened up a train of thinking for me.
Now, real quick, that's a conversation too. Men being held accountable for things that bad men do. It's like that's kind of weird in and of itself.
I don't really know what that means anymore when people say held accountable, because it's one of those buzzwords. It's like, how do you hold somebody you don't know account? What does holding someone accountable in this context mean? Like, are you telling me I have to go out and educate men about it? Are you telling me I need to like defend every woman in the parking lot? Like, I don't know what accountability for other men's predatory behavior means. I'm not really sure what it means.
The closest thing I can think of is when you're online. Everybody has to demonize every man that's accused of anything sexual.
Okay, so you want I see.
You can't say Tory might be innocent.
Right.
You can't say anything. Well, Cassie was complicit with it. You can't say anything that has anything close to victim blaming in it. I think that's what you have to automatically. As soon as a man is accused, Jonathan Major's accused, he did it.
Okay.
So I believe that's kind of because every time I've heard any kind of like what wait, can we think about this for a second? There's been like look at
Oh, okay. I see what he said. Women call chameleons. No, I hate men equally, so I'm also not red pill woman because I hate y'all. So
hate us with a passion. But I thought that was interesting though, because I think men and women both fight this online, trying to be held accountable for the worst of us. Because Black women do not like being held to the ratchet standard.
Right. What does that
Black
even
women hate that?
What is like I don't even know. I guess just like if a woman is saying her experience, like I don't know, I almost would have rather him say some some more concrete feminist term instead of accountability, because I feel like accountability is a red pill term. I just feel like if he would have said whole space, I could have figured out what he meant. I just don't know what he means. Like I kind of wish he would have kept all his language feminist coded, because at least I could have followed the thought and know exactly what he meant. But it was almost like he was bouncing in between red pill language and feminist language. So I don't know what to do with that. Pile of bricks.
Hello, real quick.
Do y'all know? Oh,
I want to check. I'm looking for this very specific video.
It was definitely Big Annie energy. Like he was when he was talking about a black woman and what she brings to the table. I just imagine Annie on Sinners. But he seems like he would be with an Annie, so I mean that doesn't bother.
You think so?
Yeah, look at the hair.
You think that means he would be with an Annie just because he got locks?
He would be with an Annie. Yeah, he'd be with a spirituality chick who does hoodoo. Like he would be with a hoodoo practitioner. I could see that. Right, or like that lady who was on what was that video in your posted with the two women? Jasmine. I think Jasmine was the one who the spiritual practitioner. Yeah. He would be with a Jasmine. For sure. That's really who I see him with. Somebody like that. Or somebody who just, that's pretty much it. Like her, some other version, some variant of her.
Gotcha. And Yellow said that's a Pandering when he turned the camera too. Do y'all know how much black women in rich dies? Think about when you got a good black woman, your life about to turn up. And they spiritual insights, and they so used to looking around for danger. That's like a benefit.
Now the hypervigilance, though, he cooked with that.
There is some truth to that, Brie, but there's also some falseness to that too. Because one thing about y'all's hypervigilance be off a lot.
Yeah, if she don't know is, but I agree with him because he used the word hypervigilance. Like I liked that he used the right language. He didn't say a woman's intuition is going to help you, which I feel like is more.
Now he did say that too when he talked about the spiritual.
Well, he talked about that, but I agree with the hypervigilance that comes with being a woman. Not, I ain't talking about institute. I'm just talking about you keeping your head on the swivel.
I got you.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like we do. Which it does not always work to our benefit. I also agree with that. Like being hypervigilant is anxious. And anxiety is not always useful.
Yes.
But women are hypervigilant because of our constant.
And the feeling I'm having right now is I think what the feeling that black men have that where they're coming and saying that this dude is pandering. So you're not wrong about what you're saying. But I want to add a caveat to it. So I feel like I need to correct it because there's, I would say, more of the opposite than to what you're saying.
Yeah. So you're not talking about the opposite experience enough. Is what you're saying? Like he's not talking about the other side.
I would say it's couched in reality of the lived experience. So yes, more black women are hypervigilant, but I would say more negative outcomes manifest from the hypervigilance. And I'm not saying that, and I would never accuse you of pandering when you said what you said. You're just making a statement like, oh, you can benefit. He cooked when he said you can benefit from hypervigilance. Yeah. And just from my lived experience, like, I've known a lot of hypervigilant black women, but they don't pay attention to the right things. They're hypervigilant, but they get locked in on something stupid. And it causes harm. And the real harm, they don't perceive it.
Right.
So that,
there's always a things can go bad. Traits can work out badly, especially if it's the wrong mix or anything like that. Yes, traits can be a negative. There's always a downside, but I think that's why it's just like when, like it says, people don't want to see people happy. It's just like he was just in a full complimentary mode, and I guess that is pandering, maybe. But I think we need to bring back being okay with someone being in a complimentary, especially speaking in a general rule.
Being pander, because there are positives.
Especially, I think we know this, like specific situations are more nuanced. Generalities aren't. And so that's what's just kind of another one of those instances of like generalities generally can't be nuanced because you need more specific details to be nuanced.
So like real quick, like let's spend like 2 minutes on this real quick. So pandering for me. I speak very glowing of pizza. I don't think I'm pandering to the pizza crowd. You know what I'm saying? Like I can speak positively of something without it shouldn't even be considered pandering. So like, what do you think pandering actually is? Like what's the intent behind pandering? I think it's like when you're trying to gain a personal benefit, like that's when it crosses into pandering for me. Like I'm trying to benefit. I'm not saying something authentic to how I feel.
Just trying to
I'm saying it to get a positive benefit.
A grift. Like you get more of a kind of like a grift.
There might be attention.
Well, first, I guess the bad feeling, I think they're saying to say, do or provide what someone such as an audience wants or demands, even though it's not good, proper, or reasonable. And I think that's the part that I think that that's the part where the inference piece comes in. Like there's an inference of there's some metacognition you're going to have to do from here. Because nobody's overtly saying anything wrong or bad from either side. He's giving a compliment. They're saying he's pandering. Okay. Well, if you hear Deontay, Kyle, and you say he's pandering, then that means you feel like what he's saying is not good, proper, or reasonable. I don't think that's an illogical conclusion for me to come to.
That's reasonable to me, in my opinion.
Yeah. So then I have to listen to what he said and deduce what you think.
Yeah.
Which is you don't think of, like, I don't actually know the part that the men who say he are pandering think is not good or reasonable.
Yeah, because we could all be clinging onto a different piece. Like me and Yellow both identify different pieces that we disagree
or even
with.
That it's dangerous enough or it's not good to the point where you have to counter what he's saying. Like you're compelled to counter what he's saying. That's how not good you think it is. So
and even Bo has a different thing. His thing is about the negative aspect that's being put on men. So it's like men once again are being cast in a negative light. So it's about how black men are being represented, not even about what are being said about black women. He's like, what's being said about black men is what
So because I feel like he's having this conversation about all men being predators, kind of, or there's most men and even the ones who aren't, like you should know, like a lot of your counterparts are. Like that's my thing. I would have to know with each person, like what part do you think he's saying? Like what is he talking bad about? How is he talking bad about black men? I hear him talking, if you want to say talking bad about men by saying most men are predators. Is that the thing?
That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, bro.
Right. I mean, that's the one thing. That's what I'm assuming the that is bad statement is. Now it could be something else. He said a lot, so that's what I mean. Like it would be. I wouldn't go as far to infer what part you think he said bad, but that's the only part I could think that most men would have a problem with. I mean, that's the part I would assume.
Yeah, I for me, like it's a guy. What I could take from this, there's a black man saying that black men should understand why black women are afraid of us, like because they're so threatening. We don't have to go through the things that they go through because we're not impacted by the patriarchy and racism both. They got to go through both of them. Like so, there's multiple things that he said that I could take issue with. I could critique this all the way through. There's something that he just left out or dismissed, I would say contextualized in a way that I wouldn't prefer, but I wouldn't say he's out and out wrong or lying. There are issues in the black community with black men, black women, the dynamic between the two, the outcomes, how we speak about things after they happen, intimate partner violence, the rates of sexual assault within childhood, and like all of it. All of it's a fair conversation. But I guess online,
it's reasonable,
especially when we're listening to clips, we don't get nuance. And so because the person's trying to make content, they also don't get, there's no value actually into diving into nuance fairly.
And it's clipped from like a whole conversation leading into this. And it's, I mean, just like when you're in ChatGPT, the conversation that led into the statement also changes the statement. It shapes it. If you have a conversation with ChatGPT for paragraphs about something else, it's going to filter that into the response later. If it says something that's seemingly unrelated, it's not. It's never unrelated. They're going to pull in what, So I do think some of that is that. But I see, like he's saying, my stance is if all men are predators, that's cool. But then that means all women are. So then I hear the part that you're taking issue is later when he said a good black woman will transform your life. I feel like that's the part that
all of us
sounds like
all of us taking issue. All of us stuck on something different.
Exactly. And that was my point. I think depending on the man is going to depend on what they feel like he said that's not good, not reasonable, or not.
Yep.
Right.
I like that. I'm glad we actually took a moment to look at that part because what's funny to me, I don't feel that the part that Yella is calling pander was actually even addressed to black women. Yeah. It could have been, but it sounded like he was talking to black men when he said that.
He started off with a general men and women, and then he filtered into blackness because of intersectionality, right? He went into the feminist frame. He started off talking about just men being predatory in general and women having to worry about that. Then he went into going into the feminist talking points to support his statement, which was patriarchy. And then he went into intersectionality, which now you have patriarchy coupled by white supremacy, and that's how we got to black men and black women specifically as a group. But the original statement was a general statement that most men are predators.
Yeah. So if I were to re-language what he said instead of not re-language what he said, if I were to use a different term from the online space to critique what he did, I wouldn't call it pandering. I would call it caping. Like he's coming to the rescue of black women, like a derogatory term, like because I don't think he's actually speaking to black women here. No. I think he's speaking for black women.
Yeah, he's standing in the gap. He's standing in the gap
to get some gap.
Right. So we're gonna pretend he's talking about white men. Of course, this conversation is about black men. I think the conversation is about black people. He filtered it down into black people. Yeah. But the original statement was not black specific. I'm just saying. I think that white women also do worry about men being predators. I can also say
that it's a universal problem.
Yeah, that's woman-man problem. It's not just black-white.
Yeah. He's just speaking to black people.
Yeah, he's speaking to black people. He's speaking to his audience.
For sure. All right, I'm with that. Let's go back to Bonnet Man. Let's go.
Me, and I really got to get this out. It seems as if women want to perfect the social environment instead of existing within it. And what I mean by that is, like, imagine a hunter goes into the woods and instead of accepting the fact that there's bears and mosquitoes and old trees that might fall and dangers, instead of him accepting that, he starts complaining. Why are there bears out here? Oh my God, why are the mosquitoes biting? Instead of choosing to stay indoors and go live in the city and buy your meat out of a market.
So what do you think about that first person on the take?
We've been listening to people talk about logical fallacies for a while. So there's automatically an issue with his argument. Automatically. First. You're using a person leaving an environment that is safe and then going into an unsafe environment to equate to women going into where, because human civilization, society, men and women coexist. There are no bubbles there's no island of just women.
Yeah, no mascara.
Yeah, so it's like that's already wrong.
Yeah. Von Erich in the bill.
That's already wrong. So I'm already lost about where. Okay, so where's the city in real life? Like we're talking about. Yeah, where's that place she left to go into the forest? Because women live with men live by women. We need men and women to procreate. Where did we leave?
The fact that I called you Ashley,
right? I'm just already so like there's already a logical fallacy built into his thing that I can't.
Okay,
really.
But I know what he's talking about. I know where he's trying to go because this is an argument that Yella made very well when he talked about there is no such thing as safety.
Yeah, and I've said that too. There's no safe place. Yeah,
there's no safe place, and we keep trying to, because of the fantasy of civility, we keep thinking that we're going to get to a place where people can be safe, but we just need to at some point accept that there are just some bad people out here.
Right, and we live amongst them. You can be vigilant, but that still may not.
It may not stop you from getting bit by a mosquito,
right?
Or mauled by a bear. You can do all your best intentions, but as long as there are bears and mosquitoes,
you can be attacked.
Yeah.
So that's yeah. Okay, guy.
Yeah, but I think a lot of men feel like, why do y'all keep thinking that we're going to talk our way out of bears and mosquitoes being in the forest.
Yeah. He's saying stay in the house, which is cool.
But unfortunately, and it's going to be in a clip later, some women don't make it out of the house safe.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's my issue. Like, the reality is,
make it out of the house safe.
Right. Like the reality is people getting hurt in their own house.
Yeah.
Before they old enough to protect
themselves.
Like,
so where's this city? Like,
where's the city? That's what I'm like. Where's the city?
It ain't church. It ain't church.
It's not your own house.
Yeah, boys and girls. It ain't your own house. It ain't your neighborhood. The cost of it ain't the school. Where's this safe place for even just children? Forget grown women. Let them feel for themselves.
Most people getting violated before they grown.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like half of girls and a quarter or third of boys before they turned 18. Like, come on.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. I think even before 14, but you know what I'm saying. It's a high rate. It's a really high rate of people that don't make it out the house. Even
I think in his head, if I wanted to imagine the world he's visualizing, like John Deloney says, like what's his painting? His painting is talking about women going to clubs and like party environments where predatory men hang out or Diddy parties. Like in my, I'm just gonna assume that's the story he has, his narrative. Yeah. For this to make sense logically.
Gotcha. Let's keep going. Ashy lips.
Follow me. I'm a bad person if I say, if you don't like those environments and the negative things that come with those environments, stay out of those environments. I have never been to a club in my entire life. I have never been to.
How you see that?
Bingo. Dang, N95, I-18, G6.
Let's go.
045.
1 point.
B2. Bingo. Bree hit the bingo so fast. That was crazy.
Yeah, because I already know he wrong. But I'm trying to understand where he coming from. I'm just trying to understand where he coming from. Like for it to logically make sense. That's the only thing he could have believed. Because most people say things like logically in their own mind. So I'm like, okay, he has a path of logic. It's not mine. But
that was crazy. You called bingo. You ain't even used the free space, man. You got bingo across the top. Like,
let's go.
That was crazy. All right, let's go.
A strip club, a hookah lounge, a bar in my entire life. I have lived a very intentional life. I went from my mother's daycare
he need a hookah now.
To elementary school, to middle school, to high school, to college, and to work. Within
so he don't have no fun.
I was a little gym rat.
He don't have no fun. He sound like he's scared. Why you don't go nowhere? I think he's afraid too. Which is okay. Like, but he sound like he avoiding the spaces just like as much as he thinks women should.
I mean,
which is fine because you said most men fear other men. So
he might be. I mean, he got a bonnet on. He might.
Hold on. He got to protect his hair.
And he got a velvet robe on.
I don't understand why you would have some. Is this like a fake Versace robe? That's not
whatever it is. I'm just saying he might like to be ensconced in comfort. In comfort.
Yeah.
So he may not want to be in those spaces where other people touch stuff that he gotta touch.
He gotta feel. He gotta keep his head on a swivel. You know,
that's too much.
They are tense environments. They are all of those places he named tense environments.
Yeah. So he can't do his mud mask at Baba's Bazaar hookah. He gotta be at home to get his curlers out.
I played sports. I did this and that. That's how I got my social interaction on.
Okay.
And that's how most people do get their social interaction on.
Wrong.
Whoa, that was an interesting take. I didn't expect that.
Wrong.
He thinks most people are social through sports. That's very
they go to social places like clubs and hookah lounges.
Does he know the overweight and obese rates in America?
This guy clearly lives in La La Land.
He's never been outside.
No, he outside. So no, he don't know this because he only go to sports places.
Because he only goes. So everybody's fit and everybody socializes through sports. I'm about to say he's never.
But before I finish, he is the problem. And I think when Bo said about the accountability that Deontay is talking about, this could be it. Like this could be what he's talking about, because as long as men like this exist where they think the world is safe as long as you stay in your house and only go where you're supposed to go, that you should be safe, I think they're the problem.
Yeah. Now that's a fair critique. I was listening to something that was actually talking about brain hemispheres, left and right, and I think there's some. I've been studying this for like the last couple of days, but there is something to. There's a certain demographic of people and the way their brain is set up or the way they think, where if they don't see it, it doesn't exist.
Right. Just world theory.
Like just world thought. Yeah. Where that comes from, I think, is a brain thing. But he sounds like that. Well, this is the way I live my life. Everybody could do this. And like, because there's no, if you're in these places, not like he said, school, home, people get harmed to those. And don't start about sports and the hazing and the sexual assaults that have happened within those sports teams. It's like same sex. So it's not even like.
Yeah. Because I would, with this type of compartmentalization, I would be concerned about what a person like him would be if they were into those spaces. I think a lot of times the predators are the hims, the people that compartmentalize that there are safe spaces and there are unsafe spaces. If you go into unsafe spaces, you're asking to be violated. I'm more worried about people like him, because what would he be in those spaces?
Because he thinks it's fair game out there.
You're telling me about you. You're not really telling me nothing about reality. I'm listening to you to understand how you see the world. So if you're telling me that those spaces are inherently unsafe and anyone entering into them are welcoming that, then what would you be in that space?
Yeah. So he doesn't go in those spaces. So I'm going to go with it's fair to assume he's not that person. But if he said that and then went into those spaces, he must be a predator.
What would your mind give you permission to do then?
Yeah, because you've already made it. Okay, this is like the Wild Wild West. So
it's the Wild Wild West.
Either you feel prepared to be in the Wild Wild West because you can defend yourself, or you're a villain. You're a stagecoach driver.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with that. Naya said, I don't go outside, and I go outside more than him. Man, listen.
We have these very large conversations about a very small amount of people. And again, I just do want to reiterate, if you
I'm gonna let him finish real quick. That is true. We do have some long, ongoing, extensive conversations about small groups of people. That is something we major on the minor so much in these conversations. But it's entertainment for me. And affecting my real life.
You don't like the negative experiences that come along with like the environments you like to be in, don't try to change said environment. It's too big. There's too many variables. There's too many people to depend on lining up with your personal moral code. Instead, remove yourself from said environments. Why am I having a conversation about what happens at the club?
That's not the conversation.
That's the problem. That's not the conversation. Yes. You've projected clubs into what Deontay is talking about, and he never even specified an environment.
Yeah, I mean, because most of the stuff, Deontay's conversation was, I think, Diddy and some other people.
Okay, so maybe he's bringing in the Diddy thing. Maybe he's bringing in Diddy.
But even still, if you bring in Diddy, none of that stuff that I've heard was at a club.
No, it wasn't at a club.
So
I think he's just thinking about Hollywood parties, freak offs. I think he's just baking that into his argument.
Yeah, I get you. He's definitely clubified it for some reason.
Yeah.
Why are we regular people with 9-to-5 jobs having full-blown discourse and conversations about what happens when a woman rejects a man in the club?
Now, this is interesting. He just said regular 9-to-5s. I don't know how you in 2025 don't understand that this extended to the workplace after like Me Too. And
and that's the thing. Like any assault only happens in clubs to him, and that's the problem. Like that's the problem.
Because I don't know. I mean, especially if you're anywhere near Minister Red Pill space.
Yeah,
women in workplace. Like, we all understand that. And then even if you have gym culture, there's a gym culture thing about women taking all the selfies and videos and say, this man, he's a creep. He was looking at me. I was just trying to help with the squat rack or whatever. Well, I'm making up terms.
He's being willfully ignorant about places in which women are assaulted.
And he goes to these places.
Yeah.
He goes to work and he goes to the gym, and there's an extensive conversation about women in these places. So I'm wondering. Because you can't be in around workplace and not know about sexual harassment, and you can't be in a gym culture and not know.
You never seen a woman be like, I guess it's invisible to him. If it's
that's not weird. Now that I think about it.
And he like, you ugly anyway, bitch. Why are we talking about that? Most of us don't even participate in that. Most of us, I would like to say that if you're a married woman, why the fuck are you?
Now we got even more specific because only married people good.
Only married
so we've gone down the club going. Mm-hmm. Now we're talking about, we're pretending that a married woman is talking about this.
Yeah.
So you just gonna keep walking it down until it's so specific that you're right.
Yeah. Because as you wear your ring, Bree, so I know no guy's ever harassed you.
Right.
So you don't have any experiences where a man is.
Why would you be in an environment where you could be assaulted? You mean alive?
No.
I don't know what
at the club. The club.
No, you mean alive? You mean alive?
No.
In public.
The club.
At the grocery store?
The club, Bree. And you talking about going to the club as a married woman like a lot too long. I think you're kind. You talking about going to the club with the people.
Okay, so women only get assaulted in environments they're not supposed to be in because they have jobs and are married.
If you just go to work and you go to the gym and then you play sports and you get married, you'll be safe.
That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah. Just go to school, get a job, go to the gym, play a sport, right. Go home.
Stay married, go work. Yeah. And you will never be safe. At threat of harm.
Yeah. Especially from intimate partner violence. Like your spouse would never.
Because that never happens.
Not that.
And that's even if you arrived into adulthood untouched. I mean.
Right. If you make it. Because you got a 50-50 chance as a young girl to make it to 18 without being.
Right. I don't even think it's 50-50. Ain't it like 60-30 or 60-40?
It might be 60-40 by now. I don't know. Last time I looked, it was around 50%. Last time I looked. But I don't know what year that was. It's been a minute since I looked at those stats. But it could be 60-40. Because it was higher than I expected for boys.
Right.
It was way higher. I mean, but again, even women are assaulting boys and girls. So it's like,
right.
There's no perfect victim. There's no perfect perp. So anybody can get it. Anybody can be doing it. Even other kids.
Right.
Well, I've heard that story personally. I know somebody that called me with that story with their kid. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, what do you do when your stepchild is molesting your child? Like, what do you do? And they're both kids. Sorry. What do you do? That was tough. I mean, that's how I would feel, but that's tough, man.
Go to a nice dinner.
She said this must be Leo.
Sit at the house. Be grown.
So only children.
I don't know, bro. Maybe I'm
assaulted.
You don't know. Maybe he's tweaking.
He said be grown. So that means if you're an adult, you don't get assaulted at all.
I mean, because you're being mature and putting yourself in mature spaces. You're not trying to party and celebrate and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I can see his pathologic, but it's flawed. He starts with a flawed premise. He has flawed premises.
He's who Deontay's talking about.
Yeah.
He summoned that demon.
He's got some flawed premises.
He summoned him from Cam Newton's kingdom. He came up from the lower depths of purgatory to come up and give us that speech.
Yeah, that was crazy.
We need to kick him into the hole like on 300, like Sparta. We need to just kick him into the hole.
Reality.
You're right. Bye. Don't kill the messenger. No, we don't need you. Goodbye.
Yeah, that was a hot take. Like, that was crazy. Like, okay, just don't go to the club. You'll be fine. Like, if that was the only place women were getting assaulted, women would never go.
Literally,
to the club.
Clubs would be shut down.
They would be shut down
immediately.
Nobody would go but dudes. Nobody would go to the club because women were like, okay, that's the only place we're getting. We can go do anything else. We can run down dark alleys and that
right,
and be fine. But if I go to the club,
all bets are off.
Yeah, right. Women would never go to the club. They would go anywhere else. They would celebrate and party anywhere else.
Yeah, we would just have garage kickbacks.
And there'll still be a few women that still went to the club. I'm gonna chance it. It won't happen to me. There'll still be some.
He thought he ate.
That was dumb. That was stupid.
That was such a dumb retort.
Oh man. But yeah. Now this is coming from Summer Show. I like Summer Show. He's a linguist. He talks, he breaks down words, etymologies, and stuff like that. He's a little leftist as well. No, what you talk? Central Park 5? Nobody was ever assaulted in a park. No, nobody was ever assaulted in a parking lot.
Nobody ever gets assaulted in parks,
Nobody's
cars,
been assaulted at a supermarket,
parking lots, grocery stores, schools. It's like
never happened.
Only clubs.
Yeah, those kids in the Catholic churches never happened.
Never happened.
Never happened. Because people only get assaulted in clubs. Even in that's and now you're making this up.
He just said if you stay home and be grown and go to your 9 to 5. So if you work at 8 to 4, you're at risk.
Well,
just letting you know until 9 o'clock.
Ooh, yeah, you gotta work at 9 to 5. If you're an entrepreneur,
you're cooked. All them off hours, you're gonna get assaulted.
Part timer. You went back to school? Adult education?
Yeah, students, you're out of here. You're at risk now.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's got to be a 9 to 5, okay?
Yeah. But you're safe if you go to dinner. You go have a nice dinner.
But only if you're married.
Oh, if you're married. Yes, if you're married.
You have to be married to go to nice dinners to not be
If it's a bad dinner, though,
you can be assaulted. So if it's Chili's, you're at risk again.
Taco Bell?
Ooh, you're out of here. I'm just saying. It's got to be.
Yeah.
And forget brunch.
Oh boy.
Not even allowed.
Get brunch. Do not go out for breakfast, brunch. Don't get a burger at lunch.
Because
salad.
You should be at home like a good wife cooking all those other meals. Okay?
True. If she was home cooking, she would not get assaulted.
And you see how we wrap back around the patriarchy. Okay. Just you see? Okay. I'm just letting you know. Now we're back. We back in that patriarchy bag. Okay. Even with the bonnet on. You thought he was finna say something elevated because he had a bonnet on. No.
The bonnet of brotherhood. Come on, man. What you talking about? And the robe of righteousness.
You thought.
Robe of righteousness and the bonnet of brotherhood, man. He was eating, man. He ate down, not with those dry lips.
They evolving. Look, the patriarch kings evolving. They come to you like a what they call it?
They come to you in the soft girl era.
They come to you in softness, but deep down they are like roaring lions.
Yeah.
Speaking to the Bible, I think that's in the Bible somewhere.
Yeah, it is.
Watch out.
All right, man, that's crazy. He was off. That was bad. That was a bad take. But again, that's like when you're learning about reasoning. He started with a faulty premise that there's a safe place.
Yeah, his logic was bad.
Safe places, safe times, safe practices.
Yeah,
like there are safer.
It's safer.
Like there's degrees of safeness, but if you are being preyed upon, there's very little that would save you. I mean, because again, everybody in the police station ain't even safe. People have been assaulted in the police station, and they're cops.
Right. Exactly. Public place ain't safe. Nothing.
They got guns on them. They got guns on them.
I'm going there. You be getting assaulted. Listen. There's nowhere.
You trained to kill. Wait a minute.
Right. Women get assaulted the most on military base.
You trained to kill. I'm sorry to say this ain't funny, but it sounds funny when I thought about it.
It's so dumb. That's what
you're trying to kill.
This man.
You're trying to kill, but you still ain't safe. My God.
And he really thought he ate. Like,
just don't go. Just stay in a safe places.
I would have went in the comments. Delete this. Delete
that is
this,
wild.
please.
That is wild.
You're the problem, sir.
Oh my God. He
about to make me get a septum piercing. I can't.
Man, listen.
I'm about to get a septum piercing after this.
That was wild. Yeah, he man, he did his big one. That's the best moment of his life. That's so stupid. All right, I like Summer Show. Okay. Now he leans a little leftist. He's a little feminist.
Okay.
Like he leans that way. He's pro-black woman.
Okay.
He would. So I like Summer Show, but I have disagreements. I'm going to share some of those disagreements, but I want to play a few of his clips. They're short. But tell me if you want me to pause it anywhere.
We have this thing of this in-house. We don't want nobody outside the house to know what's going on. We don't want you to know that Uncle next door has touched every woman in the house and he still gets to come to the family picnics. Why is this not dealt with? That's something that we come to shed light on. Not only do we have to fight the man, we got to fight our man.
Now, real quick, I think that's what Deontay was trying to say in a way that I didn't like the articulation of.
Yeah.
I think because of the feminist buzzwords he used, I couldn't receive it. Right. So black women have threats from like going out into the white society, which most black people understand that there are different threats.
Which probably would be fine if you could just try to create your own bubble of safety.
But like she said, you got the uncles. That means you don't even make it to an adulthood in the first place, touching every person in the house underage, because by the time they're grown, they ain't touching them no more. But if that's the case, you have to fight that too. So there's a threat coming from within and from without. So I can receive it that way. It's the feminist language, like the patriarch. Man, the uncle in the house ain't patriarchy. That's pervert. You know what I'm saying? So I could have.
Yeah, but there
are. I get it. There are male dynamics, but that's why I say
there's like room for them in that system.
I get you.
Yeah. But yeah, basically what she said.
Yeah, I like the way she framed it. I like the way she said it. I mean, I guess maybe because it's plain speech, and I get also because I'm human. Buzzwords carry specific connotations with me. So
yeah, once he said patriarchy, I was like, I already know you glazed over. He over there clenched up or glazed over. I'm not sure which one it is, but he might be both. He might be both.
Got a glaze clench.
Right.
That's crazy.
Peace. Women, particularly black women, are unaccountable. That's the number one knock that a certain ilk of men have against women, particularly black women. Those men fundamentally misunderstand the distinction between responsibility and accountability. They are similar but not the same. Yet these men often use them interchangeably, with the irony being that this ilk of men don't want any part of either one. Etymologically speaking, responsibility is in regards to the performance of a task. Accountability is in regards to the outcome or the result of said task. Responsibility is more in line with complicity. It's more hands-on, whereas accountability is more about the assessment of the thing that has happened and how you can use that knowledge to go forward in the most progressive way. It's kind of right there in the root word of accountability. Count. To take inventory. And there's a particular ilk of men who are probably thinking not all men right now, or women do it too. Right now as I speak, who are adverse to taking inventory. Because you know, your math ain't mathin'. And their aversion to accountability often unwittingly places themselves on the hook of responsibility. Exhibit A, the quote at the beginning of this video.
Not only do we have to fight the man, we got to fight our man.
And what is a brother's response to that? He was with it as long as they were talking about fighting the man.
I'll read that comment. I was rolling with her until she said, not only do they have to fight the man, but they have to fight their own men. SMH. LBS, that movement is dead. That's a sign of division in the household. No deal. I'm out.
I did like the defining where each one happens. I tend to agree, like responsibility versus account to take account of makes sense. I like that. I did like what he said about it.
That's why I like him, because
takes the pressure off. But I think that helps people, because it's like, you want me to do something about it? And it's like, no, if you're asking us to, when we're having these conversations, assessing the problem to take account of a problem that is clear. I think it's kind of what I understand it to mean from that place.
Like, how do you respond, or let's account for it? Like those response. What is your response to it?
Yeah, because a lot of stuff is invisible. It's not accounted for. Just like the man before him just completely did not take account for anything outside of one thing. So you're only going to take account to the thought that happens in that specific way. Then everything else is not being accounted for, which is a problem in your worldview if you're not accounting for all of that.
Yeah. So I would say to that last guy, using the language here, because of his lack of full accountability on the matter, he absolved responsibility in all those spaces where harm still happens. Like, because he's saying, I don't see them here.
Right, which makes him at risk of being one of the people, though. And that's kind of like the funny way how it works. Is like if you don't actually know what it is because you can't see it, then how do you know you're not doing it?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, you can't possibly know if you're a perpetrator or not of it, or if you got it. How can you know? I mean, it's just like I don't know.
It's suspicious because I would say if he's holding down 9 to 5 since he's been 18 and he's going in the gyms, it is hard for me to believe that you're not aware of women talking about their safety in these spaces. Because Me Too and sexual harassment and workplace stuff, I can't stop hearing about that stuff. And in the gym, I can't stop hearing about people talking about, oh, he's a weirdo, he's a creep, he's following me. I don't even go to the gym. And I'm not in that algorithm. And I come across, how does this dude that's always in the gym not see people?
You seen men, and you ain't seen men at the gas station talking to women, being aggressive, like nothing. Like that's just crazy for him to say it's not happening in any of those spaces. Like it's no way you're walking. You just walking around oblivious then, or you doing it too, and you don't think you're doing it.
Yeah.
Because it don't count if it's not in the club.
Yeah. Now, real quick, Watts. This dude is a linguist. He's like a socio-anthropological linguist. He's about to be worried. So just prepare yourself for the next 30 minutes. This dude is going to be worried. I got 3 clips of him. He's an academic, so he brings in a lot of stuff like that.
But fighting their man is a bridge too far. That's right. Black women defending themselves from their abusers who happen to be black men was where these black women lost him. Then, of course, he tops it off with a little homophobia for razzle dazzle.
Oh, let me see. Ultimately, the movement will become a bunch of lesbians. No real man will put up with fighting his women day in and day out.
He completely missed the point. Just tell me you just missed the point. He's activated. He just got activated. He don't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's crazy. It doesn't even make sense with the whole accountability thing. Well, if I have to fight like white supremacy, I have to deal with white supremacy and I have to deal with violent or sexual predatory men. I have a lot on my plate. There's a lot I have to think about or contend with. He's like, ain't no man gonna put up a fight in this woman day in and day out. Like, what? Where did that come from? She didn't mean she's literally fighting you. She's talking about she has to fight off the advances or fight off the like abuses. Like that doesn't happen all the time. Doesn't happen from all black men. I don't think she was generalizing the experience of black women to the things that they have to deal with. So that's what he came out with. That's crazy to me. But I can hear her language for somebody that's very superficial. Like on the surface, but she said we have to fight black men too. That's literally, he took it so literal as to be laughable.
I'm like, he didn't hear her whole statement though.
Yeah, because she's not actually out there fighting the man and black men. She's not out there. Like,
so you can understand the man, but
yeah, it got weird. But here's the thing: as a black dude, once people mention you, there's a different trigger that hits. So I get it. Like,
I have a different. Once again, I just listen to people and be like, "What does this tell me about you?"
What do you say? Because you be giving them specific reasons, kind of interesting. Sometimes it'd be like dead on. I'll be like, "Ooh, I never would have thought about that."
For him, he's an abuser. But once again, those men who don't see a lot of stuff as abuse besides overt, I always look at them sideways.
Okay.
Because they be doing it. That means they probably do the stuff. I mean, it's a reason.
If you don't see it, you probably do it.
Yeah, you probably do it.
How could you be blind?
Because why wouldn't you? If it's not seen to you, if it's invisible, it's either just like you're just in such an incubator, or you probably do it so you don't see it as what it is. Or like those very not overt. Once again, it's in the realm of intention, or like it's a lot of stuff that's in that weird space.
Yeah.
And it's not clearly definable until it's definable. But that means you probably do a lot of that middle ground stuff and you don't see it as problematic.
I can see that.
You haven't overtly done anything maybe where I wouldn't say you're like, you be beating on women. Like, I can't be specific about what you do, but I know you do something that's probably problematic. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah. Because I know if somebody says, I don't see color, I'm like, you see color.
Yeah,
but
so
like on that same principle,
right.
Yeah, if you're blind to it, that means you violate in some way.
That means
they're
you're
blind to something that's real. Yeah.
Right. You're insensitive to it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm with that.
But the question is, if you were homophobic all along, how on board were you in the first place?
At the end of the day, we have a common goal, which is ultimately liberation, but at the very least, the well-being and safety of our sisters.
If you think that Black women being loved by Black women is a downgrade from Black women being hated by Black men, were you really down, brother? The sister who said that they have to fight their man said so literally sitting next to Black men. There were 3 Black men sitting in the room in support of her and her comrades. 3 Black men, including yours truly.
Black women should be a priority just by the numbers. More Black women died as a result of intimate partner violence than Black men get killed by the police.
And that's the part I was talking about. Like the justification.
So is that true?
Of course.
Oh, it's true. Okay, I didn't notice that. I never heard that.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Like here's where I would. Now, I don't have this stat, but I would almost put money on it. The stat of Black men that are killed because of or by their partner would probably equal to or surpass what the police do as well. So that's why I don't like this framing, putting what Black women suffer from Black men to what Black men experience from the cops, because we're not in the house with cops. You know what I'm saying? So if we're going to talk about the in-house threat, we need to talk about the in-house threat. Because Black men experience intimate partner violence as well. On top of the second layer of this is that we try to frame women's safety as if men don't experience the same lack of safety for men, because you know who men harm and kill more than they do Black women, Black men and Black women? It's other Black men. So it's not that we can't empathize with what Black women go through, because we go through it worse from Black men. And not even living with them.
Yeah.
So there's like,
I mean, I don't understand why it's a hard thing to empathize with.
Now that's where I think it's the messaging, because there's an accusational tone to it, like we're doing it. And if you're going to tell me that I'm doing it while I'm also suffering it and hiding from it, I'm not going to listen to you.
Oh, okay.
Like it's
right.
never going to work.
I mean, yeah, I get it, but a lot of times, like, yeah, I think that is always an interesting take for me, because even though everybody suffers under the system, I think that an inability to just listen to the point and not get caught up on how yours, it's like, it kind of reminds me of like when you watch couples therapy, or like you see couples argue, a lot of times that's where the arguments get stopped, because they can't focus on the statement the person is making without turning it around and saying, well, do you understand this happens to me too? And a lot of times they say, like, that's, in conflict resolution, that's a maladaptive thing to have to make them verbalize, if you didn't bring the problem up. If we're on the topic of Black women, taking up arm, like, this, let's just read that. Like, okay, we doing that. And I start making points very specific. And it's like, what about, like the what about ism? Like, I do understand it, but, I don't think any of that saying Black women die by intimate partner violence and more than Black men get. Yeah, I could see like being like, what's the point? I don't like, even with his statement, like listening to you and then hearing his statement, I'm like, okay, like Black women die. Black women, there's another way he could have said it. Like, the number one killer of Black women is intimate partner violence, right? I think if he would have just said that, right, that I think that would be heard better, because adding on the then more Black men get killed by the police turns it into that kind of dynamic you're talking about, right? Is that what it is? Like, by offering more Black women die this way than Black men get killed by the police, it's like turning it into an argument about who's dying more and by what, instead of just being like,
it's white supremacy.
Yeah,
so it's like we suffer more,
right?
Then you suffer from a state agent. So it's like we suffer more from a citizen than y'all suffer from people that carry guns and we know are trained on looking at y'all and identifying y'all. So it's trying to scale up how big of a threat the Black men are to Black women, but Black men live in the home with Black women.
Instead of just saying,
we're stuck in a room with white cops,
right?
We more, but that's not the way it is.
Yeah, it's like the bear in the forest thing. Like the bear probably less people die of bear attacks than intimate partner violence. Like, yes, bears are in the forest.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think a better way he could have said that without making it a fight is just saying more black women die of intimate partner violence than cancer or something like that. Like just keeping it focused.
It could have been something.
Resist that urge to turning into a whataboutism or plight supremacy, like you said. I think people need to get better about that.
Yeah, and like to Bo's,
but I
would
guess
say the numbers are higher. Yeah, I would say to Bo's point, the number is higher than 200 to 300. There are more black women dying at the hands of men each year. In 2022, it was 763.
Oh damn, it went up.
Yeah, but the cop with cops is between 200 to 400 a year.
Oh, okay.
So it is higher, but you know how many black men are killed by black men each year? It's somewhere around like 8,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like to the degree of harm that black men are suffering, it's hard for us. Like we see us dying all the time. Like when I see another man, I feel threatened too.
Mm-hmm.
I have 10 times more likely chance of being killed by another black man than you do being killed by a black man. So it's hard for me to look at your situation and be like, oh, let me stop thinking about my situation. Let's think about yours. It's hard. And the way you're going to do it is also accuse me of benefiting from the system where I'm 10 times more likely to die. And then I also have to deal with the cops and be a threat to everybody and being in an elevator with a white woman, or I have to deal with all of this too. But I know your plight is bigger than mine. Because like the first guy said, Deontay, women have it worse. Like, how are you going to tell me that when I'm dying 10 times as much within my own community by my people? And I've got to deal with problems where my women don't even like me. And I've got to deal with white men. And I've got to deal with
was it okay? Because I feel like Deontay was just saying, like, why can't men understand how women feel about men when y'all have groups y'all kind of feel the same way about?
Right. But he also, in making that point, said women have it worse because they have to deal with racism and sexism.
Oh, like the double. Okay, so that's
what so he did the same thing Masson just did by bringing
but I'm reading the title of this, and now it makes sense to me why he brought in the second statistic. So I missed that at first. They're talking about the fight against the intersectionality thing is happening again because they're talking about racism. So they have to bring in. They brought in the black men getting killed by police as evidence of racism.
Right. Which is the same thing old dude did about black men being afraid of white people.
Right. And then misogyny is why they're mentioning how women are killed by intimate partner violence. So
correct.
I just was saying I missed why he brought it in because I was like, why would he even bring that in? But now I saw the full title and I'm like, oh, racism. And we know that I think black men win the oppression Olympics when it comes to racism. Like, they're the most victimized group. Generally speaking, when people talk about the lens of white supremacy, it is accepted across the board that black men are the highest sufferers of that.
Yeah. And even when you talk about the cops, out of the 400, almost every single one of those was a man. Like very few of those were women.
I think it's accepted across that men are the biggest losers, I guess, when it comes to white supremacy, right? Black men. But in misogyny or patriarchy, women are the biggest losers. Black women are the biggest losers. So it kind of makes sense why they both were brought in.
Bo, my data is from 2022, the Violence Policy Center. Where are you getting your number from?
Yeah.
Because I know neither me nor you counted all the women that were killed. So it's like we got our numbers from somebody.
Well, I think he said killed by, I think he said which one is death, because he definitely said women are killed by intimate partners, right? So I think what I'm to understand what he's saying, the guy in the video, he's basically saying, let's see if we take death as the worst outcome, like being killed. Let's look at these two systems and see the stats on the biggest loser in each system and compare the two. That's kind of what he's doing. So I can see what he's doing and understand why he did it. And it's not really to cause a fight. I think at first I kind of heard it that way, but now looking at what he's doing, he's like racism and then patriarchy. Let's see the stats of the biggest losers in each group and compare the two across.
Yeah, and he's trying to make a scalable argument. Yeah, like scope and scale. Trying to compare scope and scale, which I understand, but again, it casts black men as particularly problematic and only towards women. So it removes us. Like, and it's the same thing Deontay did. it removes us from the frame of victims. And this happens in all the spaces where anybody takes on a feminist lens. Black men aren't seen as victims. So we are being held responsible for not fixing the problem. We're not being recognized or acknowledged for not being the problem, because I'm not out here hurting intimate partners or assaulting women in clubs or churches.
But I think the thing that makes it complicated about it when you say I'm not out here being the problem is like there's yous, right? And then there's the Bonnie guy in the other video.
Right. And who also ostensibly has not been an assaulter either.
Right.
If we just go on the basis
of based off what
we would assume.
We're gonna just assume that he's not. Right. But it's almost like the problem remains invisible.
I mean, but we know the problem exists. I know women who have been assaulted. You know what I'm saying? I know women who were sexually assaulted as children before they were a woman.
Yeah.
And as women.
Yeah, and I'm not saying I don't think men know women get assaulted, but I'm talking about accountability. If we were to take account of the problem, assess it, where all of that stuff.
Okay.
Not acknowledging where it comes from. It's not useful.
So if I'm to account the problem, I can see instances of people who were assaulted in home by family members, by people they chose to be. I can take account of it, right? What is my responsibility? What should my response be? My response is to not be one of those people. I'm taking responsibility for my actions, which is as much as I can do.
Right.
I can't.
Yeah, that's why I said that there's people like you who say that, who I know is taking account. But then there's people who, like the other guy, who doesn't take account and saying, I don't do it. Yeah.
But I would also say he takes responsibility for not even being in those spaces, not even not doing the thing. He's not even in the spaces
he's not in the spaces to do the thing. Yeah.
Right. So I would say, though, like to my original point, was that Black men are being held to an unfair standard, generally speaking, because we're not allowed to also be victims of this very same system that harms us most. And even if the harm is at Black men, we're still also victims and being harmed. We're also being, again, framed as patriarchs, as in we have power and systematic oppression to apply to Black women, and we're doing so willfully. And then third, we are put to be responsible to correct the situation for people that the actual system refuses to police properly. So how can the people I and the people like me are not doing the harm? I and the people like me are not associating with people that do the harm. I and people like me don't have the power to stop an entire community of people that we're also impacted by. So what happens in these conversations is the Black man that is like me hears the conversation and has to tune out because I'm being blamed for something that I'm not allowed to suffer from, even though I am. And it's like, and I'm also supposed to empathize with you. That's a triple layer cake I'm never going to eat. I can't be the victim of something I'm suffering from. I'm responsible to clean it up, and I have to care about your plight, which isn't as big as mine, but you're going to tell me in my face that it's bigger than mine. That's insulting. So when you don't get empathy from Black men, this is the reason why.
Yeah.
And I'm more reasonable than most, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I know most people who are in their own suffering are going to have a hard time empathizing anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, period. I mean, it's just across the board generally. Yeah. I mean, if somebody feels like they're in duress or distress or whatever, I mean, they're not just going to have the energy or capacity to really.
Right.
And that's a feeling. I mean, that's a feeling. So it's like, that's how they feel. So, I mean, I think in this situation, I think most people just aren't in an emotional space to be able to hear something. So like, hear something that's really specific and not paint it out wider or zoom out wider to include themselves in it.
Now, I'm not exactly sure what you are asking, Bo. Like, why aren't Black men are seen as gendered people? I'm not sure exactly.
Oh, when I said,
go ahead.
So why don't we see men as a gendered person? I don't know. Being male is gender, so Black men are most victimized gender. How they, I was saying, depending on the frame you look at. So that's something that I think people struggle with. Framing and intersectionality is a hard one too, and a lot of people get it wrong. But when you look at his title, he's talking about racism and misogyny, which is patriarchy. So like, the biggest loser in race, but white supremacy is, I won't say white supremacy is black men. Biggest loser in patriarchy is black women. Like, and that's kind of, so that's what I was saying.
Okay.
So black men are the biggest losers, because I think that's kind of what he's talking about. So I'm just gonna restate it. Like, black men are the biggest loser. That don't mean there aren't other losers.
Yeah.
That just, you talking about patriarchy, black women are the biggest losers because they're women and they're black. Then white supremacy, black men are the biggest losers. That don't mean black women don't suffer from racism. That just means black men have the worst outcomes because of each system. So I'm just gonna restate that for Bo, just in case that's kind of what he was referencing.
Got you. And my stance is a little different than Bree's. I do believe black men suffer the most from white supremacy, but I also think that black men suffer the most from patriarchy as well. So that's where me and Bree differ.
Yeah.
Our difference of opinion.
Please. And you didn't relate to the 3 black men in the room who were there being supportive. You related to the black men who weren't in the room, who were being called out for being abusive. And with that, responsibility has entered the chat. You did it to yourself.
Hold up. He identified with the abusers.
Yeah, the guy who he posted the comment.
Yeah, but the comment, it looked like he took it literally. It didn't look like he identified with the abusers.
But I think it basically,
hold up,
because that's what I was saying. If I saw his comment, I would assume that he be. Remember, I said to some degree, to some level, I can't specify. I feel like he engages in the same behavior.
Yeah, and I get your supposition. Like, I understand.
I think that's kind of what he's saying.
Where he's going with it too.
Yeah.
I also think that is also an unfair supposition, but I get it. I get your logic, but I think it's also a leap of logic. I wasn't going to like argue this down earlier, but it's like, well, because you don't recognize the thing, you must do the thing. Like, I can understand that premise, but it's also a jump to a conclusion that's not supported by any facts. Yeah. But like he says, he took it literally. She said, I have to fight the man, then I've got to come home and fight my man. And then what he says, no real man want to put up a fight in his women day in and day out. He took it as combative.
Right?
Now the first one, hold up.
Yeah, it was the first one.
Boom.
I was until she said that movement. What is that little small word?
Man? That LBS, and I what is the LBS movement?
This is how division in the household. No deal. I'm out. I don't know what is that. I feel like I've heard it before.
I feel like I know what that is too, but
is it liberals?
Maybe libs. That movement is dead. I don't know.
Yeah, libs. Maybe it's libs, and he just like didn't put the I in it. That's what I would think.
Maybe, but there's a that's triggering something. There's a
I think it must be libs.
Let's go with it.
Liberal left movement or something. Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah. So if I just take it that. Yeah, and that's what I said. I said there are other losers in patriarchy, which includes black men. Just to quote his point. Like, my point is, yes, black men suffer under patriarchy, but we're looking at the deaths, like you said. It could be an invisible thing. I'm open to other interpretations, but intimate partner violence, if you follow the lens, would be an outcome of patriarchy because of male violence against women, blah, blah, blah. So you're going to look at, okay, well, women die of intimate partner violence from men at this rate.
Wait, hold on real quick. Let me just clarify your language, because we're talking about black men and black women. So when you say the patriarchy, so when you say intimate partner violence is a function of patriarchy,
right?
And we're talking about black men and black women, then you're calling black men the patriarchs.
No, I'm not talking about black at all right now. I'm saying patriarchy.
Okay, but that's what this conversation is. So I mean,
I know how we got. Yeah, I know how we got to black.
So you're broadening out to white people.
Yes, because patriarchy, black women suffer the most under patriarchy. There's intersectionality with white supremacy as to why it's probably black women at the bottom, right? Like, there's intersectionality is like, why black women and not white women, right? Like, if you were to say, if we just look at patriarchy as men violence against women, well, why do black women suffer more than white women under patriarchy? If you look at the outcome of deaths from intimate partner violence, if I wanted to use that as my gauge, and I see more black women dying than white women, then I would have to say, why is there a racial difference? So I'm going to say, oh, it's probably white supremacy, right? Like that's probably the explanation of why. Now that could be wrong, but theoretically that's what you would do. You would say, okay, it's probably white supremacy, and then that's where the intersectionality comes in. So if I were to go down that and say, okay, well, for that reason, Black women seem to suffer more under patriarchy, even though we're talking about a system that's not specific to Black people. Does that make sense?
Nah, I'm lost on that.
So, like, when you're looking at, let's say, if I'm looking at patriarchy is male domination of women.
If so any male, any race.
Yeah, like that's what patriarchy, right? It's not a black, white thing. It's just men and women. That's patriarchy. So it's not race specific.
No, it's not.
But, right. It's not. It's not as just general. In general, it's not. So if I was saying like, okay, if I say patriarchy is in general an oversimplified way of saying like male violence against women, the objectification of women, which outcome is violence against women. And I said, well, what would be a statistic I could look at to try to prove this phenomenon?
Mm-hmm.
And I would say maybe intimate partner violence. Okay. Right. So in intimate partner violence, I would look at the rates, like how many women die of intimate partner violence.
Gotcha.
Period.
So now I just got to interrupt because like you have a faulty premise. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right. I just wanted to make sure you understood before.
Yeah, I kind of understood it. Like you stuck there. Like the more you stacked onto the faulty premise, the harder it got to try to catch all the bricks.
Yeah.
Okay. So the faulty premise is that I'm trying to say from my thinking, the faulty premise is like Bo was saying here. You're putting Black men in with white supremacy, like with all people, and saying that the violence that comes from Black men is a part of patriarchy. That's my faulty premise from my line of thinking, because subjugated men cannot be part of the power structure.
Okay, but
so what patriarchy means is the power and the power and possession goes through the hands of men. If there's no power and possession, there's no patriarchy for Black men. If we've been denied power, agency, and wealth accrual, there's no patriarchy there.
So like in the realms of male dominance, political, social, economic, and cultural, you don't feel like Black men engage in any of those?
Let's go. Like, okay, you have that somewhere where you can go point by point. Is that somewhere you're looking at? Okay, let's go. Those 4 things.
So in each of those spheres, we would say.
What's the first one?
Political.
Political. Do you think Black men have political power in this country?
I think Black men engage in it.
Okay, we engage in pickles. Are we pickle farmers? Like I'm
cool with saying like the dominant group is white men, so we can say no, I guess.
Okay, the same thing with women. Otherwise, Roe v. Wade wouldn't have been overturned. So women aren't even the dominant. They don't even really have the political clout. So Black women don't even have real political power here. Black men don't have real political power here. The indigenous who are relegated to reservations don't have political power here. So I'm talking about I
can agree with that. I'm just going through.
I just want to clarify. Yeah, I want to clarify.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying the reason I wasn't a clear yes or no.
That's off the table for Black men. Right. Off the table for Black men. So what's the next? Socially, do you think Black men have social power that we control? What can we?
So what would be a good politics is easier.
Politics is easier.
Social. What is what would you say?
Who would you say defines and determines what the culture is in Black households and gets passed down generationally to the next generation? When somebody says it's Black culture, are they talking about Black men or Black women? What gets exported to other cultures that they mock or mimic?
I definitely think Black men have social power.
You think we have social power?
Yeah.
What would you point to?
Because I'm looking at like music influence and even entertainment.
Okay.
Like sports. Like I feel like Black men definitely affect the culture.
Okay.
Because I think Black culture in general does, and I don't think it's gender specific.
So you say Black, it's not gender specific. Mm-hmm. So would you say men and women in the Black community both contribute equally to the social advancement of Blackness?
Yeah, I don't know if I would say equal split, but yeah, I definitely think men do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they do. Like, so here's what I don't want to do, because like you did the same thing with politics. Yeah, men participate in it.
No, I don't think it's. Way more. Like it's not even something where I'm even questioning participate. I would say they decided. I just can't get down to what the split is. That's all.
Okay. So if you were to look at what other groups of people outside of ourselves, or even like, okay, let's keep it insular. Let's keep it black people. If you're looking at the state of black households, do you think the culture is more predicated on black men's thoughts, opinions, and feelings and their habits and rituals, or black women?
I think once again, I think it's the dynamic. So I'm just being honest. Like I don't see it as the women are only doing it, but it's like a dynamic. That's where it gets like a little bit. That's why I'm saying I don't know what the split is, because
I'm gonna say
absence, which probably can be attributed to a cultural reason beyond them, but that absence kind of creates the skew, and so it's like a dynamic. So I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, I'll say it's black women. So it's black women. 80% of children are being raised in single mother-led house homes. So even if nothing else, there's an 80-20 skew towards the culture that's being put into our children, whether they're boys or girls.
Because I saw that more as like cultural spheres. Like I kind of saw that. Like the last one is cultural spheres, and I was gonna say no to that one. Because I would say women.
For social, I'm gonna say women because they're the social creature. They create the social circles. They maintain the social circles. That's that invisible labor. Again, for social, I'm going to say women. Let's go.
And this they also include in social. They also include gender roles. They say it falls under social, I guess.
And who decides on what the gender roles are going to be? You think men get to decide? No, we get to say. We get to say a lot.
Well, I'm just saying I would say men.
Okay, I would say women.
So I'm still gonna stand by that.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we get to have different opinions. I'm gonna say women. Okay. I'm gonna say women. What was the next one?
The next one, economic. I would definitely say black men. No.
Okay, so we got women, the most educated, are starting out our own men in the cities, and then and you said the last one was cultural.
Well, cultural spheres, which I don't know what the spheres are. I'm trying to see what I don't know what cultural spheres means, but.
Let's say those are the spaces that black people inhabit. So like black church, black this, black Twitter. Would you say those are more black women dominant or black men dominant? We know the black church is women, but let's say the civic engagement, is that more black men or black women?
It's women, but it's also usually led by men though.
Led by men, but dominated by women.
Well, but it's led by men, so I wouldn't necessarily say.
Could it survive without
that still fits a patriarchal structure. If a man is at the head of it, even though he has a bunch of women under him, that's still a man.
But here we go like theoretical versus practical. The church can survive without the man. It cannot survive without the women. If the man starts to move because he understands his dependence upon the woman, he starts to talk different, act different. Because he has to acquiesce to who is providing the income and his assets or his livelihood, that's no longer a patriarchy.
I still feel like, because I feel like patriarchy as a system kind of has that. Like the people at the top aren't the majority or the many or even the powerhouse a lot of times with the body. So for me, I'm still going to disagree because I'm like, we could have, just like a king, I guess, more peasants than a king. Like we could always overthrow him and have a mutiny or overtake him. Like, so to some degree,
and that's the problem is the king had armies. It's like it's a different. I don't want to go
leadership is a certain acquiescence to the people. Like you have to make the people happy, or you'll potentially have a war on your hands, or a mutiny, or a peasant uprising. So I feel like a lot of that's still built into it. That you do have to play to the crowd to some degree.
Okay, so if you're playing to the crowd and the crowd is women, if you're playing to the crowd and the crowd is women,
you're still the leader.
That means the power. That's not really a leader.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you why I disagree. Because principle.
Yeah. I mean, if you can see somebody who's not in a position of power, he's in a titular position. Like there's not the real power doesn't lie with the person who is at the head. That's like a facade or titular. I can't think there's a word for it. But
yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Like, I understand why you're disagreeing with me. It's just a firm disagreement. But I understand that that's probably true because you said you feel like men suffer the most under patriarchy. So I obviously for you to say that, you would have to believe what you're telling me. So I understand what you believe. That's where we differ because I don't believe that. So I think that's just a split. Like that is a split. What is power? Like, what is it to have power? What does power mean? Or what level of power do you have to be considered to have power? Like, I think that's probably where we split.
Okay. So you feel black men are more empowered in the United States than black women?
In United States?
That's what we're talking about. Black men in the United States are more empowered than black women. No, that's what we're talking about.
Under patriarchy, yes. Under white supremacy, no.
Okay.
I think even in the America, there are different ways, like things that intersection. You got white supremacy, you have patriarchy, you have capitalism, you have all these different things that all mix together to create the society we live in. And I think if you were to separate them out and look at each one of them separately, there are going to be people who lose more than others under each one as you go across. So that's why, to me, I think a lot of times when having these conversations, the tit for tat is useless because the reality of the situation is that a lot of these is a mix of multiple things happening. And so to compare, that's why I don't like the comparison because it just feels unnecessary to the point. Because if we're going to focus on misogyny or patriarchy, let's focus on that. If we're going to focus on white supremacy, let's focus on that. If we're going to focus on capitalism, let's focus on that. But I know a lot of people like to do the intersectionality thing, and I just feel like it convolutes a lot of the things because there are bigger losers under each one of those. And I think sometimes when you try to cross over, you lose sight of the bigger losers in another system and just try to make it all about one group. And I that's why I don't really care for the tit for tat.
I can hear that. I can hear it, but it sounds crazy too, because you can't separate them. Like it's not practical. Like theoretically, you can talk about one, right? Because you exist under all. You can't no person can separate. Well, was I treated this way because I'm a woman or because I'm? No. It's hard to. No,
I'm just talking about theoretically. Like these conversations are all theoretical. So when you're having a conversation about it, I prefer to focus on which one I'm talking about because I think it's easy to convolute. And I think if you mix them all together too easily or you go in between each one, you start to make people who suffer under those other systems feel like you're saying, are you saying you suffer more than me? It's like, no, but well, you came over here talking about you suffering. So are you talking about I just feel like that's kind of what's happening. But that's
so then let me ask you, because this is why I think that that part of the conversation is important, because if we can't, even on a theoretical level, if you're spending resources thinking about a problem and you're trying to run a root cause analysis,
right?
You want to get to the root of it. You identify the cause. Now you want to move on to strategizing for solutions.
Right.
Okay, so you've identified the root cause and you want to strategize for solutions, but we now have different root causes. Black men are saying there's this root cause, and black women are saying there's this root cause, and black women are saying you need to care about what we've identified, which is the root cause. But you're also putting us in the root cause. So you're saying the perpetrator has to also fix what's been broken, which that's not realistic. So there's already that's not a non sequitur. There's a non-starter built into the argument made by black women.
Right.
While black men are not pointing black women, even some are, forgive me. Some are, and I have to. But that's part of the conversation. Black men are typically not pointing to black women and saying they're the root cause. We're saying you're the closest perpetrator.
Yeah.
But most black men would think and would say white supremacy is. But we're starting to feel like the person in the house, the cause coming from the house inside the house is the problem.
According to what that lady said, it is coming from in the house, right?
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. Black women have been saying the call is coming from inside the house, even though it used to be a protected thing, like the uncle. The uncle gets protected. That used to be a thing. The call from inside the house got nobody answered it.
Right.
Nobody answered the call. It just got ignored.
And he was protected, right?
Women are more vocal about the calls that are coming from inside the house. Now, within the last couple of years, Black men are starting to say, "Hey, the calls coming from inside the house. The mom was a problem. This was a problem." That's more. So now that conversation is going both ways, it's getting more pushback from the feminist and the womanist side.
Right.
And your guys are still feeling like, well, not you guys. I'm associating you because you said Black women are at the bottom of it. So I'm associating you now mentally, but I'm trying to differentiate. But it's hard to have sympathy for somebody that's simultaneously blaming you and asking you to fix it while you're being harmed in our perception more. That's an impossible ask from us, and I can't see that budging. It's not going to budge.
I mean, clearly, I don't think it is. Like, I don't think it is.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. I don't think there's anything that you can say, because even though it's like, well, women are the biggest losers. I mean, y'all like one step up from us. It doesn't like there's like 10 ladder rungs, and you're like on the second from the last step. We're just at the bottom step. Like, that's when I say that. That's all I mean. So I can't really speak to all that other, like, your women are saying men. Like, I can't speak to that, because to me, I look at it as ladder. There's 10 rungs. We're at the bottom. You're one rung above us. Like,
but that positioning matters into where we allocate our, like, which step is next. That determines which leg goes up next. Like, do we step up with this leg? Or, like,
it's just as important to it's all suffering. I mean, anything from the fifth one down is all under the middle, right? You're all subjugated. You're all below. So I can say women are the biggest losers, meaning they're at the bottom, and not mean that means men are at the top.
Right.
Or the Black men are at the top. So once again, I stand by what I say, but it doesn't mean any of that other stuff. It doesn't mean that, men are just like up here living great, doing great, thriving. It doesn't mean any of that. And I don't even think feminists believe that. Yeah, they say Black men suffer under patriarchy too.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard FD say it, and I know he's feminist, so it's like I've heard feminist people say that Black men suffer under patriarchy.
Yeah, it's that y'all say Black women suffer under the most. Y'all again.
Yeah, and I also think it depends on what specific angle you're looking at the problem from in any particular conversation, because it is a complex thing. Like, that's one thing that I sometimes I get frustrated with. It's just that you can talk about a phenomenon, like you said with Greg. I can talk about a phenomenon from various different angles. I can come from this one, I can come from that one, I can come from that one. And so when we're talking about intimate partner violence or sexual exploitation or sexual predation, that's obviously going to be more skewed to women being the losers there. But if you wanted to talk about other aspects of patriarchy, then you would talk about it from how men are affected more. You talk about like financial domination. Yeah, women suffer that, but men suffer that too on an economic level. More, a lot. And you can see it more because white men are so far, it's just a huge gap. You can see it better actually in a lot of ways. So I don't know. I just feel like we're talking about sexual predation. I don't see the problem with letting women have that one. Not to say boys aren't, abused and all that. It's not saying any of that. But I mean, if you're talking about patriarchal objectification, sexual exploitation, I don't see why women can't be the focus for that particular aspect.
Okay. And that goes back to what I was saying a little bit earlier. This is why. Like the same with Deontay. Once you throw in feminist language, it gets tied into overarching arguments that have been going on for a while. That's where the problem comes in.
Yeah, the other stuff comes in.
Yeah, the other stuff comes with it, brings in baggage. So if you just spoke to sexual assault and sexual predation, which many people have had those conversations, you're not going to get the pushback. But when you bring in feminist language, you bring in the other zones of patriarchy and feminism, because feminism and patriarchy don't stop and start with intimate partner violence or sexual predation.
And that's what I feel like. That's why I say I get frustrated, because I feel like that's an online thing, because a lot of feminism and blah 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 came into the normal jargon of most people outside of academia through red pill and all these conversations. So therefore, I think if you start to say feminist language, people are going to go into the argument, debate, red pill, women versus men, gender war thing. Right. And the reality is, if you take it like, this guy's an academic, so if you take it from an academia side, that's not all that necessarily doesn't have to be brought in just because you choose a frame in which to look at a problem. It's just a frame through which to look at a problem. It's not, and that's just the commodification and the, you know, social mediaification of academia. We see that in a lot of stuff. Therapy, speech, we see it happen. Like, and that's kind of my thing. Like, I became aware of this lens through academia. Right. You know, so I have that kind of view of it. If someone came to it through red pill or gender wars, they're going to have a different energy behind it. And I think sometimes that's simply the clash.
And this is where we are. You've got Deontay, or I think that was his name, Deontay. Anyway, whoever his name was, that first dude, Deontay Kyle, I want to say. He brought that language into the conversation about a Black community issue. He brought in feminism and patriarchy, which, again, those words are where my problem comes in, because it sets up a school of thought that I think misapplies where power actually rests within the Black community. It puts an onus on Black men that they do not have. Even if you say, okay, that's just my argument with using that language. So let's say nobody said feminism and nobody said patriarchy. So for the rest of this conversation, I'm going to try to ignore the words feminism or patriarchy, because that's going to derail me, because I see where power rests in the community differently than where a feminist would. But it's hard to have a conversation from the same place if people believe power rests in different hands. Because, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to say who's the decision maker. And we're saying, who's the decision maker? You believe it's one person. I believe it's the other person. So when something needs to happen, we're going to make different assumptions because we think different people are the decision makers. But I do want to, last thing on that was, when you talked about the academic lens, they're both bringing it to the public. They're both bringing feminism and patriarchy conversations, and they're both public facing. For whatever reason, this guy, academic, like I said, the social mediaification, I believe was the word you used.
It's a moneymaker now. So of course people are
so he's pointing to the chat, and he's pulling somebody from the general public and highlighting them and using them as an example. But then to go back to where we started, then he's doing the thing where I said he's making a logical leap to saying, well, this person who clearly took this literally, like this is where we started with. I was running with her until she said, not only do they have to fight the man, but they have to fight their own men. So this is about fighting. His issue with is they have to fight. And he's saying there's a movement that's dividing the household. So he believes there's an ideology that's dead, but it's dividing the household, right? If we look at this, just on the surface of what he's saying, I was rolling with her until she said, not only do they have to fight the man, but they have to fight their own men. So he has a problem with them fighting their own men, again, fighting. There's a movement that's dead, and it's division. So fighting and division. So that's called conflict, contention. And then the next one was...
The libs is a political movement.
Feminism. Ultimately, men don't want to put up with fighting their own women. So when I look at that, if we accept everything that we say about men and their simple language and alexithymic, everything he says is superficially about fighting and conflict. Now, I can understand your logic train of, well, if you don't see it, you must do it. I can understand that, although, again, that's a leap of logic to me. And for this guy, an academic, because you did it, that's cool with online conjecture. This dude's an academic, and he's making the same assertion that you said you see him making the same assertion. That's problematic because, one, we don't know this dude. It's a leap of logic. And if you actually read his words to me, they come across as he took this very straightforward and literally, which is a language comprehension problem.
Because right, I can see why you say he took it literal.
Yeah,
I mean, I just saw him say libs movement, which is kind of liberal, feminist, left-leaning movement of Black women.
Yeah, if we can't frame
just towards feminism, towards liberal ideas, the lib movement. So
that's my thing. Like,
he brought that in, and he understood fighting the man wasn't literally.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't read it that way.
Got you. So if you say fighting the man is part of the liberal movement.
No, I don't think he's saying that. But fighting the man is not literal. literal fighting the white man, literally punching in the street. It's fighting white supremacy is politically.
Okay, so forgive me. So when I say literal, I don't mean a fist fight either. What I mean is there's a combative stance that causes you to go against, which is why I brought in the word division.
Yeah, political at odds stance. They're politically at odds.
So if you have an anti-white supremacist combative, I'm fighting it, you're going against it to dismantle it or disrupt it. Right. I take the second part of that first statement, the libs movement. I take that, I'm gonna go with feminism, which a lot of modern feminists have that anti-nuclear family thing.
Absolutely,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, so he's talking about divide the household. Then he brings in the man don't want to put up with fighting his woman all day, because if he has a feminist woman, ideologically, right. You might be with me, but you're going to be fighting me the entire time because of feminist ideology. Right. That's how I read his statement. I don't mean like a fist fight, put on gloves.
Okay,
well,
you say literal, so I think we're interpreting it kind of the same. I'm not interpreting it different.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. You say literal, so I'm like, you think you fight like literal fighting?
My bad. So I meant, I guess that is not literal, but
it's not literal. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm making the same conclusion. I think he is.
I just meant away from where you took it, the leap of logic from.
Yeah, that's why I talked to that. I can't say how he engages, and I'm not willing to say he does anything overt. I have no evidence of that. Mm-hmm. But I was saying that, like, a lot of times you either, I gave room for him not to be a thing. I said he either lives in a bubble where he literally doesn't see it, so he's oblivious, or he partakes in it at a lower level that he can't perceive.
Gotcha.
So that's the two things I said. I gave room for him to not be that. It's just like either you're in a bubble where you see it, like the other guy, like you said, okay, maybe you really just don't go nowhere you see it. But then it's also hard to believe that you don't see it anywhere. You've never seen it. You don't see it happening. So it's he could be that, but he also could just not perceive lower levels, which a lot of times people can't perceive what they do. So
that's right.
For me, that's kind of where the leap is, but I'm okay with saying it's a leap.
Yeah. I'm trying to find better language because it's not literal, but it's like it might be superficial. He took it on the surface that when she said fight our men, that she meant combat our men. But when she's talking about in the case of sexual assault, it's me. I have to protect myself and guard my girls if I have children, boys. Like we have to guard against the peril.
Oh, you talking about when she said it? You think she only meant it literal though? I don't think she only meant it literal. Like
no, like listen to my whole thing. Like this guy right here, Jay Pillar. I think his response when I said he took it literally, what I'm trying to say is when she said we have to fight our men, he took it that's why I keep saying literal. He took it in a way where he thinks she is trying to fight black men, and I don't mean street fight. I meant the way we both understand and agreed just a moment ago.
Yeah, she's ideologically we're bumping heads.
But I don't think that's what she was saying. She was saying there are threats. I think she was saying there are threats that I have to protect against.
Right.
Like,
that's literal.
Sexual assault.
Like she's saying physical threats. Like I have to fight, literally defend myself physically. Literally.
You think that's what she's saying?
No, I'm asking if that's what you understood.
No,
that's what he thinks she's saying.
I think that's. Hold on.
Yeah, because I thought I was agreeing. Like
okay. I think she is talking about the safety. I think she's talking about safety.
Right.
And so when she's talking about fight, she's talking about protection and safety.
Protecting her person.
Yes. In the lens of the conversation of sexual assault. That's what we're talking about.
Protecting her person. What she's talking about. That would be when you say a literal, take literal, that's literal. Like if she's saying a fight and she's talking about protecting her person, that's literal.
Yeah, so I don't think when she says fight that she's talking literally. I don't think she's talking literally. I don't think she's fist fighting.
No, I don't know. She didn't say fist fighting, but I think if someone said, if you're talking about literally protecting their person, their body physically in real life.
Okay, so real quick. So do you think she's literally out here protecting her person against the man? Who is the man? Because there's no literal the man.
No, I'm talking about when she said the man in the house, like not the man, the other one, the second one.
Right. So you think in the first part she's being metaphoric, in the second part she's being literal?
No, I interpreted it as she's being both metaphorical with both. I interpreted it as both.
Okay, so now we're in the same place.
Yeah, I think me and you have the same interpretation. Okay. I was trying to say, I thought you were saying you thought Jay Pillar heard her saying metaphorical with one, but literally with the other one. So that's why I got confused.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think his.
But I think everybody listening to this is interpreting it the same way.
Yeah, I think his understanding is that he thinks she should combat white supremacy, but she should not combat the black man.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying. That's what
I think
when I said literally. Yeah.
Well, that's where he said he noped out. He was
me.
just like, we're not fighting each other. Feminism requires you to fight me because I'm a man.
Right.
And so I don't agree with that. Like,
and I'm saying, she was never claiming feminism to me. That's what I would, in that statement, she wasn't talking about feminism. She wasn't talking about an outward expression of an inward ideology. She was talking about an inward defensive stance where I have to protect against something that's external to me.
Yeah.
Impressive.
And I think because of the title on the video, I think that's why the guy, she's feminist. Yeah. And we also didn't get a whole conversation.
She may be feminist. Yeah, I'm just talking about that portion. I don't think she was talking about a feminist thing.
Yeah. I wish I could have heard more, but anyway, I want to see what he's saying. Maybe he'll.
Gotcha. Let's go.
The question is, if you were homophobic all along, how on board were you in the first place?
At the end of the day, we have a common goal.
He said, I know he came through. Shout out to Lonzo Hall. Mr. He said, thank you for the cash app, man. Appreciate you, my bro. For one, keeping it 100. Appreciate you. Let me make sure real quick. I have delivery come. I'm here play.
Which is ultimately liberation, but at the very least, the well-being and safety of our sisters.
If you think that black women being loved by black women is a downgrade from black women being hated by black men, were you really down, brother? The sister who said that they have to fight their man said so literally sitting next to black men. There were 3 black men sitting in the room in support of her and her comrades. 3 black men, including yours truly.
Black women should be a priority just by the numbers. More black women died as a result of intimate partner violence than black men get killed by the police.
And you didn't relate to the 3 black men in the room who were there being supportive. You related to the black men who weren't in the room.
And real quick, and that's to the point I was talking about earlier, where he talked about the prioritization.
Yeah,
in feminist circles, it's pointed to we need to prioritize women's thing. But when black men look out, we see society throwing support and undergirding, putting safety nets under black women that black men don't have access to. So like, why
that it's time for a shift? I mean, it could just be that, all that feminist rah fourth movement, third wave, fourth wave did a lot of that patchwork, and now it may be time to shift. I mean, I think feminism been rocking for a minute now.
It's been rocking for a minute, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it's just the patchwork has worked pretty well. Yeah. And we need to now shift our focus into, okay, we stopped that bleeding. Let's move on to the next one. Like, I think we're just lingering a little too long.
Yeah, because the message, it took so long that the original messaging got lost. Like, you've had so many waves. The original, what was originally meant is no longer the intention.
And even this, I mean, we're in a new wave now. Yeah. Like, maybe we don't need another wave. I think.
No.
Or we can still wave, but maybe we need to wave a little bit somewhere else.
And see, what's happening, because there have been so many waves, the men are going to sandbag. We're sandbagging.
Yeah.
We're going to sandbag.
Like, okay, when is it our turn?
We got to protect against all these waves. These waves keep coming, they're crashing.
I mean, that's honestly how I see. I think feminism people will say they're falling. We're going back now, but it has worked well to fix a lot or to patch that hole. It has worked well. And I think a lot of it is just like, okay, maybe we need to like focus our efforts, which I think some people are starting to realize, like after the whole, he got reelected, the 92 thing. And it's like, okay, well, hold on, let's get back to the drawing board here. Maybe we need to focus on white supremacy now, which is when you start hearing people say, black people need to stay out of it. Black people need to do this.
Right.
That's now shifting out of that patriarchal lens where it's like, okay, black people, we all in danger now. What do we need to do? And then you will see the focus shift. So I think it's just time to shift.
Yeah.
Honestly.
It's time to shift.
Feminism and black women have learned that. Feminism benefits white women the most, benefits them the most. Like, if intersectionality is real, then what did we think was going to be the outcome anyway? Like, how did we think that just going full in on feminism was going to save us if intersectionality is real? Because intersectionality would say that it's not.
Right.
And then like black women woke up and were like, oh my God, feminism really only helped white women get out of the mud. Like, how are we shocked? how are we shocked at that outcome? So I don't know. I just kind of feel like we just need a shift. Like it's just we've been hanging here too long, and I don't know. Yeah. That's kind of a tangent, but that's just the frustration with it. It's like,
if people have black fatigue, there's definitely a femme fatigue. Like it's
white feminists they live in a whole different reality. Also,
for sure.
Which is why I hate that. I hate that a lot of the feminists, even like you said, the same thing with men are seen as a perpetrators of patriarchy.
Yep.
It's almost like we're seen as the beneficiaries of feminism.
Yeah.
Kind of, if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Now I get I know the class of women do get benefits, but I think the benefits y'all get are not because of the feminism. I think the benefits that y'all have actually come from the patriarchy.
Yeah, patriarchy and capitalism definitely are helping us more than feminism. And I think that's been a disillusionment. A lot of Black women have thought feminism is doing all this for me. It's like, nah. The commodification of you being a worker is actually what boosted you up. It's never had anything to do with you being a person.
Right. And I think that's why right now, Black men suffer more under patriarchy because we're excluded from a lot of the new labor in weird ways. There's still ways now, like, as far as men, I do want to put this caveat in there. As far as Black women and Black men, I don't think there's ever been a time where we could get as much money as we could right now. There's so many avenues where we don't even have to show our face or put our Black name on anything. There are ways to make money where you're never visible. Nobody knows you got a Black name. You ain't got to put in a resume. So I'm not saying that there are not opportunities. I'm not even trying to take a victim stance. I'm just saying that in the realm of the opportunities that there are, I believe that there are more like employment level and self-employment level opportunities that are more accessible for women. There are more like fearless funds, and there are more things that prop up Black women than there are Black men. So that's when I say the patriarchy side, there's a lot of money from men being poured towards women's endeavors.
Right.
What I'm saying, even the patriarchy supports Black women over Black men.
I mean, I got liberal fatigue. Why that's not a thing? Child, I got liberal fatigue. That's the fatigue we need to have, and the fact that, and that's why I'm like, anybody who's taking on Black fatigue, like you need to have liberal fatigue.
Yeah, I got Black fatigue. I got white exhaustion. I got liberal malaise. I got
chronic liberal malaise. Like I am it's not helping us.
I got MAGA malady.
It's really not helping us. Like the little small benefit, it's the kind of the same. Like the little small benefits you get from being a woman, a Black woman under feminism is not worth the squeeze. Just like the benefit Black men get under patriarchy is a dismal at best.
Yeah.
That's why I just feel like I don't know. Like,
and I think like the whole fences era when it was industrial, Black men benefited from patriarchy then.
Oh yeah, with factory jobs and like all this, where you're paying you good.
Yes.
Once women flooded the workforce and capitalism figured out that we could get more workers and make more
and
workers.
Mechanization. We don't even need physical labor. Yeah, so it's like men got displaced. That's why I say that's what I think the shift in patriarchy. When I say patriarchy is dead, for Black men specifically, once we left the physical labor market, and then you can have even cheaper migrant labor. So even for physical labor, you got
now we all got left behind for the migrants.
You know what I'm saying?
There's like no upward mobility. So I do agree with that. I don't think there's upward mobility for a man. And any benefits y'all get from patriarchy, that's why it's like one rung above us, not much. But the only benefit, only men who are willing to be overtly predatory benefit, if that makes sense. Like we see this, like you have to have predatory practices to kind of have any upward mobility in the current state of capitalism. Like you have to be willing to exploit, lie under the guise of marketing, content form. Like it's just like the upward mobility. You have to be a predator to kind of do it because there are no factory jobs or anything anymore. It's just
And you could pop off being a good, honest person. Somebody finds you and you know, put you like somebody else does it. But it's rare.
It's
So
rare.
sometimes you have to do some of the stuff that might be a little unethical or something. But it's not
or
everybody. It's not
exploit
all the time.
yourself.
Yeah, exploit yourself exactly.
L post and cry in the car on TikTok.
And I gotta check in on her too. I want to see her numbers go down. Old girl that they won with.
I want to see her number. I just, so I mean, yeah, it's a very tangled up problem about which one is really empowering who and why. A lot of the stuff that's attributed to feminism is probably more capitalism than anything. It's time to shift.
Let's go.
Being called out for being abusive. And with that, responsibility has entered the chat. You did it to yourself. You see people having a conversation about a particular ilk of men that you don't associate yourself with, yet you are all up in the mix, debating and obfuscating on behalf of the men who ain't in the room. And a lot of times it's rooted in trauma. When a person's been blamed for everything, they don't want to be responsible for anything. You are not fighting to discover and defend what is right. You are fighting to determine and dictate who is right. And right fighting always goes wrong. When we are tasked with the responsibility of preserving life and liberty in our community, we are all collectively accountable. The problem is, y'all associate accountability with blame, because that's what you're doing when you're calling for it from women, playing the blame game. Without accountability, you can't be counted on.
Now that was cute, but now let's look at the reality of that. Because I think he's obfuscating there. Anybody that's asking you for accountability is, in essence, even if it's not direct blame, you're being asked to take on the outcome of something. So it doesn't even matter if it's pure blame or not. You're being asked to clean up a mess, whether you made the mess or not. They don't even have to blame you for the mess. If they're telling you to clean it up, it feels...
How are you accountable what you aren't responsible for?
Exactly. So
hold on, give me one.
Go ahead, do you think? I don't understand how people could be in the same breath saying we're holding you accountable and then say, well, you're taking it as blame. Well, if it's not me, if I didn't do it, why would you be holding me accountable? And if you're online talking about holding people accountable and you're not talking to me, why don't you tell the people who you think really did it? Why aren't you talking to them? Why aren't you naming them? If it's really an accountable thing. If you know who the people are, point them out. Put an address on, put a stamp on it. But if you don't know and you're just having a general conversation, of course, somebody that doesn't feel responsible, but you're putting them in the group responsible, they're going to feel blamed. What are you talking about? Black men do this, of course. If you say black women do this, of course they're going to get a little triggered. That is logical. If you're throwing a big old blanket statement out there and I get caught up in it, I might flinch. Duh. And I expect the same if I could say black women to me. Black women are the cause of humanity. You might flinch, even if it sounds stupid. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That we are trying to dodge accountability as black men or trying to deflect and defend people who are indefensible. I think when you go and throw blanket statements on a whole group of people, you're going to get a reaction. And then when you point at them and say, look, you reacted, you're a hit dog, that's not fair. You called me a name. Yeah, I'm going to turn my head. If I turn my head, you say that must be you. You called me, you said black men, but also said they're predators. I didn't hear that part. I just heard you call my name. So I flinched. I looked. So it's like that kind of rhetoric, I think, is unfair. That kind of rhetoric, I think, triggers a lot of black men, understandably so, because I think it's problematic. I'm gonna get ready to pull up this next video real quick, and then we get ready to get up out of here. I ain't gonna do the whole row, because me and Bree got caught up on something. I like getting caught up on. I love getting caught up on wordplay. I love arguing words, but yeah, we got. Let's do one more from him. I do like dude again. I don't agree on everything because I think he speaking to the name of the video. He tweaks out a little bit on this one. But again, I don't mind well-intentioned disagreement. But sometimes people do get a little too, I would say people who are feminist and feminist adjacent they have an inherent misandry that the feminist ideology would naturally incline you towards. And that's the thing I hate. I hate that comes in with a lot of people who have feminist leanings. Welcome back.
The feminist lens? Nah, we're the laid back lens.
Jit. Y'all might be a little feminist too.
What?
Y'all might be just a little bit feminist.
Because you did not hear me dragging The Last of Us for girl power in the apocalypse.
Well, that's true too. You vacillate more than most, which I appreciate. I appreciate the fact that I know 1 week you're gonna be on the men dragging them, and the next week you're gonna be like, I can't stand women. I hate y'all.
I hate everybody. Your turn coming around.
Yeah. I promise you, sometimes you be like, and I love it because it's so honest. You be like, I just want to throw myself in the fire knowing I'm a woman. Like, just like, God dang. You be hating y'all sometimes.
Existential dread.
Yeah. But you hate everybody in their due time. You don't hate everybody at once like me. You go through seasons and shit, which I respect it.
Yeah, you just hate everybody at once, trying to get it out the way.
Once.
In this lifetime.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna play like one more, maybe. Let's see.
You may not harass women. You may know how to take rejection. The majority of men that most women deal with do not. They have to be hyper vigilant because they have to be constantly scanning the room, making sure that they're in a safe situation.
It seems as if women want to perfect the social environment instead of existing within it. If you don't like the negative experiences that come along with like the environments that you like to be in, remove yourself from said environments.
Investigators say 26-year-old Quintet Wilson is accused of shooting at a woman several times after she denied his offer of a ride. Harris County District Attorney representatives tell ABC 13 the woman was waiting to catch a bus when Wilson offered her a ride. She accepted, but while in the car, she became really uncomfortable and asked to be let out of the vehicle. So he stopped and let her go. We're told she then caught a bus to a friend's house. Later in the day, police say the woman was walking to a different bus stop and Wilson approached her again, asking if she wanted a ride. She declined. As he tried to convince her, investigators say Wilson told the woman she was going to miss her blessing as he was coming onto her. The woman again declined, and officers say Wilson started yelling profanities at the woman. We're told that's when Wilson is accused of shooting from his car 3 times, hitting her once.
She was shot in her back, 16 weeks of recovery, and she was a complete stranger.
Sit at the house. Be grown.
An East Nashville woman left feeling terrified after seeing video of a man appearing to peep in her bedroom window. The victim tells News 2's Stephanie Langston in this crime tracker alert the man is actually a next-door neighbor, and she needs help from police.
You know, I always have that fear that someone's going to be outside my window, and that was a reality this time.
The video captured at 1 o'clock in the morning on a neighbor's security camera.
I am so thankful because I would never have known if her Ring camera wasn't there facing my window.
Even more disturbing, Madeline Glumzik says the man on the video is a neighbor.
In the video, it's my neighbor who was wearing the same clothes that I saw him in earlier that night, pulling a chair from their patio up to my bedroom window.
He first appears to peep inside before taking off his shoes and climbing on a chair.
I hate y'all.
Because he brought...
That's what I said. I was like, man, I know how dudes be.
Oh my God, that's why I'm a psycho about closing the blinds when the sun goes down. Like,
yeah.
Oh my God, I'm psychotic. Don't leave my blinds open when it's dark outside. Y'all get on my nerves.
I get it. That's why I would never deny the experience that women go through. Because I've seen too much with my own 2 eyes. But then when they go to like Yellow called the pandering, I also have seen too much that the women do. I've seen so much on every level that it's hard. I can't trust. That's why I hate everybody. But you're
go after these weirdos the way they go after panderers. Like, dang.
But here's the thing, Bree. They talk about them online. We're not going to do anything about creeps talking about them online.
Yeah, we not. We should castrate them and yeet their dicks into the sun, like I said.
But nobody names them. Nobody knows any. And if you talk to the women, even the women that talk about how much intimate partner violence he is, and they be with them niggas. But they also don't name these people online either.
That's what I hate that too. Don't come on. I ain't gonna say his name. Say his name to somebody. You clearly ain't take him to the police. That's why I just start cussing everybody out. Why are you not telling the police this story?
Yeah, like even when
why
are
you not telling the police this story? Please.
Was it Ashley? Ashley talking about I'm still protecting Tyler. I'm still protecting him. I don't want to say too much, but she ain't had no problem dragging Jesse Wu them.
Right. That's when you get cussed out from me.
Yeah,
why are
so
you
it's
coming out here telling your sad story? You protecting this nigga? Like,
yeah.
I don't want to say his name.
The
Why?
crier. She got a dude. She talking about he a chronic cheater. Even Risa Tisa, I'm gonna call him Legion. If these people are so bad, let people know.
Right, girl. That's why I was like, you calling him Legion for why?
Yeah. But you gonna
I mean, I know doxing is illegal technically, but we nosy on the internet, girl. Have his picture in the background.
Yeah. You ain't gotta give his last name or address.
Right.
Hey, this is Leon. Here's a photo. This is who I'm talking about. Because he went on according to even Risa Tisa. Even after Risa Tisa, she said he went on to victimize other people, I think. All right, somebody right after her.
I be hating it. Oh, he has other victims, and you just up here telling this story. Boo, tomato.
Now here's my thing. What up, Dr. Quano? I do understand safety, and I do understand people are so afraid of men and their reaction that they don't even want to out them. But now we're caught in a catch-22. There's all these bad people. Nobody knows who they are, and the people that do know who they are won't say who they are. So when we're holding men accountable online to do something about these predatory men, who are we supposed to go after? Because we don't know them. Our friends are not going to tell us, "Hey, bro, I'm a predator." Hey, bro, I was creeping in somebody's window last night and I got caught on the news. Nobody's going to. That's not normal. And you see, he's by himself.
Yeah, you know they wait till nobody around to do it. Like you said, most men, even if they doing it, they ain't gonna do it in another man's face. Mm-hmm. If they have any awareness that it's not, they gonna wait. They try to wait for their moments. So I agree. I mean, that's why when you say something like I don't see men do it, you never gonna hear me push back on that, because that's what they do. They wait till nobody's around to do weird shit.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this: I had sisters whose men were abusive. You know, never not once were they abusive around me. Like never not once. Most pleasant dudes.
They not. No, usually they actually very nice guys. I also seem like nice, charismatic.
Feel like they give you the shirt off their back.
Yeah.
I hear my sister later on. Someone so happened, and you know who they with the next day, the next week, back with that dude that's so terrible. Yeah.
That's how it is. Anytime
come get this guy. He's abusive. I go over there with a gun. Me and my cousin, we tell him to get lost. Don't come back. Guess what? She let him in the next week.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to deal with talking about holding people accountable. What are we supposed to do? Because even when we do something,
I mean, it's probably as big as saying white people need to be held accountable. It's like, what the fuck I'ma do?
Right. Yeah.
You go take some land off them or something. I don't know what you want me to do.
Yeah.
They here. They white. I don't know what you want me to do.
Yeah. So there's nobody for me to hold accountable because you won't name them. I'm not the guy, but you keep saying the group that I'm a part of is responsible.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I mean, I can understand that being very frustrating.
Yeah.
To have it's like that thing I'm trying to learn through therapy. Don't pick up backpacks people sit down for you to pick up. I'm not picking that up. I'm not picking that up.
That's fair.
That's somebody else's backpack. It's not mine. I ain't got to
police ourselves. Here's the thing. Like, we know there's a few people that we know are perverts. If we go and kill them, we're going to jail.
Exactly. You can't even kill them in peace.
Yeah.
Your best bet is just to send them to jail. They'll kill them.
But they never get caught doing the stuff. And nobody will ever tell.
Oh, yeah. The people, that's what I'm saying. The victims don't talk. Yeah. That's why if you come online and you ain't trying to expose, but you exposing, get out of here. Leave me alone. Yeah. Commodify.
You got to even think. If it wasn't for Cassie trying to get money out of Diddy, all this stuff wouldn't have came out.
It wouldn't have came out. Yeah.
Like it was never a criminal prosecution.
Yeah, she took him to civil court.
Yeah, trying to get some money.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if they're like the actual stuff, like there's crimes happening, people won't report the crimes. They'll try to get money out of somebody.
This was so terrible. I mean, when you listen to couples therapy, you just hear some of the stories people tell you. Like, how is this person not in prison?
Right.
A lot of times they keep relationship with them, especially if they parents or something.
That's wild, man. But that's why when the online accountability where men are supposed to fix the black community, and it's like houseway. Nobody's talking, nobody's pointing out anything. And I've even heard this out of women. I don't want to tell my brother, my dad, my so-and-so I don't want to tell them what happened to me because I know what they'll do to them, and then I'll lose both of them. They'll go to
sometimes
jail.
people don't want the. I think all you can really do from conversations, as with any conversation, I don't think this is necessarily this particular topic problem. I think anytime you're sitting around listening to people try to go through the problems with the community and observe and point out and all that stuff, I think anytime you're listening to that in any lens, it can be frustrating. You can feel powerless. But all you really can do is just like, am I somebody who does this? Am I somebody who pushes it in some way? You assess yourself. Like I think it's just you give it a benefit of doubt, take a good listen, try to really understand, and then ask yourself if you do that stuff. And I feel like that's all you can really want out of conversations. Like, are you someone who does this? Do you push this? Did you know you do that? Do you have an awareness? You know, like I think that's all you can really ask for out of any conversation like that. That's it.
No, I'm with that. I would prefer that the conversation, because of those things I pointed out, stay in the realm of the nuance. Like, these are things that are problematic but not criminal, that make people uncomfortable or make people feel unsafe or that look problematic or predatory. You know what I'm saying? I would prefer that, because that's stuff we can do something about that we may not be aware of. Like, you follow her around the gym.
And I think that's all. I think that's, and honestly, sometimes I think that's what the conversation, but people take it to the extremes. I think because once again, it's like alexithymia. It is like, because you don't see all of this other stuff before overt, obviously wrong behaviors. The conversation is I think a lot of times the conversation is being had from the perspective of that stuff, but because people's own experience is not with that stuff and they only see and have observed the overt stuff, I think the conversation always goes to the overt stuff. Like, I don't do that. I don't put my chair outside my neighbor's window and look in it. I think most guys no, actually, I'm not going to say that. I think it's probably an even split. Okay, I'm gonna say that. I think it's an even split. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
You think 50-50 men would be outside some woman's window?
And maybe not this, but to this level of weirdo behavior, absolutely. Not specific this, but yes.
But to this level.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
1 o'clock outside her window.
If he could get away with going in the bathroom and sliding his phone under her door, looking up a skirt, grabbing a feel in a crowded, yes.
You think that's 50-50?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So, like, from lived experience, I know like how it feels, but like, let's put this in practical.
From lived experience.
Hold up. Let's put it in lived experience. So when you go to a venue would it be in like a club? You go to the club. Are you telling me 50% of the men
are weird?
To, like you said, to this level, like trying to grab something, trying to stick a camera
trying to
somewhere.
Cop a feel. If you going through the crowd, try to get to the bar, you gonna feel hands on you. They shouldn't be there.
So you go through a crowd of 20 men. You trying to tell me 10 of them are grabbing you?
A crowd of 10? No, it would have to be crowded enough where they feel like they can get away with it, and then it happens. If it's not crowded enough, then no.
You slide through 50 men on a dance floor.
Yeah, at a con.
So 20, so 25. So you was at a con and you slid through 50 men. You trying to tell me 25 of them grabbed your butt?
I've definitely had a lot of feels when squeezing through a crowd at DreamCon. I don't know how
a lot. But you said 50.
I'm saying because you want to make it, because the reason I'm saying 50%
that's a high
because
percentage.
I didn't say because I'm not taking it from one situation 50% at that. But if I'm looking at across, it's certain groups, like certain types of men. If I just take all of that data, it's not to say that 50% of men at every event I go to do something weird. I'm not saying that. But if I just thought about the events in which I've had the weirdness, and then I think about how many people fit that group and where they probably exist, then yeah, I feel like it does change the percentage. Like, I just do. And like, sometimes you're also not around, like, I'm not often around the groups of men that I feel like do it more. So I experience it less. But back in times of my life where I was in spaces with men who did this stuff, yes, it happened way more often. In my current life, it doesn't.
Okay.
Because I'm not often in those spaces. Like,
you don't go to the club.
I don't go to the club, but I don't work a 9 to 5 either. So
I mean, but you stay in the house, which makes you safe.
Yeah, I stay in it. So now my percentages now are skewed. Like I do all the safe things now. So my percentage is much lower now. It only really happens if I go somewhere like DreamCon, something like really
married
with a lot of men.
You go to a nice dinner
married,
and you stay in the house.
I go to a nice dinner, I stay in the house.
Yeah, that's
so I only have to get harassed when I go somewhere like DreamCon, once a year. Gotta get my quota up, I guess. But back when I was in strip clubs, at the club, like, just outside, just not even at the club, it'd be in the street, just outside. We at the gas because we out at night, so we gonna go to the gas station to get gas late. You just out, so it's just more situations.
Yeah,
absolutely, it was skewed higher. I'm just walking it down to 50%.
That's crazy.
If I actually, and then if I include my own experience with other people's experience around me who was like worse, I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like it's a feeling. I feel like it's a feeling. I feel like it is a feeling. There's no way that I'm done.
My current life skills are not that. Most men are fine. Yeah, most men are fine now. I know the space. So, like to the other guy, he's saying nothing happens not in those spaces. I don't agree with that. Like,
that's
obviously that. But yes, there are spaces in which if you go in as a woman, 50-50, like you already know, you just know, it's coming. It's gonna happen. You're gonna go in the club and some weirdo gonna come over and be dancing all up on you too close and
so that's my
feel
point.
On you.
So
and you just know.
So some weirdo or a couple of weirdos, but that's what I'm trying to make sure I'm absorbing this properly.
Yeah.
You have a 50-50 chance of an occurrence or two, or that 50% of the crowd is occurrence.
No,
material.
I'm not saying 50% of the crowd.
Okay, that's why. Okay, that's what I was trying to clarify.
That's why when you were getting to the that's why I was like, I'm not saying it in that way.
Got you,
if I go to DreamCon, half of the men are gonna do it.
That's how I was hearing what you said.
I was saying probability.
Got you.
Probability.
Okay. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, not quantitative.
Yeah, got you. All right, I'm with you.
Chair from his patio, which is very creepy.
Now she doesn't feel safe at home knowing the man could strike again.
I don't know, bro. Maybe I'm tweaking.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
We out here.
Yeah, he was tweaking for sure.
He was tweaking. I get why he's saying it, though, because the predators hang out more in certain spaces, but they be outside. They be driving down the street. I mean, you can't hide from them, so that's the issue with this thing. You can't even walk and mind your own business without a weirdo. So that's I think that's a better way to explain what I mean. Like, if at any time if you go outside, 50-50 chance you're gonna.
Yeah, and I'm with that. Nah, I believe that. And I would actually like Mr. He said, I would put the opportunities for a woman to get harassed or worse greater. Like at the very least, you're going to get uncomfortably flirted with if you're an attractive woman. Like it's uncomfortable.
Flirting.
It's uncomfortable.
Right. Yeah.
Like I found out there was a charge out here called aggressive panhandling. Like there's going to be some kind of like aggressive solicitation. That's like if you're out for a full day, going to like you go to a gas station, you go to work, you might have like that somewhere during that day. You're going to, that's what I'm talking about. I'm with that. It's greater than 50%.
Yeah, that chance is really high because you can never really get a good grasp on quantitatively. Yeah, because you don't run across enough people, I think, to really say.
And I would say there's an effect that I want to like. There's a mathematical. I don't know terms for it because I'm not a mathematician, but there is like a stacking thing. So although you won't have 50% of the people harassing you.
Yeah.
50% of the people may be harassing someone. You may not be everybody's victim type. And I would say it's true of when we're talking about men, because men are like what women need to like what men need to do in accountability, like this thing right here. Mm-hmm. Some pedo men in the old neighborhood took advantage of a number of underprivileged opportunities. I think when we're talking about what black men do in the predation, we're not talking about a large percentage of the men, but these men have multiple victims over the course of their lives because these people be living long, harmfully productive lives.
Generational.
Like they be stacking bodies and not the good way. You know what I'm saying? So like if this dude is out here, he's a rapist. Most guys who are sexually active are having sex more than once a week.
They're not doing it.
at their ultimate, you know, they probably trying to have sex multiple times a day if they could in their youth. So if this guy's rapey, like how many people are being harmed by some of these people?
And that's why it's really hard to say. Like when they're like, you're talking about a small part of the population, but it's like, yeah, I mean, but it, you know, there's always that, and it's like, well, yeah, but it's kind of like my thing. I can't really quantify how many people, you know, all I can tell you is my probability when I go outside.
Yeah.
So if my probability is high, then I'm just gonna go ahead and say it's a high number.
Yeah.
I mean, it may not be direct, but it's not a direct correlation. But obviously, if my probability is that high, then clearly it's present enough where more often than not it's happening, or even split, or whatever the probability is. So I just kind of think it's where people say it's a small part of the population. Okay, well, that small part seem to always find my ass when I go outside. So I don't really know.
Because you're a victim.
I don't really know where these niggas coming from. I wish I did. I don't know where the weird nigga generator is. I don't know if it's at the end of the street. I don't know if it's like a Minecraft monster horde. They just spawn when you go outside. Like, I'm not really
weird
sure.
Nigga magnet.
He said I'm a weird nigga. I don't know. So I'm just saying, who can say? I don't feel like it's my burden to know where the hordes are spawning or why. I don't know why they spawn. I think it's just because the sun is up or down or I'm around. It's just like one of them games. You know, it ain't no monsters over there till you come over there.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I'm with you.
That's how I feel about it.
All right, this last video, 3 minutes. Let's get into this one.
Peace.
I know I said we was gonna stop at the last one, but
I know
we can get one last one.
He don't bother me.
Yeah, but this one will be. He gets a little inflammatory on this one. You should get a cackle out of this one.
I don't issue retractions often. In fact, I think this might be my very first one, which is a pretty good run, but alas, there's a first time for everything. And this particular time is very important given what's at stake. In a recent series, beginning with my post, Tweaker versus Panderer, followed up by a post talking about the difference between responsibility and accountability, there's been a deluge of backlash, predominantly from a specific subset of unaccountable Black men who were deeply offended by me using the phrase, these particular unaccountable Black men are the white people of Black people. Now, that phrase, the white people of Black people, is basically talking about the intersection of how power and privilege work. It's all relative. It's not a one-to-one comparison between the power of Black men and the power of white men, but how Black men's position in the patriarchy plays out amongst Black people. Still, I understand that it's inflammatory, and these Black men were offended. And that offense really distracted away from the central issue at hand, which is how we as men, and particularly Black men, can be more accountable for how we move in the world, especially as it pertains to women, as a collective. Instead of focusing on that issue, all sorts of chaos and cacophony and calamity kicked off in the comments. Because I said, these Black men are the white people of Black people. To which these men responded, they absolutely cannot be the white people of Black people because the system is against them. If anything, they believe that the system benefits their Black female counterparts to a much greater degree than it ever has Black men. These brothers also pointed out that they too have suffered. They have suffered at the hands of white people. So how then could they be the white people of Black people? And above all, these men were simply unaccountable. They didn't want to be responsible or accountable for anything. And they began to argue feelings over facts. And to be fair, none of these three things that I just mentioned are the hallmarks of white men. To the contrary, white men do not wallow in their history of victimhood to avoid accountability. It's quite the opposite. White men see themselves as conquerors. White men do not placate to the image of themselves as being weaker nor inferior when they're trying to win an argument. White men have an inflated sense of self. They would never say that they are the weaker vessel to white women. They are not going to say that the system they created is more against them than women, except when they're doing so strategically to play in the face of white women and wallow in the results. I mean, I'm speaking generally here, so some might, but those who see themselves as captains of industry, conquerors, don't do that. They take every chance they can to remind white women of their lower rung in the caste system of white supremacy. And these white men are the exact opposite of unaccountable, to the extreme. Not only are these white men not adverse to taking responsibility, they claim responsibility for everything. So while a particular subset of Black men want credit for everything and blame for nothing, their white male counterpart wants it all. White women, on the other hand, If you try to hold them accountable for their place in white supremacy, they will tell you, oh, but the patriarchy. Oh, but I have suffered at the hands of the white man. I don't have equal rights. The system is against me too. Look at how it's benefited my counterpart. And if all else fails, they will argue their feelings over facts. Thus, a retraction is owed for saying that black men are the white people of black people. To all the unaccountable black men who were offended by me saying that you, black men, are the white people of black people, I apologize. That is not true. You are the white women of black people.
I was about to say that. I was like, wait, I think he's saying they're white women. I don't think.
Yeah. But
okay, well,
I thought that was cute. But here's the problem.
My hair behind my ear.
Yeah, go ahead, take it. Go ahead, because
I ain't saying that.
Here's where the logic messes up, though. If that's true, because again, he starts from that feminist lens that black women, are at the bottom of the patriarchy chain. If black men are the white women of black people, we're at the bottom rung, because the white man of black people would have to be on the top rung of black people. If black men are the white women of black people, who's the white man of black people? Because we're already the white woman, so who's the white man?
No, you have to slow down.
Hold on. There's only two.
No, you lost me with your questions because I was thinking about one and then you asked another question. I was like, wait, I'm thinking.
We're talking about the power position and the subordinate position within black people.
Okay.
He just assigned black men to the subordinate position.
Okay. He said white.
Black men.
Okay, wait. I'm trying to put okay. So he was saying white women when you try to hold white women accountable.
Yes. They do what black men
white
are doing.
Supremacy and under white supremacy, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the frame he was saying hold them accountable in, and they start saying
under patriarchy.
We're under patriarchy, right? So you're trying to hold them accountable for their role in white supremacy, but then they throw in patriarchy, right?
Right.
Okay, so I just had to make sure I knew where we were. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's saying that black men do that to black women under the feminist lens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. Okay, I had to get that straight first.
Yeah.
And now I can go with your thought. Okay, I was stuck. I was like, wait, which frame is the white women doing it under? Okay, they're not doing it under feminism. They're doing it under white supremacy. Got it. Okay, does that add up though?
That's the problem. You can't have both. You can't have it both ways. It can't be black women suffer the most and black men are the white women of the group. Because if we're in a subordinate position, then we will suffer the most.
Well, for his frame of logic, so if I had to do a 4-rung ladder, okay, white men, white women, black men, black women, right? 4-rung layer cake. Let's just do a layer cake. So in his frame, under feminism under patriarchy is white man. Is he saying black men? He must think black men are over white women. Yeah, I'm gonna say that, which I don't agree with. But I'm just gonna say he's saying white men, white women, black women. That's his from top to bottom, right? On patriarchy. And then in feminism, that's feminism. And then in white supremacy is white man, white woman, black man. Yeah. So because he said the police thing. So I'm gonna do that. So that's why the equivalency works in his logic. But I don't agree with that though. But I can kind of see why he
I don't even understand what you just went through. I don't even want you to go through it again.
No, I was just trying to understand why he would say that. Understanding what he said is telling me about his hierarchy. Like for me, I've said that I think black men are one step above women, if anything, even in patriarchy. Like I think white women are above y'all, even under patriarchy. I don't think he believes that. I think he believes black men are over white women under patriarchy. Like his feminist lens says, is
women
white
are so
men and
bad that white women are under black men.
Yeah, white women are under black men. That's what he's saying here. But to me, I don't think that's true. So that's the only reason he could say something like that. It wouldn't work otherwise. If he didn't believe that, what he's saying wouldn't work. So I just think that he thinks black men are above white women, which is crazy.
I don't know. I think it's a different comparison. I don't know. It could be. You could be right. I just think
because
what he's saying is within the system, within blackness, there's a hierarchy within blackness, and he thought before that black men were putting themselves in the patriarchal position within the group, but he's saying that the way they position themselves is in the subordinate position within the group.
And they blame white supremacy. That's what he's saying.
I think this is a misidentification based on what I was saying earlier. I think a lot of times people will blame white supremacy for things that patriarchy is doing. The same way feminists will blame sexism for things that
I agree. He's ascribing the reason to something else.
I think there's a lot of things that people blame for white supremacy that patriarchy does only in concert with white supremacy. That's why when I talked about
bed together,
the reason why I said they're in bed together, the reason why I do believe black men are at the bottom, and I can't see it another way, is because black men are the antithesis of the person who holds the power in white supremacy. It's white men versus black men. So they would never allow black men to be above any other group. If we really believe in white supremacy, why would the group that you're trying to hold, why would you allow their men to be of higher status? It just doesn't make sense. But I mean, ideologically, the way patriarchy and white supremacy, if whiteness is supreme and maleness is supreme, the white male would have to be supreme.
Yeah, the white male is supreme in white patriarchy.
Exactly. So you would also, when they go somewhere, you would conquer the men of that place.
Right, which I agree.
The highest level of domination is dominating the men, not the women, not the children. The highest domination is dominating the men. So if we believe that somebody's trying to be dominant and subjugating white supremacy and patriarchy, if it's male-centered power, it's going to dominate and eradicate the male-centered power of any competitive group.
Right.
It's not going to try to attack the women. There's no benefit there. You have to attack your competitor. You can control the women easily. Like you said, when I go out, any man's a threat to me. They don't have to dominate y'all. We have to be dominated. You just fall in place because you're there. You're not a combatant like that. Like black women are not combatants like that. This isn't Woman King.
It could be.
Now there were some women, took up arms during the civil rights era. I get it, but the people that will be on the front lines in any type of war is mostly the men. That too, they try to dominate. They don't try to dominate the women.
Yeah.
So that's my thing. That's why it's hard for me to accept the feminist lens of black men are above black women. It's crazy if we actually believe the rest of the stuff we're saying. So since black men suffer from patriarchy too, they should identify as white women because that's how they come off. Yeah, that's crazy. And it was cute.
Yeah,
I can
see. Yeah, I can agree with him based off based off how most people talk about feminism. Then I can see why he would say that. And I do kind of agree in general that it's kind of like, well, this is what you do over here. Yeah, well, but over there I'm this and I'm that, and this is why you're throwing it in, and that is what white women do. So I do see it, but I generally just disagree. I don't think I don't think white women are suffering more than black men, even under patriarchy. I just disagree.
No, I don't think white women are suffering under more than I think white women are the beneficiaries of the white supremacist patriarchy, which is why they always support it when it comes down to it. Yeah. They don't want to lose their position. So
they're above black men and
I'm with
patriarchy.
On that. But I think as far as the comparison,
so I'm disagreeing with him.
Yeah, like dog is to cat what puppy is to kitten. Like I think he's telling on himself and saying that he believes that black men are in the subordinate position within their group. But it's cute. It sounds funny to call men women. It's always funny. Oh, you're taking the woman's position. But it betrays the ideology, the ideological stance he's taken, that black men are ahead in the patriarchy. If we're in the subordinate position.
Yeah, that's why for me it just feel like it exposed what I formulated how he sees it based off the stuff I've heard him say so far. Like he believes black men suffer the most under white supremacy. He does believe that. He believes black men are at the bottom there. And I think he's saying that that's why they use it to their advantage when talking about patriarchy and how like, they affect their women.
We're switching frames.
Yeah, you're like using your frame where you're the lowest to validate why you can't be held accountable in this other frame. And he's saying like because white women in feminism are lower on the totem pole, they use that as why they can't be held accountable for white supremacy.
Right.
White supremacy. And that's an argument that even within feminism has been an argument about how white women aren't accountable. White feminists are, useless. Like they just are useless when it comes to race things, or we can't depend on them, or how this election went, like y'all white feminists and y'all still voting for him. Like it's been coming up lately that they can't be held accountable in that way. So, but yeah, I just generally disagree. And who's saying that they are?
Derails. What we're talking about is in the idea of white supremacy, that the hierarchy will be white men and then white women. If you don't agree within the system that is called white supremacy, whether you believe in it as a real thing or not, if you're talking about the concept, if you think white women are not above black men in the idea of white supremacy, only one smoking is you. But welcome to the stream.
Yeah, like maybe you came in at a random point, but
yeah, like I said, whether you believe in it or not, it's a concept. The concept exists because I just said the words and you knew what I meant to even say that it doesn't exist. So if you don't believe the phenomena or the dynamic exists, fine. That's fine. I don't need you to believe in something, but you have to believe that the word exists because I used it and you knew to say it didn't exist. You didn't say what is that word? I don't understand it.
So Derail thinks that under white supremacy, black men are above white women on the totem pole. You think
nobody believes that
in white supremacy?
Yeah,
black men are above white women?
Even a Klansman wouldn't agree with you. Like, so if you don't believe in the concept of white supremacy, that if you believe that black men are above white women in the system of white supremacy,
that's what we were saying.
You're
that's
crazy.
what we were saying. So maybe you understand now. But we were talking three different lenses. What the person on the video was saying, what he believes versus what we each believe. So we were talking about different lenses. So you probably came in. I don't know who you. We talking about three different perspectives right now. So
cool. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it just gave me, he has more of the traditional feminist lens, I would say, and which is why I wouldn't say I'm a feminist, because I don't think I agree with the traditional feminist lens, which puts all women below all men, because of intersectionality. I just don't believe that's true. I don't think white women are below black men on either one of those, like white supremacy or patriarchy. I just don't. Yeah,
you don't. In order for white supremacy to work, you don't need black men. You just need something other than white. And black is not the only thing other than white. Like, if there were no black people, it would be Mexicans or somebody would become the new black people.
Yeah, because you need somebody to subjugate.
Yeah, you need somebody to be supreme over, but it doesn't have to be black people. It absolutely does not.
Which we see now. They exercising it in another way with xenophobia.
Yeah. Just because you need to be above somebody doesn't mean within the pecking order that there's not, like, it doesn't negate the rest of the pecking order. White men provide their resources to white women, which will put them above in the hierarchy of supremacy than black men. Even if you look at, let's say, like an actual slave plantation, his wife, the master's wife, would definitely be above even the house Negro. Definitely above the field. The black people are below in the pecking order of importance and value in white supremacy. Black people are seen as property. That idea, even if it's not enshrined in law, right now everybody enforces white supremacy, including black people. Black women are white supremacists. Okay, let's go. But no, I say everybody's a white supremacist. Very few people are not. It's hard to not be a white supremacist. If you were born and raised in the United States, it's hard to not be a white supremacist, even if you're black. You're going to go to their schools. Nah, actually, I don't. I absolutely don't. You're enforcing white supremacy. You're supporting it. To trying to tell me that black men are above white women, but then having black men in the position they are in reality, you're going to try to tell that's gaslighting. That's white supremacists. No, black man, you're above white women. That's crazy talk. That's just crazy. The fact that we're on YouTube, that's white supremacy. The resources that we gather, the people that we work for, the things that we buy and who we buy them from, all that's participating in white supremacy. The worst thing in the world are the pro-black people who work for and spend all their money on white people and then tell me that they don't have anything to do with white supremacy. No quicker way to offend me than to tell me only white people do white supremacy. Nah, y'all support what industries? The white women? Does it matter? Ain't even no white women here. Whoever you are, follow the trend. I'm moving on. Black women and the white man are both partners in white supremacy. Everybody's a partner in white supremacy. And when I say everybody, that's a generalization. Most people who are in the system, capitalism, politics in the United States are part of white supremacy. Most people, not everybody. Some people go off the grid. Some people separate. They do social work. They co-op. They do things. They do very community-driven things. Unimportant. White women are so unimportant to this conversation, really. But you're very enamored by white women, and that's cool. I mean, you're entitled to disagree, but it's cool. It's not even important. I mean, because the lived experience of black people is not going to change because any of us disagree. The lived experience that black men and black women have less worth than white women in this system. You can debate it, but it makes y'all look like a fool. Anybody that disagrees with that looks like a fool. Is against the lived reality. It's foolish. It's just plain foolish. And if anybody that would tell me that black people that, the white man's ISIS cult, all the stuff that black people do where they don't support their own and all, if that doesn't support white supremacy, where they take their money to white people, the black dollar turns over in 30 seconds and the white money lands for 36,000 days. If we're not trying to say that when black people take their money and give it to white people instead of giving it to their own, and we don't cultivate our own wealth, if we're not contributing to white supremacy, what's happening? It doesn't make any sense. I guess you just want to be a victim, huh? No, there's a reality that you can look at. Industries are the center of America. What industry do black men have? Banking, healthcare, what do we have? Come on, derails. I don't focus on whites, but I don't think black men have a position in America unless he is gay. And then you're more in line with what I'm saying. I think black men are at the bottom rung in society. In the United States of America, the way the hierarchy is set up, I think black men are at the bottom. That's what I'm saying. Ain't about being a victim. It's just about the truth. Somebody's at the bottom. Somebody's there. Doesn't matter. You can pick a metric. Somebody's at the bottom. Education. Who is it? Black men or black women? It's somebody. See what I'm saying? Not even on the list. Our kids' reading levels, our adults' reading levels. You know how many black people are functionally illiterate? Come on. Pick a hierarchy, rails, like count yourself wherever you want to make the argument. Wherever you want. Put it wherever you want. And then we'll go with that. That way you can win the argument because you pick the hierarchy. That way you're closer to winning. Because there's a lived reality that all of us go to. That white people will tell you about. You ain't got to take my word for it. You can get the white man's ice. What's the... Let me move on. Even though black men are the most innovating in America.
I had got distracted, so it was a good time for you to go on that tangent.
Go on a tangent, yeah. We can't really get up out of here anyway. Yeah. So any last thoughts before we get up out of here, Bree?
No, it's just interesting. Lately, I've been like, when watching stuff like this, I try to listen to it and understand what space they're framing their argument from before I like, because sometimes I think it's helpful for me to like understand, like, okay, how are they seeing this before I even say if I disagree or not. So I think it's been good. I think it was cool. I generally agree with Deontay, so maybe that last part. The other guy take was crazy. There's nowhere where you're safe. So yeah, I just, it's very interesting to hear. I love statements like Deontay Cowell's statement because I think it just lets people expose themselves, and I think that's great.
Yeah,
we need
cool.
it. I like Rorschach tests, I guess, social Rorschach tests where you can kind of see where people fall. So I enjoy that.
Yeah, I'm cool with it too. It doesn't make me mad that people have differences of opinion. I think it's good. We should all be able to stomach differences of opinion and then not like send us all into a tizzy. The fact that he's like standing up for black women doesn't bother me. Feminist lens is always going to like pick a bone of mine. Feminist lens is always going to get me. That's a trigger. When I hear patriarchy, I'm like, oh my God.
Here we go.
God, I hear that one more time. Because it's always I
know I can hear the voice. The patriarchy. Who's
my God.
Because of the patriarchy, you probably got voices from streams.
Yeah, from CTV and Reckless. Come on, man. When they say patriarchy, man, it's
a running joke now. Man. We all know.
Yeah, CTV love it when I'm in the chat and they bring up the patriarchy.
The P word.
He ain't patriarchy. Oh my God, I hate it. Because it doesn't apply to black men the way it gets applied to black men. Like it's not a practical benefit for black men in a system that's meant to subjugate black men. Like it doesn't make sense. It's goofy. Yeah, so I don't know. No. It's crazy. I don't mind the difference of opinion. I don't even mind people having liberal leanings. I don't mind people having feminist leanings. I think there's room for all of it. It can be argued. It's just the logic train. When you start with a faulty premise, everything that comes behind it is gonna be hard. It's like what is that? Henry Neely, I think. Neely Fuller Jr. Sorry, Neely Fuller Jr. If you don't understand the system of white supremacy, everything else is just going to confuse you. Like if we can't agree on the very foundational principle, then nothing else is going to really connect. Even if you can follow a parallel track, we're not going to be lined up. You know, like when the audio and video is out of sync.
Right.
Your stuff may be linearly correct, but there's always going to be an out of sync nature in the conversation. So when I'm talking like with somebody from a feminist lens, where if we have a different starting point, you start with women at the bottom, black men. I say black men are starting at the bottom. We're going to be out of sync the rest of the conversation, even if we all flow linearly.
Right, I agree. You got to get the right starting point, or everybody kind of veers off.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying. It's just a starting point, but everything else can line up. Because if black people are at the bottom in education, health, wealth creation. Like if we're at the bottom in all those things, we're still at the bottom. It doesn't matter if it's man or woman. We're still at the bottom.
Right.
Or near the bottom. If like Hispanics are below us, if Latinos are below us in something, we're still close to the bottom. At the top, it's like I want to say it's like the East Indian. There's another Asian group, and then white people. Yeah, it's for like wealth creation. Yeah, it's like an education
like
and education.
East Asian. Then,
there's like two Asian groups because one of them's Indian. There's two Asian groups, and then there's white people at the top. In those metrics, black people, Latinos probably gonna be near the bottom.
Yeah,
and it's like that's just the way it is in almost every domain you go into. Every health and fitness, you're gonna find the Latinos and the blacks at the bottom or the biggest.
Yeah,
healthcare outcome, like it's like so it doesn't even matter which hierarchy.
It's so clear,
right? It's so clear. And it's like it's not even a victim mentality. It's just an existence mentality. Like I can look out there and count. Like there's people that do counts and stats and
started from the bottom
and demographics. Like that stuff's out there. You can look at it. You can look at the paperwork.
Right.
Yeah. Who said white supremacy doesn't affect Asians? Like I don't know. You're arguing stupid things, derails. You're arguing stupid things stupidly. Like sorry to be offensive. Not trying to trigger you. It's just it's asinine. You're like the things you're asking are so stupid. Why are so many black millionaires? Nobody argued that there weren't black millionaires.
But honestly, what everything he's saying is how it
Asians?
feels sometimes when you're like listening to these conversations and people
my
bring in
God.
like other whatabouts. Like this is kind of what I was saying earlier, not to this degree, but this is kind of sometimes like he's focusing on a very specific point, and you're like, but what about the fish?
It's just like, why isn't white supremacy affect Asians?
Under white supremacy and patriarchy. Yeah. Why aren't we saving the salmon?
Yeah. Because white supremacy must affect Asians because they had an Asian American crime bill that they passed through. So there must be some level.
Obviously.
Yeah. They also fought to have affirmative action overturned because
they were othered.
Yeah. Again, this is not part of the what.
Can you buy? Are you a citizen of the United States?
This is so stupid. Like dumb is the dumbest arguments. It's like they're not even pertaining to the conversation.
This is called windmilling.
If I can buy land, does that change the reading level of Black children in the 4th grade? Go.
Yes.
Okay. Because I can buy land, our kids are reading at the correct reading level. Okay. Sorry, I made a mistake. I can buy land, so there are no issues in the Black community.
No.
Because that's the way life works. I can buy land, so there's no obesity problem within the Black community. I can buy land. There's no wealth disparity with the Black community. I can buy land, so Black people don't have hypertension or diabetes. Because I can buy land.
You said you could create your own school, like Umar.
Yeah, like Umar. His school's been going for 15 years.
Yeah, they've been putting paint on the wall for
never seen a student.
5.
Never seen a student.
Smooth 5 years of paint.
Yeah, I could also become a billionaire tomorrow.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the potential.
You can create cryptocurrency.
Absolutely, I can create a cryptocurrency. I can become a trillionaire tomorrow because Black men are such great innovators, and I could just employ all the Black people. We don't even need white people to pay us anything because we can. No. I could just be the wealth generator for all Black people because there are no
buy land because you can buy land.
I can buy land, exactly. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, let's.
You can feed yourself and your community.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely can. Yep. When I become a trillionaire tomorrow, I will take care of all Black people. I appreciate your feedback. I was down the wrong path. I felt like a victim. I felt like
you should feel empowered to
now I feel empowered.
Land and feed.
So I'm gonna buy land. I'm gonna buy a plot. I'm gonna buy a plot. I'm gonna build.
Do you have all these things here? You got a school and a grocery store that you opened, and
I'm gonna build a hospital.
A currency, or
I'm gonna build a grocery store.
Maybe D-Rails has a reservation.
I'm gonna have a farm,
Gary, Indiana, where everybody goes to stay.
Yeah. I'm gonna build all of that. I'm gonna build all of that this week. You were right. I wasn't even thinking that I could do that because my victim mentality had me in learned helplessness.
Yeah, obviously.
And I didn't know that I could create a grocery store or a school or a farm.
It's easy.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got a grocery store and stuff, and a school, and
thank you. Yeah.
A currency and stuff like that. You have land. How many acres you got? I do enjoy having land, but that doesn't change the whole community. That's kind of crazy to be like,
no, it actually
one person buying land will change the entire community. That's a lot.
Bree, what I'm going to do, because I can buy land, I'm just going to buy the United States. And then I'll own all the currency.
Louisiana Purchase style.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy all of the United States, and then I'm gonna have all the land, and I'll just make it equality for everybody. Like everybody can have access. I'll be right back.
That's a super logical plan. Like I actually agree with that. So where can I buy? Like it's probably got to get somewhere to get cheap land. Yeah. I mean, how many acres do you suggest I get? I just want to make sure. Oh, my cat's hungry. Well, you got 7 minutes. 7 minutes. We haven't forgot about you. You just have 7 minutes. Land is power. You two are intelligent. You can do it. Put your minds to it. Who's to say we don't have land? I don't understand the jump from the discussion we're having about someone else's commentary about feminism, patriarchy, white supremacy, intersectionality. I am very curious to know. I know Rashawn's trying to wrap up, but I'm curious to know how we got to land. I'm trying to figure out the bridge in logic of these people don't understand that they need to have land from the conversation we were having. And that's the part I'm struggling with. Like, how did we get to land?
Yeah. Because the actual conversation, I know you came on the tail end derails. The actual conversation is about sexual assault.
Well,
was about sexual assault. So once we buy land, there'll be
niggas in the woods.
a new place to sexually assault people, because that's where the conversation was actually being born from.
Well, you just need more acreage.
Yeah, black women suffer from sexual assault, and that they have to deal with the system of white supremacy, which obviously you don't believe in white supremacy. That's cool, because you can buy land, no white supremacy. But then they have to deal with sexual assault and unwanted advances of black men.
They got it because they go into the woods where the assault happens, or the clubs, and so they need to stay home where it's safe so that they don't get essayed. And then land came in, and I'm like, I don't know if that's better. I don't think we can run away into the woods to fix that.
Yeah. So actually, white supremacy only came this as an ancillary thing, because black men were being compared to white men. So that's where white supremacy came in, because black men were being compared to white men and white women. So white supremacy was actually an afterthought. It doesn't even really have to be a part of this conversation. It's really like black men and black women. Like, what's going on here? Why can't black women be safe around black men? That was the conversation, the real conversation.
So we know you came in at the tail end. So
yeah, we know you came in at the tail end.
We're kind of trolling.
Yeah, we're definitely having fun. But
yeah, I'm gonna not say inflammatory things.
Yeah,
because I got them.
Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, I'm gonna take tomorrow, man. I stepped away because somebody actually delivered my land, so I now own America. I just got the deed, just that quick. I went online, bought America.
Did you get it on Klarna or PayPal paying for?
I did do the paying for it. You're right. So I don't actually fully own it. But in 2 weeks, I'll make the next payment. And then the next 2 payments in July, I will fully own America.
You probably just bought Gary, Indiana.
No, I'm looking at the deed, but it's like, it says pending. It says pending. I'll get the final deed for America. It's not a scam.
Probably just ChatGPT.
It's not a scam. I mean, because once D-Rail said, I'm like, I could just buy land. And I was like, God dang it. I buy everything else and get it delivered the same day. And I paid expedited, and I got America. It's mine.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm about to fix D-Rails within the next 60 days. Within the next 60 days, I promise you, black people are about to have it set up.
I'm not moving into the woods with y'all niggas.
No, I own the entire country. So the cities are mine.
So I can stay where I'm at.
You can stay where you're at. Atlanta, mine. New York, mine.
She's like, y'all so petty.
I am going to turn Gary, Indiana over. If anybody wants it, I will deed it over. You'll take it.
I've been playing House Flipper. I believe in myself now.
You can have Gary. Yeah.
I believe in myself now. So I think I could flip Gary, Indiana.
You can flip Gary?
Ooh, if I flipped Gary, I would turn it into like Shibuya or something, or like a little Harajuku. Like I would just go full Asian. Really piss the girls off.
Oh, that'd be dope.
Imagine a black person appropriating Japanese, Asian, Harajuku culture, which appropriated us.
That would be crazy.
It'll be crazy out here. It'll be like kind of like ATL and then Japan.
Okay, that's cool.
It's gonna be like a lot of hot wings.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of hot wings.
Also ramen.
Okay.
Ramen and hot wings. I'm buying Gary, Indiana.
I'm with you.
I'm inspired. I'm inspired.
Listen. I'll give it to you. I'll send you the deed once I pay off the 4th payment and get the full deed. I'll give you Gary, just for streamer support.
We're gonna have to change the name though. We're gonna have to change.
You can change it whatever you want. It'll be yours. You'll own Gary. You can change
the name like Gary. It only ended up the way.
Because that sound like a black man, and that's what inspired this stream anyway. You don't want Gary.
No,
Gary's problematic.
Right. It'll be Karen, Indiana, or something.
Yeah. Or name it Deontay Kyle.
Deontay, Indiana. I can't even say the other man's name.
Summer Show? Yeah.
Summer Show, Indiana? Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah. great.
Yeah. It's cool, man. I appreciate all y'all for kicking it. Bree, thanks for hanging with me. I don't know. I wanted to take a look at that clip because everybody was so mad about it. I'm not mad about it. I do disagree with the feminist angle of it, but
yeah,
I do think black women the consideration should be made for the sexual victimization of black women. Like, I think that's a legit thing to actually concern ourselves with.
Yeah, I think it's so weird that people are still arguing against it.
Yeah. But again, I think it's that framing. The feminist framing brings in too much baggage for us to. Yeah, I myself, I turn out when I hear the feminist and I hear patriarchy.
He's like, nope,
that's going to turn me off.
Crash out.
Yeah.
Which is just also mine.
Gibbs don't want us. He don't want us to take Gary over. Freddie Gibbs.
Is he old? I could wait him out, honey.
He a little older. Tupac, Indiana.
We gonna make it a K-pop capital or something. Y'all gonna hate me. Like, a black woman owns the city. Y'all is not gonna be expecting what's coming to that city.
Now listen, do you want Gary, Indiana, or do you want all of Indiana? Because Greg is Greg's in Indiana.
Greg is?
Yeah.
He can come by.
Okay.
We gatekeeping though. We putting gates around our city.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to pass like certain quizzes to get in. We need to bring back gatekeeping. It's weirdos out here. So if he could get in, you gotta know at least one set of K-pop choreography to get in my city.
All right, listen. For everybody that's present, because ain't a lot of us. Y'all tell me which city y'all want, and I'll give y'all that city when I pay off my fourth payment to Own America.
I would take an ATL too. He's about this is sad. This is inspirational. You're telling us to dream because it's a fucking dream. Okay, it's a fucking dream. Why can't I dream ridiculous? Why can't I dream big? Like, why can't I? You just assume we don't know about land and all, but y'all need to buy land, okay? And then what?
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I mean, let's say like to derail. I know. His name derails has a certain thought process. All right, but here's my thing: if you're going to try to tell me about land ownership, and you can go back and look at Carter G. Woodson's The Miseducation of the Negro and see the same problems plaguing us 100 years later, when you have theologians, when you have scholars and academics, when you have all this treasure trove of people, you have black nationalists that could not get a large group of black people towards self-sustainability. I really don't want to hear too much about the average black American. My people perish for the lack of knowledge. Them niggas that wrote that in Hosea dead too. Like, they gone. Their memories is gone. Their names are nowhere. Whoever wrote that verse got no credit. Like, we don't even know for real who wrote that. Credited was it Hosea? Don't even know if that's who it was. So we're going around citing things by dead people whose names we don't know or how they lived. And the people whose names we do know died penniless with their bought land. They got taken by the state. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Buy land. Let's build up something. Let's make marathon. Let's make shot dead in the community by another black man. What are we talking about? So even the people that do have money, that do buy land, that do build businesses, we have to understand that there's still problems that you have to address as far as character. And that's what this stream was about. What is the character of a group of people? Because it doesn't matter who you build with, what you build, when you build, and where you build. If they are a low character person, they're going to do you dirty, which is what the stream was about. Can the character of black men be trusted by black women? So yes, people do perish for a lack of knowledge because they don't know who labors among them. They trust them because they're black, or they trust them because they're a woman, or they trust them because they're a man, some other identity that does not matter. We can look at the church. Since you want to throw Bible scriptures, you want to use Bible scriptures, you can't even trust the pastors. The pastors are fleecing, touching, sleazing, stealing. So what are we talking about? So yeah, people do perish from a lack of knowledge because you don't know the character. So you can cite all the scripture you want until you live by it. Nothing matters. Yeah, everything's an excuse. I get it. Everything's an excuse. All the black farmers that had their land stolen, it was an excuse.
So your family has had land for generations, so you didn't have to buy your land. You got your land passed down to you. So you go in streams and tell people that they need to go buy land out of pocket.
Right. Yeah.
And then shame them if they don't buy land, but you inherited land.
Right. Yeah. Look, I get it. Like I get it. I know some people have an aversion to the lived reality of many people. There are success stories. And I wish I was listening to this dude D Wills earlier. And he was like, we have to stop judging the collective by the selective. So the selective success is not everybody. Like we gotta stop doing that.
Yeah, just count yourself as a blessed person that you inherit land, and that's great. But then you to go around and use your privilege as a position of power to shame other people is giving white supremacy.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
It's giving, yeah.
Like, 'cause I listen to Black scholars quite a bit, African American, like, and they're both like brilliant people. They're both academics. They are both. Dr. Greg Carr is one of them, and the other one I can't remember his name. But they're both academics. They are both tenured professors at different major universities. And one of them said of the other one, he sits up there in his professorship and his books, and yeah, we can theorize about Black liberation all day. That's great, but you got to be about the work. And I'm like, bro, you are sitting in a tenured professorship at a university too. Like, what are we talking about? What are we doing?
Really?
Yes. I will try to pull the clip for it. It was so crazy because like both of these dudes sit up in tenure professorship. Both of these people are what they say about, here's my thing about, because I see what D-Rails is on. I see what what's up, Take It Home podcast. I see what D-Rails is on, and I understand it. It's about internal locus of control. You have no oppressor but yourself. Like, you are your greatest enemy because of your mentality. Scarcity mentality, I get it. I've heard it a million times. And I know what he's talking about, because there are people like complete victim mentality. Like they believe they have no power, no capacity, no agency. Nobody will help them. They need a handout. You can't even offer them a hand up because they want a handout. They want everything for free. I understand that. I understand it. I'm not either of those. I am saying case by case, situation by situation. You have to assess where you are in your environment and your group of people, and make a real rational accounting for what you have and what you're capable of. That's my thing. Every Black person does not have the same capacity, even on the individual level. I don't have the same physical capabilities. I don't have the same mental or emotional, any of that. You have to be able to take account for what you have the ability to do and move from there. And I'm not saying that, I've never said in this stream, so I'm not sure why you're harping on it, that every Black person was a victim and no Black person can have anything. You're just making asinine arguments, like with straw man arguments. It's stupid and it's annoying, but you have the right to do so. I won't, there's nothing personal.
Yeah, it's just telling us more about you than
I'm
us.
in my homeland. That's where I'm at.
So you're like
yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
They like pro-Black or something, and
Yeah.
like Black liberation people. Like, I'm assuming D-Rails, maybe you're pro-Black. Are you pro-Black?
We don't even know if he is Black. It's just,
Are you Black, D-Rails?
Yeah, but it's just, my thing is, every Black person can do things what their environment will allow and what they have the ability and capacity to do. That's like the capsule of potentiality. What you have the ability and capacity to do, mixed with your environment. A plant can't outgrow the environment. And yes, not now, which I said earlier, because again, you missed the entire stream. You came in at the end, heard white supremacy and got triggered. And it started, what about the millionaires? I said, there has never been a time that Black people have had more access, Black men and Black women, more ability to wealth create. So you missed the part where I actually agreed with you, but you also missed the point. You missed the part and you missed the point. But I'm gonna let that go. Thank you, Bree. Again, thank you for taking the time. Just got your native card today. Yeah, it's a conservative.
I don't know what that means.
Just go harder. If you'll be able to make and you can make it in your own way. Everybody, that's the thing. I think with I guess targeting an outcome, so many people target an outcome that they themselves don't have the capacity for, and then it will get blamed on some external factor like sexism or racism. I was held back. Sometimes you just don't have the mental capacity for it, or sometimes you don't have the network for it. Like there's any number of things, but most people can't take the accounting to see where the failure actually lies.
Yeah, if it's like capacity, ability, environmental,
maybe I didn't work hard enough.
Effort, right.
There's any number of things. What was that Dr. Confuzu? Remember he did that thing?
The one who was talking about like, when you attribute your failure.
Where you attribute it. Was it luck? Did you attribute it to luck? Maybe I didn't work harder. People that say I didn't work harder have greater success. I get it. I know what he's talking about, the narrative, the internal locus of control versus external locus of control. So I get it. I know what D-Rose is talking about. It was just, like I said, it was off base and slightly annoying. But
off base and slightly annoying. Out of left field.
Yeah, but it was cool.
Things.
I enjoyed the energy switch. Switch.
You know we like a good troll. And we
for sure. Yeah, we do like trolls.
Degenerates.
We do like trolls. But yeah, I appreciate you, Bree. That was cool. I want to see. I'm still going to watch that dude's full stream because I still want to see if he. I know you said you looked at more, and you said he doesn't pander. Typically,
I wouldn't say he pandered. Like I said, he has a very, I call it holistically black. Like he's pro-black, but it doesn't feel as like militant as like go out and go in the woods. Let's separate from him. It's not that energy. It's just like he's very black. He's holistically black. I think he's perfectly okay with having a black audience and like being unapologetically black. But I think it's just that. So if there's any lens that I feel like he's pro or panders to, I think it's just blackness. Yeah. It's not women or men specifically. It's just blackness. Yeah, but not pro-black.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. Yeah, I was curious. I want to watch that stream. I don't know if I don't know if I ever will make myself sit through that entire stream of him, but I definitely wasn't going to go back through his catalog. So Deontay,
because they like laugh and joke. It's not like serious. You know, it's a lot of joking and kicking it. It's kind of like a chill, laid back kind of energy. It's not super like. They got moments where they'll go in the tent, you know, he like, I gotta get this, you know, say something, get off his chest, or, you know, he'll do that kind of moment, but it's real chill, like just kicking it. It's another guy, but they kind of just be like kicking it, chilling, talking. It's real laid back. It's real laid back. I like listening to it while I'm like doing stuff.
Yeah. So, Inya, let me ask you a question. If the Hebrew Power Rangers teach about going into the woods and stuff, like why they be in the city at the like on the
don't do that. Why you ask that?
No, I mean, because it ain't even just about them specifically, but there's so many groups. Like again, remember we was on the panel with the pro-blacks, and they be talking about like we got to build our own. I'm like, okay, there's no more expansion. Like expansion age is over. So you can buy land in somebody else's domain, like D-Rose is saying. You can buy some land and you can do some things on it, but a lot of your stuff is already constricted. The laws are already set up. You can't just do things any way you want. Like the laws of the land are going to be tied to the land, but you own the land, but the laws are going to be set by somebody else. Like, I mean, the overarching laws. You can't just go out there and like have like 50 wives because I said so. I don't know. This is weird. So the people that say we want to go out into the wood and just build our own, it always strikes me like, you can buy land, you can do some stuff, but you're not completely free. You can't just do anything because it's still somebody else's land that you're kind of like leasing. Long-term lease, because they can take it back. But anyway, because that's where the people at. So they go where the people are at to draw them in. Okay, I just don't understand that. Just go. If you want to live in the woods, go live in the woods.
They say they got to come back for y'all. They got to recruit, get their numbers up.
Go live in the woods.
No, they got to get their numbers up.
Here's what'll happen. You go out and live in the woods. It'll be so successful. Word will get back. Word will get back to us. Yeah, of course. You own your land. So the person that gives you a piece of paper that says you own your land, I promise you they don't own it. I promise you the person that gives you a piece of paper that says this is your land, I promise you. No, I promise you nobody owns your land. Not even the people that give you a piece of paper that says you can own it. I promise you. Or pay property taxes. The people you pay property taxes to, I promise you, they don't own it. You own it. Absolutely. They get the people together to pool resources and buy a sidewalk and call it land. Nobody
That's
says
crazy. No, we talking about the Hebrew Israelites. Be real. Keep up. Keep up.
So this is what this is what I'm talking about. So when I said that dude was being literal, whatever it may not be literal, but this is what I meant. He's taking the words at face value. So we said something about living in the woods, even though we talking about somebody else, he took it as him. And he's like, so what part of you don't understand I'm American Indian? I didn't even say anything about D-Rails at all just then, but he thinks I'm talking about him. So I think when we were showing that one son Michonne video, and dude was like, ain't nobody trying to fight that woman. He was like, he was taking it internally, but taking it as something it wasn't. Like it's the same thing happening here, which I don't know what the phenomenon is called. I don't know what to call this.
We don't know? Oh, okay.
I don't know what to call it.
The Lord is doing a work on me.
Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to call it either.
Yeah. I definitely was speaking in general.
Yeah. And you say you're American Indian, but you black. It's like, no, nobody has.
And I'm gonna say this is your first time here. I'm gonna tell you, nobody cares. Like, nobody cares. Like, I'm just saying it like that. Nobody cares.
Maybe we got thrown into like a pro-black algorithm because Deontay was on. Oh, maybe it's the guy with the locks. Too many people with locks.
Yeah, too many people. I don't know. Yeah, nobody cares. Your particular story, D-Rails, I appreciate you for coming by, but yeah, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I'm a fairy. She was a fairy. Bow, bow.
So American Indian by Dane Calloway, a $5 Indian.
Oh God. we really are just hanging in here trolling because Chris Classic just got here. We wanted you to have a few laughs before we close this thing out. Rashawn been trying to close it out, but he know the end of trolling him can't close it out. It's just
we got the 4 hours. We got the 4 hours.
We got the 4 hours.
We got the 4 hours. I was trying to stop at 3. Made it to 4. We definitely stop it here.
But before the shop closes down because of the premium subscription, can we still stream? It's just like not all the extras.
Yeah, we're gonna have the duck in the corner instead of it's gonna be duck. Hold up, let's go back. Let's see. We're still over there. Yeah, it's gonna be like this.
Free, right?
It's gonna be like this,
and there's only so many slots, right?
So most of the slots are gonna be just gone. So hold up, so matter of fact, shoot, 2 people gonna be gone. It's probably gonna be you and Twan.
It's okay, we could be gone because I could pull up OBS or something.
And then we're gonna have to go back to these joints right here.
Oh, that's gonna eat the girls up.
Yeah.
Eat the girls up.
Them video clips gonna be done for. They're gonna be done.
Oh, okay. No chat.
I think we can still. I don't know the chat thing. I don't know if that's premium or not. And I can't remember if the overlays go away or not. I honestly can't remember. Okay. So yeah. Appreciate you.
Rest in peace. I was thinking about having the unit conversation, just a good inflammatory. But I didn't know if that was the kind of conversation that needs the full premium experience.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, if you want to do it tomorrow or something, I think tomorrow is still good.
What's tomorrow? Thursday?
Yeah.
I don't really have much because King's traveling, so I don't have much going on tomorrow after the morning. So maybe, yeah. I'm pro castration, throw dicks into the sun. So I just think that's a conversation.
And that would be a good follow-up to this anyway.
That's a good follow-up to this conversation. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. We don't need them. I think we have a surplus.
I mean,
it's driving the price down of the stock.
Yeah. I can see that.
Yeah.
I think Princella might have been a little bit right. There are too many males. See, the women's natural order is to be at the top, and the males are drones, and they serve the women.
But don't they say it's already more women to each man?
That's why you gotta cut the men down.
Yeah, I'm cool if we could just get a good man and put 200 people with him. I think that'll be fine.
Yeah, so the men
we might have to go that extreme. We need the good one to just procreate for 200 people.
Yeah, and when they want to breed, when they want to breed, you got the few drones, and
right, not the Princella.
Because Chris Classic, you gotta see the bonobos, the bonobo society, the chimps. See, they are matriarchal. See, we are patriarchal, and that's not the order of nature.
I don't think it is. But it's cool. Like if we could get one good solid person and just 200 people, I'd 7-1, no, 200-1. Maybe 365-1. He just swing around once a year. Just
but
one day.
I think we could then have a more balanced. If women didn't feel like if women could all just jump a man because there was just enough of them to outpower men, we would have a different conversation.
Yeah.
But to the thing that there's no physical recourse. The only thing you could do about a man is call another man who might become a man. Yeah. Like I called this man to stop this man from hurting me, but then this man like, hey, Will.
Yeah, because just imagine if it was like survival, like every month at the full moon, you had to come around to the council and we voted if you keep your dick or not.
I mean, that'd be crazy.
With the tiki torches, like survival, just everybody come out and sit around.
Wild.
We just look at you in the middle and we talk about how you performed this month, and we just decide, you write on the back of a rock or something, and you put your votes up, and like ultimately, crazy. Does he get to keep it this month? And it's like, oh well.
And the other dudes would probably already be haters because they got castrated and be eager to grab a dude up. Like, okay, he oh my god! But again, if there's enough women, y'all could just grab them anyway.
Yeah, I think we can do it. I think it'd be better if we do it. But yeah, I think that'd be doable.
Yeah, it's doable.
Yeah,
the only problem is here's the only issue with that. Like in practical, in theory, it's fun, but in practical terms, because all the other countries will still have a strong system of men, and you're like castrating a lot of yours, you're gonna get overrun. So your country's just gonna get overrun by another group that has more men.
This is a worldwide phenomenon.
Oh, so all the women. So somehow we're gonna
just collectively.
Catch and cut all the men.
Consensus, yeah. We're closer in some countries than others.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. It'd be a thing. Or we could just I'm sure there could be alliances formed.
That's tough.
It sounds
That's tough.
So maybe we'll have that conversation.
Okay. Well, we'll think about it. See if you want to do it tomorrow while we still got the premium. Even if after the premium, I'm not afraid of the duck. I hate not having the assets when I want them. When I want them, I want them.
I know we might lose my Regina George scream.
So yeah, I think the audio stays. No, the audio stays.
Okay, it is. Okay.
Yeah, I think the backgrounds go and the videos go.
Okay. Cool.
So
all right. Well, good. I'm about to go do some research. My favorite person, Kai, is touring in America for the first time, and he's coming to Atlanta. Can't believe it. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Yes. Good news.
You going?
What do you mean? I would sell my left foot, boob, arm. I might try to break through and get arrested. What do you mean? Of course I'm going to try to get tickets. Oh my God. I don't know how much the tickets are going to be, but
hopefully they're reasonable. Would Twan go? Is Twan in the K-pop?
I don't know. I don't even care.
Oh, that's
I don't
enough.
be playing with people.
Y'all would have talked about that. Y'all talk about anime
I
too
just
much,
found out today while I was on stream. Now he may say he want to go, but this is the thing about me. Like I'm not going to be calling you that morning. I'm getting in the queue. If the tickets are a certain amount, I can't buy yours for you. So it's like I be real funny. Like I got a Keshi ticket for myself. Like I'd be fully prepared to just be there having an experience alone. Especially when you start talking about a fandom, I can't expect people who aren't fans to spend money and go through all that. So yeah, see, I'm totally prepared to go alone.
I feel like you would have known if he was a K-pop fan.
He does like K-pop. He's not
a fan though. A fan.
Yeah, he's not like me.
Yeah.
No, nobody is.
Yeah.
That I know. So probably will go it alone.
Dang, that sucks. I mean, it's cool. But,
yeah, it's all right. I'll enjoy myself regardless.
Oh yeah, you will. I just know sometimes it's fun to have that like that simultaneous, like that chord, when you strike that chord with somebody else like equally into something with you.
Right. We've had that conversation.
Regina George scream and duo and that stereo.
Right, because some people be like, I'll go with you, and I'll be like, I know people will go with me, but
I don't want that one time because you're gonna scream or something and they're gonna look at you funny.
I know. I'm so scared of that. Like I'm so scared to see people like completely see me unhinged. Over like music. I don't need that type of energy on my back. Yeah, they're gonna be like, this crazy.
One time to look at me crazy while I'm enjoying my thing and even put that little twinge of self-consciousness when I'm trying to release.
Right. Like, girl, calm down.
Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll go by myself for sure. Yeah. I don't need people to see that.
Okay. One last racial question before we get out of here. Because this was a thing. It kind of triggered me. It was in the comment section. I was arguing with somebody. They were trying to say, because back biracial used to be something where black people and white people mixed, and you had a mixed kid, or biracial.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a thing, but the person was always understood to they're going to get treated black, until they got to the level of white passage. Right. So this new argument, because I've had multiple people make this argument. If the person has a white mother, they're not black. And I think this probably came from the Not Like Us, Kamala Harris and Obama. I think it came out of that time because they started disqualifying them because their moms weren't black.
I kind of had heard that before that too, because somebody was talking about it with Doja Cat back when it came out that she had been in those like white supremacist chats and stuff. It's been a thing. Okay.
Because I hadn't heard it really before. I want to say Kamala Harris and Obama before Kamala, but I was like, they still got a black parent. It's really hard to just be like you ain't black when we know.
I think before Kendrick thing, it was like just an observation. Like the way I had heard it before the Kendrick thing was always like, I noticed the mixed people who got white moms always seem
act a little different,
culturally white. They seem more culturally white. And the ones who have black mom, they seem more culturally black. But it's despite how they look passing or not. It's just like how they exist in the world. Right. So I think before that, it was always just like an observation. And then I think after the Kendrick thing, it kind of people were making it more as a statement. Yeah. But I mean, even historically, women were always the progenitors of culture, because the woman was home with the kids and had more face time with the kids because dad's working or being completely absent. I think it's true. I think a lot of people would say that about themselves. Like even black people who maybe push back against it is like, okay, who are you more of though? Like whether it's through absence or just time spent, who are you more like?
Now,
your mom or your dad. I'm just saying, like
when you go into society though.
Well, if we both have black parents, I'm saying like I'm taking it from there first. Like for myself, I feel like I'm more like my mom than I am my dad, right? Like I feel like more of her got in me than my dad, like culturally, how I carry myself, what I believe. I just feel like I'm more her. That was my statement. I just wanted to finish that before.
Gotcha. So you're more mama, you're more Lois. Team Lois, always.
Yeah.
Okay, but now what about the racial component? Like, I think this is where. Well, yeah, your parents. But as far as people that are biracial, even if the parents white, societally, for me, and it might be regional or something, they were always understood that they hung with the black kids because they were black. They were not, and that's where you could get that thing like Mandrell and everybody talked about. I wasn't white enough to be white, and I wasn't black enough to be black, but they still hung with the black people because of looks, aesthetics.
Okay, well, my thing is, one, we always saw them either as mixed, but they were if a mixed person was in a black neighborhood, they were not seen as white. They were mixed or black or whatever, and they carry themselves black. I think it's more of a class thing, honestly. I think it's more of a class thing. Like I know society will see them as black if they're a certain color or they have black features. People will see them as black. I don't think there's any question about that. If you look black, they're gonna see you as black. Period. I think that still, at least aesthetically or surface level, that still stands. You can't do anything about that, right?
Right.
But underneath that, I think we had a conversation in the past about how you fashion yourself, how you carry yourself, and then who you are inside. Like. I think that middle part is going to depend because a lot of times those mixed kids were around black people because they probably had a black mom that was poor or a white mom that was poor. But if it was a white mom who was poor in the trailer park, then they was going to be around white people. So I think that's more of a class thing. Like, do they have 2-parent home? Do they have single parent home? And what color is the single parent? I think a lot of that is going to determine where they fall culturally. So I feel like the cultural falling, like where you fall, is just really going to depend on where you stay. And that's going to depend on what race your parent is and all that stuff. Like, so I don't know. Like, I think that's more of a class thing than anything.
And that might be true. Maybe I mean there might be some. I'll say there's some truth to that because I think most biracial people would have a white mom because black men have more interracial relationships than black women.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be more white moms than black moms.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's true.
So
and then a lot of times if it's a black mom with a white man, because black women are generally married less, maybe she was a sneaky link or he not gonna marry her, you will see more of that single black mom, white dad somewhere in the universe in the black neighborhood.
Yeah, and I think in the past, I think that's where a lot of us, and that's where I was actually heading to. In the past, I guess going back to, I don't want to say antiquity, but I'll say from slavery through a good portion, like there was, the reason I'm lighter in my blackness than some is because there probably was a white man at some point in my ancestry.
Right.
Like, and maybe not even by choice. It might have been by force.
Right.
We just don't
probably
know.
Ain't.
But
Depending on the time period, high percentage.
To the thing about the you have to have a black mom, it caught me off guard because the person said you have to have, first they said that you have to have 2 black parents because they switched the frame anyway. To the comment I was arguing with, first they said you have to have a black mom. And I was like, what if they have a black dad? They're still black. And they was like, no, you have to have 2 black parents. And I'm like, well, that can't be good logic anyway, because from slavery on, no black American that's descendant of slaves probably somebody along the line broke the chain of 2 black parents. Whether it's a white person is in there or a Native American or somebody, there's no pure blacks, pure black African descendant slaves.
I think it's more environmental than people want to believe. I think they're looking at the mom, but it's like, well, if you have a black mom who lives in a black neighborhood, which is probably the correlation, but not causation kind of thing. Like it correlates. Like if you have a black mom who, especially if she's poor or single, then she's probably going to be the black neighborhood, and that probably formed who you are or your racial identity more than just her. So I think they're just like, packing on all that other stuff and just making it oversimplified. Like it's a black mom. But if you had a black mom who, let's say, grew up in white society and continue to live in white society, and you had a white dad, right? Like let's say she maybe was affluent and she grew up around white people and then she married a white man and then had you, then you probably are still going to have more white affluent culture than true black culture, right?
I don't think so.
So I would think how you would carry yourself would be more white. But it's like they don't really consider that. So I just feel like they're just making an oversimplification to make up for just more of the social economic circumstances that actually form a lot of who we are. And that's why if you take it out of race and just look at black people, still 2 black parents, and see how their culture is formed by their socioeconomic class or the status of their parent, then they probably could see it a little bit better.
Yeah.
Because a lot of black culture, why is so much black culture ghetto or hood? Well, it's because a lot of y'all mamas was broke.
Ooh. Talking about my mama.
I'm just saying, like.
Nah, she was broke.
So
I mean,
a lot of what we think is like our culture is just like so inherently black, is just inherently poor.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
And I mean
because your culture is what you do. So I mean it's
right.
If you're poor, what you do is going to be poor.
Right.
That's going to become just your culture.
Right. To the point where people who grow up in affluent cultures aren't even read as black sometimes. They don't come off as black, like the Carltons.
Because they didn't do the same thing, so they didn't have to.
Right.
Which is why we look at people weird that grew up with money and they do the same things poor people did. Like, you ain't even from there. Like, why are you acting like that?
And then why are you trying to do that? Right. So I think that there's a problem. I don't agree with that general rule. I mean, I can see where it's coming from, but there's problems with it. I just base it off how they carry, how they identify. I just be like, what do you identify with? Like, do you see yourself as black?
Mm-hmm.
What you see yourself as? So.
Okay, so you go more with the culture than like phenotypes and all that stuff. Who do you identify with is your So if you meet a biracial person, they're like, oh, I'm black. Like, okay, you'll roll with that.
Yeah, you black. Because I mean, if you say you white, but then I also think there's this weird thing where they can't be like, I'm white.
Well, see, there we go.
So then there's that part of like that blackness in you gonna make you black. Like you could say you black as a mixed person, but you can't be like I'm white and not pass.
That's why I say they're black. That's why I say they're black, because they can't claim their whiteness. Nobody will accept it.
And that's why I say I think it's set. That part I think is set. It's just based off how you look. Like that part,
that's messed up.
Culture, parents, how you want to be seen. I don't think you can change that. I think it's either you look black or you look white passing, and that's how people. But it's the same thing like with trans people, right? Like you feel however you want. A lot of people will not use their pronouns if they don't feel like on approach you look like what you say you are. And to some degree, there's nothing they could do about that. Like if you just one of those people who kind of present like a man, even though you feel like a woman, and people who know you call you a woman because they see how you carry yourself, they're like, oh, they definitely like she carries herself this way. But people on approach gonna be like, that's a nigga. Like, you can't do nothing about that. Like you really can't,
sir.
Right?
That's a ma'am.
I think it's the same with like the mixed people.
Yeah, it's hard to go against the way you see it. Like we're so coded, like to judge the book. Like we are part of our culture is to make quick assessments and assumptions.
Yeah,
right. So it's
you can't get rid
weird.
of that.
Yeah, can't get rid of that.
Like this person at DreamCon got mad. They got kicked out of the woman's bathroom, and they were like in the comments, and they're like they had a little pink wig on. It was kind of long and. But they got a man, they got a dude face. But I was like, hold on, because they was like, it's transphobe. I was like, it's an anime con. I was like, to their defense, just glancing at you. This is an anime convention. It's a lot of straight, regular niggas with pink wigs on because they cosplaying different people. Ahsoka. They're cosplaying people from different anime with long hair, right? Like, it's a lot of just regular dudes with the same wig on, right? Like at a cosplay con. So I was like, to their, to security, quick glance. I don't think they had the time to figure out the new ones. Yeah. Because once they figured it out, they were like, oh, my bad. Like, oh, my bad. Yeah. But it's like, yeah, you at a cosplay event. It's a lot of niggas around here with pink wigs on.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Yeah. At a con, you gonna find there's gonna be a lot of grown men and pink
men walking around with Sailor Scout outfits on, like.
So I mean, honestly, in that kind of situation, you shouldn't even assume that the person is trans because it's a con.
They wouldn't. Like, I don't think they would, and that's what I was saying. I think that's kind of. You was at the center working at the event. Yeah, I was like, you was at DreamCon. Oh, the year I don't go, hate you, but. I just think that was funny. In this situation, I was like, I get you saying it's transphobic, but I was like, I think in this particular situation, they probably just thought, they just probably thought you was a dude in cosplay trying to go into the female bathroom.
Yeah. And that's reasonable. Like that's one of them things. Like all the assumptions were reasonable. Yeah. All the assumptions were reasonable.
Yeah, because the cosplays be wild. I personally take pictures of every straight grown man in a Sailor Scout costume every time. Like it's my favorite thing. And so that is happening a lot. So what can you say?
Yeah, I can see it. That's too funny. Man, and I would bet there's probably at least 10% of them that are not gay or bi. They just
most of them aren't.
Okay, most of them. Okay.
Because they also caught on that the ladies love it. So the women love it. So like every year you see more men. Yeah, every year you see more straight men in going to cons in Sailor Scout outfits. And it's hilarious to me because they walking around like dudes in this like mini skirt.
That's hilarious.
With the wig on. I just absolutely love it. And if they put on the heels too,
oh my God.
If you do a Sailor Mars and you put on red pumps and walk around a con as a straight man, you have my respect. I absolutely love it. So I'm just saying they've caught on that the girls like it. So now you get more of them doing it. Yeah.
That's too funny. Okay. I know I said that was gonna be it. What do you think that is about though? Like what is
pandering?
But no, hold up, Brie, hold on.
Pander.
It's pandering to the female gaze, yes.
Yeah, of course.
But I'm just like, why do you think they feel safe to do that there? Because I know that wouldn't be acceptable in most of society with black people. Like, why does that? Why does that? Like it's anime, but they don't. So nobody brings the gender biases into the anime. They'll let that go there. Like that's a suspension of belief or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's the space. It makes it more safe because a lot of people cosplay characters they just like it's so much cosplay going on where like maybe men cosplay a man might cosplay a woman that he likes. It's about the character you like. So I think with that built in, it's just a little bit more safe. Of course, most people cosplay the gender they are. But I think if you want to cosplay another gender, I think because it's anime and these are fantastical characters, is safer. Also, for something like DreamCon, where it's a con that Black people made to be safe cosplaying, because a lot of times Black people are othered or ostracized for cosplays in more white conventions because they're like, that character's not Black, so why are you dressing as them, right?
Okay.
This is being created as a safe space for Black cosplayers, and so I think people are just playing around with that. I think even for me, a man wearing a woman's outfit at a con, if he's cosplaying a character, it's just not weird to me. There's nothing in me that's like, are you gay? I mean, it's more about I don't see it as a big deal.
I mean, because I guess anime has a separate culture, and then there's different rules in every culture. Shout out to Sylvia Love Jones for popping through. I ain't date no man in a skirt. Period. I get it.
I mean, but he's at a cosplay convention looking great. I think it's so bold. I think it's great.
It's bold.
And the straight men have caught on that the women love it.
Yeah, that's hard for me to accept because the women I know in real life, forget online, the women I know in real life, if they heard that you even did that, they didn't have to see it. If they heard that you did that, they wouldn't really rock with you. Kind of like what Sylvia's saying. So I'm shocked to find out that that's acceptable in con culture.
Yeah, but that's this anime girlie's freaked out though.
Yeah. Okay,
we're a little strange.
Yeah, it's just
so maybe we're strange, but also it's the way they carry themselves because it's literally like a dude in a Sailor Moon out. It just looks so funny to me because they walk the same, like they carry themselves so straight.
What's up?
And they just got this Sailor Scout outfit on. It's hilarious. It just looks crazy. I just absolutely love it. So yeah, it's also how they carry themselves. They still are very much so man. If you can't tell a man is a man or I don't know. If you could tell a man was straight by how he carried himself, you could definitely tell they're straight. Like they don't. Yeah,
I got
change.
I got you.
Yeah, there's this creator I like called Pookie Bear. Okay, on TikTok. I absolutely adore Pookie Bear. If I ever run up on him, I'm gonna have to take pictures with him because he's kind of like that. He wears like cute kawaii. He's always saying like ooh ooh and like taking these cute pictures, and he's a swole Black dude.
Oh my!
He's straight. I love it.
Because see, I started picturing that whole Asian, like the guys how they do the little hand poses and stuff. I started picturing that, and then you said a big swole Black man. I'm like, that just
it's great.
Send me. I gotta see that. Because that's gonna be crazy. Like, because the aesthetics won't blend. Because my mind is trained, like, especially a big Black dude. It's gonna be that's gonna be crazy.
He's swole. I can pull him up now. I never missed the Pookie Bear video.
That is wild.
In 1 second.
That is funny, man. And shout out to Sylvia. Yeah, we talk about all kinds of crazy stuff. We were talking about this guy Deontay Kyle earlier. And it was just like Black men were having a bad reaction to him speaking positively of Black women. But we were about to wrap up, and then we just went on a side quest. She put my name with yellow. Not what I was asking. She put my name with yellow. Now I've never seen that before. Oh my. And he's a straight guy. Okay.
Yep. I mean, he likes women. I don't know if he also likes.
Okay. Well, okay. Got you. Okay. I'm curious.
Never miss a Pookie Bear video. That's my favorite thing. I'm sorry. Okay. I just love it.
Hey, do you think everybody got their own thing? It's just
people be like, people be in his comments. They be like, the bills can't be that high, bro.
Oh shoot! Because that definitely looks like pandering.
He was at DreamCon too. Yeah, that's why I called it pandering. I thought it was interesting because I was like, it's also a strange phenomenon to shame men who fashion themselves or say the things that the people they like.
Yeah.
Like
they like it. Yeah.
I just find it weird. Like
if he's getting the outcomes from it that he wants, I can't really hate. You know what I'm saying? I don't need everybody to think like me.
Even
or be
if
like
a guy
me.
said something that made the women feel nice and he liked women, like if it was generally something that's not hurting other people, I don't see why that some other observers have such a guttural response to
you mean like saying that having a good black woman in your life is like can have your life turn up, and that they are, because of their hyper vigilance, they actually are an asset to your life? Like saying stuff like that triggering people is, you don't understand that?
No, yeah, I don't, or I don't understand why. As an observer on the outside, if you don't feel that way, that's okay. Like, you don't feel like that, then okay, maybe something about hearing a good black woman, those words in succession,
that was funny.
String of words, is maybe just too much for some people. I don't know. I stand by that. If you don't love black women, that's okay. You don't have to do that. But just like this, if a man wants to wear a Sailor Scout outfit, if it's getting him pussy at DreamCon, why wouldn't he keep doing it? And you got to stand out. It's 30,000 people in there. Man. Some people go there to meet people because they're like, I'm a nerd. I like anime. I want to date people who like anime. A lot of people go there to hopefully meet somebody that also loves anime as much as they do in gaming, right? So now you got to think about that. Maybe not everybody goes there for that, but you're a guy. Women don't like nobody. Like women don't just generally like most men, right? So it's like you got 30,000 people there. You there with people like Kai Cenat, Duke Dennis, RDC, like streamers with money, oral farming. You got to find your own way to stand out, right? Yeah, right. You gotta find a way to stand out. I'm not mad at it. Those men don't carry themselves like anything else than what they are. You could see them in basketball shorts and tank, and they still walk the same, look the same. I just think it's funny. It's just a comfortability that I think you have to be able to do something like that. But I'm not mad at it. I could see why if it worked well for them one year, they'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. Just like every time there's a hot male character in any anime, there's gonna be so many guys cosplaying that character. Like when Tengen came out from Demon Slayer, niggas was Tengen because they was like, oh yeah, they're gonna want to take pictures with me. Like all the women gonna be, whatever, and it works. So every time it's a hot male character, you gonna see a lot of guys play that character because they just know, right? It's the same idea. So I don't think when you look at it from that frame, I just don't think it's that weird.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I mean, for me, but I'm also like not.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine.
I'm more open-minded. Yeah, I'm more open-minded.
But I think men who watch anime also have a certain comfortability with their masculinity that I don't think the average.
Because you've had it questioned so much. Yeah, you've had it questioned so much. Yeah.
Well, even the models you get in anime, like what masculinity is like, in anime is different.
It's portrayed different.
American media. Culture. Yeah. So I think that's why probably.
Yeah, I'm with that. Yeah, to the newcomers, Jab Bad, hello, welcome. Sylvia Love Jones, welcome. D-Rails, welcome. We appreciate all opinions. I do want to tell you, we have some pretty out there opinions and we'll entertain some wild thoughts. Not everybody's cup of tea. No offense, I understand completely. We say a lot of offensive stuff about a lot of offensive things, blasphemy, gender stuff. We are all over the place.
We need a disclaimer on our channel.
So yeah, we definitely understand. If you can't take it, don't like it, no disrespect taken. We love y'all, appreciate y'all just for stopping in and saying hello. A lot of people just lurk and leave, so appreciate y'all for just dropping something in the comments.
Yeah, because I was like, if you feel this way, you're not gonna like me. I mean, not me as a person, but my takes. I love a good, cute femboy. I like K-pop artists. I don't want my man. Well, I do try to get my husband.
Hoochie daddy.
He ain't gonna do it. My husband's very traditional, like masculine guy, which I'm also okay with. But I also do love when men are comfortable enough to step outside of that. I absolutely love it.
Be a little
I'm pro Pookie Bears. Okay.
Do your thing, girl.
Somebody do your thing, girl. Yes.
Now tomorrow, if we pop up tomorrow, Bree wants to talk about this castration theory, so it's gonna get real crazy tomorrow. So again, this might not be for everybody.
Don't call it castration theory. Hold on.
We talk about castration. Listen, we talk about cutting the men's peens off. Come on, if it ain't for you, that's cool. If it ain't for you, that's cool. Ain't no, it's the truth. That's what you said. You don't talk about. You talk about.
He said the castration theory. He said you want a masked man for you. I just want who matches with me. I'm much more fluid in how you have to present. You don't have to present a certain type of way to grab my attention. So yeah, I appreciate masculine men because I just love men in all their forms. I'm super straight. I love men and I'm not super straight, but I love men.
Say, boy, she lying to y'all too. Two new people pop in. She started lying.
But I love a masculine man who can be in his masculinity, and I love a masculine man who I see them all as men. You ain't never gonna confuse me. If a man put on a skirt, he's still a man. I see a man. I don't. Yeah. Their gender's not dependent on how they fashion themselves for me. So yeah, I'm cool. Fluid doesn't mean bisexual. No. We talking about fashion, how you what clothes you put on your body. I don't think that determines sexuality at all. Personally, I don't see those two things as the same. Like I don't see how what you put on your body determines your sexuality. Maybe other people feel differently. I don't know how that works. Like, because if I put on jeans and a t-shirt, I'm not now a dude. Right. Or if I put on basketball shorts and a tank top, I'm not a dude now. Yeah. I don't think anybody would mistake me for one. Like, I don't think that would even be a issue. So for me, fluid, I was specifically talking about fluidity in fashion. So I'm being very specific, not in sexuality or gender. I'm just talking about fluidity in fashion choices. Like androgyny in fashion choices is fine with me. I think what you put on your body is artistic expression at the most. Okay. That's just me. What about Transformers? I don't know about them. I don't know. I'm not trans. I don't know no trans people. I ain't really got too much to say about that. Yeah. But yeah, I know a lot of people don't leave room for straight men to fashion themselves in alternative ways. You know, a lot of people feel like if you're straight masculine man, you should present one way. I just don't believe in that personally. But yeah, I appreciate a traditionally masculine man. My husband is one. So yeah, I don't mind it. But if he put on a crop top, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, do you sleep with men? Like, I'd be like, more skin. Let's go. I'm trying to see them thighs. Y'all need to put on shorter shorts too while y'all at it. Rashawn knows going there. Don't put on them hoochie daddy shorts. We trying to see inner thigh meat. Y'all be walking around here like nuns.
Trying to
I'm sick of it.
No, because y'all.
Because okay, so what else should a straight woman say? Cover up.
You should care about our personality and our brain.
Nobody cares about y'all stale ass personalities. Put the hoochie daddy shorts on. Show some inner thigh.
Wow.
And shut up.
Just want us to smile and be cute.
Be cute.
Want some arm candy.
That's the problem. They don't got microphones, and now y'all too stupid for microphones. Y'all need to just put on some sick clothes and sit down somewhere. Shut up.
Wow. It's dirty.
I'm just saying. See, she said no. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. I'm trying to see all of the meat,
swinging and banging.
All the meats, thigh meats, meats. Just meat. But yes, the conversation tomorrow will be about why God fucks with the eunuchs, and we should too.
Yeah. So if you have sensitivities around religion, ain't for you. Sensitivities about masculinity may not be for you. So again, where you got a whole theory, bring it up because there were eunuchs in the Bible. We're gonna talk about that. Could be again. I understand everybody ain't comfortable with everything.
Rashawn is scared of where this is gonna go. I can hear.
No, I'm not scared. That's why I'm just warning people. There's a few new people that popped in today. I just want to warn y'all. We go places that other people ain't comfortable. I can entertain almost any thoughts to its conclusion. So yeah, just want to let y'all know.
Just say blessed Jesus
for real. If we start showing more meat, we will get chastised for being perfect. You know it. What time going? I don't know. It depends on breed. Typically, we try to go live around noon. Yeah. Typically, but yeah, just letting y'all know.
Should be
just fair warning, because again,
we're gonna try to back it up biblically, though.
Yeah, there's stuff in the Bible.
Yeah,
stuff in the Bible about eunuchs.
I'm making a case to why they're all for him.
Yeah.
So it should be good.
Yeah, because you do that whole thing about the penises are for God and vaginas are for the earth. I want to hear that fleshed out because you said that a couple times in Yella, and I was like, what? I know your overarching thing, but I never heard a justification for it. I'm coming back to talk shit. Hey, you're always welcome. Always welcome. We'll be all over the place. Again, all opinions are welcome, even derails who derailed the conversation.
She's gonna put a disclaimer tomorrow. We don't need no disclaimer.
Yeah, that's
don't worry about me. So yeah, maybe around noon or something like that, we'll be back.
Yeah, noon Eastern. Yeah. Shout out to everybody that came through, man. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Be good. Wear crop tops, even if you a guy. We out of here.